The world he once knew had fallen. Lightning tore across a dying sky as monstrous beasts overran the land, dragging civilization into darkness. Amidst the chaos stood a lone warrior, his body bloodied but unbent, roaring against the overwhelming tide. Though everything crumbled around him, he refused to yield. He fought relentlessly, determined to protect even the smallest remnants of life. When the end finally came, he did not die, he endured. Awakening in a new world, he took the place of a young man who had perished, swearing to honor the life he'd inherited. With no time to grieve, he trained day after day, blade in hand. As time passed, his strength grew. Each battle forged his body and mind, and his sword became an extension of his will. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. By the time a year passed, he no longer feared the monsters. Even after 10 years, his resolve never faltered. With a single sword, he could cut down any foe. He stood fearless, determined to prevent the new world from sharing the fate of the old. But the enemy was not gone. A dark presence emerged, a being born of flame and shadow, offering him a place at its side. It spoke of the futility of resistance and the death of his past. Yet the warrior's eyes burned with rejection. His past may have perished, but his purpose had not. When others faltered, he charged not for vengeance, but to protect. Leaping into the fray, he defied the darkness. His blade clashed against monstrous strength, not as a servant of despair, but as a sword forged by will. The battle had begun anew, and this time he would not lose. The warrior surged forward, blade drawn, his eyes locked on the towering demon. Flames licked the sky around them, and ash clouded the air, but he cut through it with fierce determination. He struck with precision, but the enemy's monstrous strength deflected every blow. The clash shook the battlefield, yet he pressed on. His opponent mocked him. With each strike, the demon barely moved, claiming the warrior was no more than an insect, a futile speck beneath its overwhelming power. A devastating blow landed, hurling the warrior backward and knocking the air from his lungs. Blood sprayed from his mouth, but he rose again, gripping his sword tighter. As the enemy loomed, its grotesque form radiated darkness. It raised its weapon with an air of finality. But the warrior didn't falter. He charged once more, even as the ground quaked beneath the demon's massive steps. Their blades met, and the explosion of force sent shockwaves through the scorched earth. Bruised and kneeling, the warrior caught his breath. His vision blurred, but something glimmered. A pendant on the demon's chest identical to his own. Recognition flashed in his eyes. It wasn't just a battle of strength. It was fate. Stealing his will, he rose and advanced again. His blade moved faster, sharper, more focused. He pierced through the chaos and landed a clean strike on the pendant. A brilliant light burst forth. The demon staggered, and the light engulfed the battlefield. For a moment, time seemed to pause as dust settled. The pendant floated between them, shining like a star in the darkness. This battle wasn't just about survival, it was about reclaiming what was lost. And now, he had found the key to ending it. The demon's rage erupted, its voice trembling with fury as it cursed the warrior. But the moment had already passed. The pendant shattered in a burst of radiant energy, and the seal it held deep within began to break. Light enveloped the demon's body, paralyzing it in place. It screamed to resist, but its cries were drowned by the explosion of divine force tearing through the battlefield. The warrior stood firm as the darkness was consumed. The massive figure before him dissolved into light particles, scattering across the sky like fading stars. With the battle over, his body collapsed, battered and bloodied. But his eyes never left the sky he had won far above. The night gave way to a peaceful dawn. What was once chaos and fire turned to silence. The warrior lay amidst the wreckage, broken but alive. His expression was calm, as though finally at peace. In another place, far removed from that battlefield, a new soul stirred. A streak of light crossed the sky, and somewhere in Seoul, a young man awoke to a familiar feeling in an unfamiliar world. He walked the streets quietly, unnoticed by the crowd. His gaze was focused and distant, as if carrying memories too heavy for his age. Warnings blared at the city's gates. Civilians were barred from entering danger zones, but he continued forward. No identification, no hesitation. Surveillance systems triggered alerts a gate had been breached by an unregistered individual. But he didn't stop. He entered the forest beyond the gate, where reality blurred and the air shifted. Every step he took brought him closer to something hidden. The world didn't know him yet, but something ancient within it did. The sword god had returned. As Karsarian wandered deeper into the forest, a team of armed hunters intercepted him. They mistook his presence for confusion, assuming he was a lost civilian. One of them kindly offered to escort him back, unaware of who or what he truly was. Though he responded politely, his expression remained unreadable. The team, puzzled by his casual clothing and lack of gear, whispered among themselves. His appearance didn't fit that of a licensed hero or trained combatant. They guessed he might be a forgotten porter, abandoned by Carcerians he entered with. Carcerian remained calm. He explained simply that he had just arrived, but the others misread his words as inexperience. One hunter warned him about the dangers of entering gates without proper training, assuming he was a naive amateur trying to act on what he'd seen online. He listed the risks and scolded him lightly, urging him to start from a lower-ranked gate. But Carcerian was not listening for advice. He had no need for lectures. His mind was fixed on the path ahead, not on the doubt of strangers. Though he appreciated the concern, he dismissed it with quiet honesty, not out of arrogance, but because their warnings no longer applied to him. The hunters fell silent, stunned by his response. As he walked away, they argued whether to stop him or not, but in the end, they gave up. If he refused guidance, then he'd have to survive on his own. Carcerian continued onward without fear or hesitation. While others saw him as reckless, his eyes told a different story, one shaped by battles they couldn't imagine. He wasn't entering to explore. He was returning to the place where his story would begin again. The gate world was quiet for only a moment until a roar shattered the air. A towering orc emerged from the woods, its massive blade dragging through the dirt, its breath thick with rage. It was a merciless world, as Carcerian already knew. He didn't flinch. He simply turned to face the beast. Without hesitation, the creature charged. But Carcerian stood calmly, lowering his hand to his side as if preparing for something unseen. His expression was cold and certain, his body relaxed, too relaxed for someone facing death. The orc lunged, and in that instant, something within him shifted. A golden glow flickered behind his eyes. 10 years. That's how long he had endured in the other world, not measured in time, but in endless battle. His reflexes, sharpened through countless fights, activated on instinct. He moved. With a blur of speed, he stepped aside and vanished from the orc's line of sight. The beast barely registered what had happened before a thunderous blow struck. In one smooth arc, he appeared behind the creature and brought it down. Blood splattered the forest floor. The orc collapsed, lifeless. He landed in a crouch, drenched in blood but unshaken. His gaze lingered on the scene as his hand pressed against the wound on his arm. The sunlight filtered through the trees just like it had in the old world. Nothing had changed. The danger, the monsters, the violence, all of it was the same. This place, too, was ruled by strength. And like before, he would carve his way through it alone if needed. Not a single thing was different. His new life had begun with the same truth as the last: survive or be swallowed whole. The battle had barely ended, but Carcerian remained still. The sunlight casting down upon him, he stood over the fallen monster, expression unreadable, before leaning down and prying something from its chest, a dull red stone pulsating faintly with energy. Blood stained the earth beneath him, but he didn't react to the violence. He was used to it. Holding the crystal aloft, he examined it silently. A low-grade magic stone worthless in his former world. Back then, he wouldn't have bothered to pick it up. But now, in this unfamiliar place with limited resources, even small gains mattered. He slipped the stone into his pocket, knowing it might serve a purpose later. Just as he moved to leave, the ground began to shake. He stopped and turned. The trees rustled violently, and the sound of pounding footsteps echoed across the forest. More creatures emerged, bigger, louder, more aggressive. A horde of orcs surged toward him, red-eyed and furious, alerted by the death of their kin. He didn't panic. Instead, he took a step back, calculating. His eyes swept the terrain, and in one swift motion, he hurled the low-grade magic stone behind him. It whistled through the air, glowing red, before slamming into one of the oncoming beasts. The blast stunned several, breaking their formation. Without pause, he dashed through the opening he created, weaving between them. His movements were practiced, his instincts sharp. Though they chased with rage, they couldn't match his control or experience. Each attack they launched missed by inches. Each counter he delivered precise. He wasn't just running to survive. He was testing the rules of this new world, confirming that, just like before, the monsters bled, the stones held power, and that his strength still had meaning here. As the hunter squad moved on, they casually discussed Carcerian, they had dismissed earlier. One of them, still uneasy, questioned what would happen if he actually died in the gate. Another reassured her if he were an intruder, agents would already be on the way to deal with him. After all, this was Namsan Gate, a rank C zone. Nothing would go too far out of control. They believed he'd either be rescued or regret his arrogance soon enough. Meanwhile, within the gate, the so-called intruder was far from helpless. A group of orcs charged him in a frenzy, unaware of who they were facing. Carcerian, expression steady and gaze sharp, welcomed their aggression. As one of the creatures swung its blade, he ducked under the attack. closed the distance and delivered a crushing punch to the beast's torso. Before the orc could fall, another came from the side, roaring in fury. Karsarian met the blow head, unparrying the massive axe and countering with a devastating spinning kick that sent the creature crashing into a tree. His movements were refined, fluid, honed through experience not taught in any academy. By the time the squad's conversation shifted to hoping agents would save him, Karsarian had already taken down a small wave of enemies on his own. He stood among fallen orcs, blood soaking into the ground beneath his feet. This wasn't some helpless civilian lost inside a gate. This was someone far beyond what they expected. The gate, the monsters, the danger, none of it shook him. He calmly picked up an axe dropped by one of the fallen. His grip firm, he didn't need saving. He was just getting started. A squad of black-clad agents spots him and begins pursuit. They identify themselves as part of the gate control center and demand proof of his registration as a hero. When he doesn't comply, they move to detain him. Despite his visible annoyance, he initially does not resist. However, when they attempt to force cuffs on him, he reacts instantly, catching the agent's wrist mid-motion. At the same time, a separate group of adventurers trails behind. They recognize him as someone they encountered earlier and express mild concern over his survival. Believing him incapable of facing the monsters alone, they assume control agents will soon apprehend him. Unknown to them, he is already dispatching monsters with overwhelming strength, crushing their expectations. Despite their confidence, he continues to defeat enemies without pause. His swift movements and devastating attacks render the monsters powerless. As the agents try to enforce their authority, they quickly realize he is no ordinary intruder. Karsarian, standing calmly amid the tension, raised his hand in a casual but deliberate gesture. His words were simple, a warning to leave. Yet the agents ignored it. Two of them lunged, drawing swords charged with magic energy, their blades enhanced with a rank 4 magic seal effective against low-tier monsters. Without flinching, Karsarian intercepted the attack with a swift movement. He disarmed one of the agents and slammed him to the ground. The man screamed as pain surged through his body. Karsarian's voice remained composed, but now it carried weight. This was their final warning. Turning his gaze toward the remaining agents, he issued one last statement, clear and absolute. If they valued their lives, they should retreat. He had no interest in conflict, but he would not hesitate to act again. Karsarian stood silently in the clearing, his gaze calm as two agents approached. Despite his clear warning to leave, they attacked without hesitation. Their swords crackled with magical energy, enhanced by a rank 4 magic seal strong by average standards. But Karsarian was no average target. With practiced ease, he deflected the assault. Steel clashed, sparks flew, and in one fluid motion he brought one of the attackers to his knees. The agent cried out in pain, overwhelmed by the raw strength Karsarian had barely begun to use. Unshaken, Karsarian issued a final warning. His voice steady and unbothered, more agents joined in, charging from all directions. Karsarian moved through them like wind-grabbing arms mid-swing, redirecting blows and knocking each one down. His movements were sharp and exact, wasting no energy. In moments, the attackers were sprawled across the forest floor, defeated. One agent managed to stand confused and wary. Karsarian disappeared from view for a split second only to reappear behind the man and send him flying. With the confrontation clearly over, Karsarian calmly turned to the one remaining agent still conscious. He questioned him, verifying details about hero registration and agent deployment rules. The agent, clearly shaken, confirmed that as long as registered heroes followed the law, no agents would be dispatched. Karsarian then pressed further, bringing up rift zones, something not typically addressed. The agent's expression shifted in alarm, sweat forming as he processed the question. It was clear Karsarian knew more than he let on and wasn't afraid to challenge the system. The forest fell quiet again. In less than a minute, the balance of power had flipped completely. Portals from another world had erupted across the planet, bringing with them countless monsters that threatened humanity. From these rifts, strange energy crystals were harvested, valuable resources that soon became the foundation of modern civilization. Nations competed fiercely to control the portals, designating the stable ones as gates and the unstable regions as drift zones, places where monsters freely roamed. Among those who ventured into these areas was a lone man named Seo Dojin. He understood the dangers better than anyone. The government closely monitored unauthorized movements, and agents from the Hero Association were dispatched whenever a gate was breached. Yet Seo Dojin ignored the restrictions, walking calmly into forbidden zones. His golden eyes revealed power that didn't belong to ordinary humans. An agent approached him, demanding compliance, but Karsarian barely listened. To him, rules meant little in a world already trembling under hidden threats. When the agent tried to intervene, Karsurian's patience vanished. A single swift motion sent the man crashing to the ground. Without another glance, Karsurian turned away, muttering in irritation before disappearing into the forest. The defeated agent shouted after him, vowing revenge, but his words fell into the wind. Karsurian's figure soon faded into the distance, his steps steady and unhurried. Ahead, a strange shimmer appeared, a new rift, pulsing with unstable light. Without hesitation, he entered. The moment he crossed the boundary, everything changed. Darkness enveloped him, and a heavy pull dragged his body into the void. His last conscious thought was of the voice he heard screaming behind him, a sound swallowed by the collapsing world. Then, there was nothing but silence, the sensation of falling endlessly, and the cold grip of death closing in. Karsurian's consciousness drifted in darkness. For a moment he believed he had died. The cold void wrapped around him, and his body felt weightless, as though sinking endlessly. Then, light began to pierce through the emptiness, revealing another presence, a man floating upside down before him. The stranger's armor was cracked, his body faintly glowing as if fading from existence. The dying warrior introduced himself as Seo Dojin, a man from another world, one who had fought for a decade only to lose everything. His homeland was gone, his comrades betrayed him, and even his family had perished. Now standing at the edge of oblivion, he wished only for his memory to endure, for someone to carry his will. Karsurian listened in silence, his golden eyes cold yet curious. Dojin spoke of regret, of endless war, and the futility of survival without purpose. Despite facing death, he held a faint hope that his sacrifice could prevent another world from falling like his own. Moved yet cautious, Karsurian questioned the man's intent. Dojin's voice trembled, not from fear but from fading strength. He had no desire to return, only to ensure that those he loved would not share his fate. As the light around them began to dim, Dojin's final words echoed, asking the swordsman to inherit his strength. The void collapsed once more, and Karsurian's body was pulled through the blinding radiance. When his eyes opened, the world had changed. Towering buildings and bright skies replaced the dark battlefield. He stood in Seoul, a city thriving on gate energy, unaware that the will of a dying hero had just crossed into its world. After arriving in the city, Seo Dojin wandered through the crowded streets, studying the unfamiliar surroundings. The towering signs and noise of modern Seoul felt far removed from the chaos of the world he once knew. His expression remained calm as he scanned the rows of small shops, eventually stopping before one that bought and sold mana stones. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The shopkeeper greeted him with a casual tone, unaware of who stood before him. Seo Dojin laid a handful of glowing red stones on the counter, raw and stained with traces of battle. The man's eyes widened at their quality. Attempting to sound professional, he began assessing the stones, sorting them by grade and muttering figures under his breath. He offered a drink to pass the time, but Seo Dojin simply nodded, indifferent. After finishing his calculation, the clerk proudly announced the total payment. Yet when Seo Dojin realized that nearly half would be taken as commission, his patience waned. His gaze turned sharp as he questioned the unfair deduction. The shopkeeper smirked, explaining that this was already a discounted rate. Unmoved, Seo Dojin reached for the stones, ready to leave. Panic flickered across the clerk's face, and he grabbed at Seo Dojin's arm, demanding a sorting fee and even payment for the coffee he hadn't touched. His tone turned greedy and desperate, but the swordsman's expression remained cold. Without a word, Seo Dojin's grip tightened slightly, and the clerk froze under the pressure. In the quiet that followed, the modern world seemed to hold its breath, unaware that the man before them, born from ruin and war, had returned to walk among them once more. The air inside the small mana stone shop grew tense. The clerk's tone shifted from nervous to arrogant as he tried to intimidate Karsurian, claiming to have powerful backers. His smirk widened, certain that his threats would end the argument. But Karsurian only watched in silence, his calm gaze sharper than any weapon. After running away in terror, the scared clerk found himself cornered by savage attackers. But before injury could reach him, Karsurian intervened with decisive might. With a single impact, he disabled the assailant and quickly subdued the rest. The aggressors lay strewn across the floor, defeated with ease. Karsurian, composed and collected, turned to the frightened man and announced his price. 1%. It was not kindness, it was commerce. He left without another word, dissipating into the city throng. Soon afterward, a thick bundle of currency landed on a small table, surprising the grandmother and Yeonyang. Their eyes widened, astonished by the sudden affluence. When inquired, Karsurian calmly invented a narrative about advancing funds to a friend whose enterprise had succeeded. The explanation was vague, but plausible enough to avoid suspicion. The elder, astonished, questioned if such a companion existed. Karsurian gently smiled, saying it was someone from his history. The location I matured. With the reality concealed, he validated their expectation. Yes, they were presently wealthy. Joy spread across the area. The elder and Yunyang danced in delight, unaware of Karsirian's true strength or where the money had actually originated from. As Yunyang giggled and ran playfully, Karsirian stood silently, observing. Deep in his spirit, he desired a refuge safer than any spot in the world for her and their elder. Without a statement, he vanished. Already planning ahead, reborn in this realm as Seo Dojun, he awoke to a fresh existence and unfamiliar duties. Despite the absence of any genuine commitment, the memory of his unspoken pledge persisted in his mind. Understanding the cost of genuine security was vast, Karsirian believed it feasible. If only his power returned, the monsters, fissures, and perils in this reality were far weaker than those of his destroyed homeland. Here he perceived possibility, not dread. Though his might had yet to fully recover, not even reaching a tenth of his previous strength, he remained certain. A rap at the entrance interrupted his reverie. With calm determination, he ordered his relatives to remain inside and stepped outside. Awaiting for him were two debt collectors, pressuring Seo Dojun for a huge debt. 48 million won. But Karsirian was no longer just Seo Dojun. He faced them not with fear, but with a preparedness shaped by battlegrounds and a vow of safeguard he fully intended to uphold. Karsirian, now in Seo Dojun's form, faced the loan sharks who had once cornered the original Dojun. They weren't deceiving. The debt was legitimate, borrowed for their grandmother's hospital expenses. Though the initial amount was small, interest had increased it excessively. The thugs demanded all recent gains, claiming it was within their agreement rights. But Karsirian had no patience for extortion. Without notice, he attacked. One was sent soaring, the other froze in disbelief. With calm intensity, Karsirian reminded them he'd already repaid over 9 million won. Far more than due, his power radiated as he approached them again. Eyes glowing with authority, they began to question if he was truly the same Seo Dojun they previously harassed. He didn't explain. Instead, he delivered a message. Tell your superior I'll be visiting him soon. With that, he sent them flying with a single punch. Back in the tranquil streets, a very different sight unfolded. Yunyang's eyes sparkled with happiness in a plaything shop, overwhelmed by racks of stuffed figures. When she asked if she could really acquire one, Karsirian smiled and affirmed yes. Observing her delight, he felt something change internally. Through Dojun's recollections, he was starting to re-experience emotions long buried in a realm already extinct. Though his sensations remained remote, Karsirian acknowledged the empathy Seo Dojun once held. The former Dojun had cared profoundly, even for Yunyang, his half-sibling. Now, occupying his position, Karsirian resolved to safeguard that goodness, even if it hadn't originally been his. At the toy store, Yunyang timidly held up a small stuffed animal and requested it. Karsirian, amused, notified her she could select anything. Without hesitation, she seized the largest plush in the establishment, clutching it tightly. Her innocent joy brought a rare warmth to Karsirian's impassive heart. Afterward, they sat for a meal, laughter and sustenance filling their table. Simple moments unknown to a champion from a destroyed world. But calmness was brief. In the eatery, Karsirian was recognized. A conceited man approached, accompanied by guards. He confirmed Karsirian's identity with ridicule and contempt, inspecting his clothing and even insulting his deceased mother. The individual then turned his gaze toward Yunyang, questioning her presence. The joyful mood soured. Karsirian's serene demeanor shifted. His expression hardened. The disrespect toward Seo Dojun's kin crossed a boundary that Karsirian, guardian of a reality once vanished, would not permit. The turmoil within him stirred again, ready to uphold the name he now possessed. As the sun projected its diminishing illumination over the city, Karsirian, currently inhabiting Seo Dojun's form, observed quietly. Across the dining surface sat a conceited woman, her eyes shining with hidden enmity. Yunyang attempted to consume quietly, but the atmosphere was heavy with discomfort. The female recognized the child's designation and derided her apparel, connecting her to a family she plainly scorned. Karsirian witnessed silently as the woman's denigrations intensified. She ridiculed Yunyang's parent and hurled belittling remarks toward the girl, hoping to elicit shame. When quietness ensued, her frustration grew. She exploded, demanding a reaction from the child. Karsirian's eyes tightened as he listened. When the female launched a cruel slur, questioning if the girl even comprehended the term war, he couldn't stay silent. He frigidly replied, calling her an ogre-like hussy, his voice low but steadfast. Astonishment registered on her visage as his words cut deeper than hers ever could. The moment stirred recollections buried profoundly. Seo Dojun had been born into difficulty, unauthorized, unloved, undesired, accepted in by his father only after his mother's passing. He had endured years of contempt and neglect. That suffering still remained, and now Karsirian carried it, but he would not permit it to recur. Seo Dojin's painful history reemerged. After years of rejection, he was discarded again this instance, sent to reside with a grandmother he'd never known and a half-sibling he'd just encountered. Carcerian, now inhabiting Dojin's form, silently acknowledged the intensity of the boy's tolerance. He wondered how Dojin had survived such a harsh existence with a spirit still whole. But Carcerian was different. He would not allow the same injustice to persist. Confronting the same woman who tormented Dojin for 12 years, he rejected her malicious phrases immediately. Her derision, mocking his face, mind, and value no longer held influence. She was shocked by his resistance. Nearby, two men observed her bitterness. They identified it for what it was: envy rooted in inferiority. Yunyang's genuine concern for her brother, even amidst scarcity, only emphasized the woman's pettiness. Incensed by the censure, she lashed out again, but her rant was stopped short. A new figure approached, Dojin's step-parent. She demanded quietness and dismissed the others coldly, then turned with a false warmth toward Dojin, faking benevolence. She criticized him for not visiting, but Carcerian, possessing Dojin's recollections, saw through it. The periods of affliction weren't forgotten. He whispered internally. Hypocrite. Carcerian, still in Dojin's body, held his position. When the step-parent mentioned the father's anxiety, he replied with harsh reality. They were never a family, never even close to one. He stared coldly into her eyes and told her to depart. Shaken by his strong refusal, the woman turned away. Furious. This wasn't the Seo Dojin she recalled, the boy who used to flinch and lower his head under any insult. As she stormed off, disbelief gripped her. Something in him had unquestionably altered. Observing the fleeing individuals, Carcerian turned to Yunyang and calmly informed her it was time to leave. The girl quietly agreed in his thoughts. He acknowledged what had transpired. The Seo Dojin who silently endured mistreatment was extinct. Elsewhere, as darkness fell, the group that had tormented him drove away in silence. Until anger erupted again, the woman shouted at her subordinates, furious they had left without retaliation. She couldn't comprehend how Dojin had dared to talk back. Then came a more disturbing inquiry. Why was Dojin still breathing? According to the male in the front seat, Dojin was meant to have died. He'd been abandoned to perish inside the rift area. But somehow he returned, infuriated. Beyond control, the woman exploded in the rear seating, demanding to know why Dojin, who was expected to be deceased, had survived. Her fury filled the vehicle, while the others looked on, troubled and puzzled. One of the assistants vowed to reinvestigate, but her offspring had already begun to sense something deeper. Her daughter insisted for explanations, shocked and scared. The woman offered none. Instead, she became colder, more defensive. When accused of attempting to murder Dojin, she snapped violently, silencing her daughter with a threatening hold. As panic ensued, the daughter pleaded, concerned that their actions might be exposed, but her mother remained resolute. This was her difficulty, and no one else was to interfere. Inside, hatred boiled. The idea of insubordination. 10 years prior, the initial rift zones emerged, releasing surges of hideous creatures upon mankind. Cities ignited, lives were lost, and the planet plunged into disorder. Amidst the devastation, individuals with exceptional might, designated as heroes, arose, reversing the outcome of conflict. Society slowly stabilized under their protection. In due course, people discovered that monsters left behind magic crystals, a fresh power source. These stones commenced replacing petroleum products, transforming global commerce. Nations redirected their finances around portals and champions. Becoming a hero was no longer just honorable. It was lucrative. Carcerian, still occupying Seo Dojin's form, arrived in Yongdongpo, the headquarters of HCS Capital. His destination, a building concealing unsavory figures behind its entryways. As he entered, hostile gazes greeted him. Syndicate members challenged his presence, identifying him from a previous interaction. Unperturbed, Carcerian seated himself calmly, reflecting on the absurdity of their threats. Their chief demanded reimbursement, implying that Dojin now owed them. But Carcerian sensed the alteration. They realized he was different, stronger. As tension mounted, the individuals speculated Carcerian must have awakened during a portal incident. Despite this, he remained haughty, but Carcerian was no longer someone to be tricked. The equilibrium of force in the chamber had silently shifted. As Carcerian remained seated, a new squad of gang members entered the area, encircling him. Their boss mocked other so-called empowered individuals, asserting they were feeble despite their abilities. He boasted about having more dangerous men under him who wouldn't hesitate to silence Carcerian. Carcerian didn't falter. He instructed the man to sit, establishing dominance. His firm manner ignited fury. One of the ruffians lunged ahead, only to be swiftly seized and thrown down in a single movement. stunning everyone. The discomfort erupted into violence, blows flew, and Carcerian engaged the group without hesitation. Despite being outnumbered, his actions were acute and intentional. He countered every assault with precise calculation. While combating, he uncovered the group's unlawful activities beyond loan extortion. They were also producing false identification papers. He understood their clandestine commerce and intended to utilize it. As he incapacitated his adversaries one by one, he made his motive plain: to generate income. He required a hero license, and these criminals were his means uneven. While fighting, his concentration never drifted. Carcerian wasn't just protecting himself, he was dismantling their supremacy. Every impact was a step toward a greater objective, and now nothing was going to prevent him from joining the framework. With the room full of unconscious individuals, Carcerian delivered his ultimatum. He desired a perfectly forged hero license. No difficulties, the due date was clear: by tomorrow. The remaining gang members, now shivering, agreed without resistance. His overwhelming presence left no space for disagreement. The leader, still processing the assault, began mentally assessing Carcerian's potency. He was certain this level of might had to be B rank, possibly even superior. But Carcerian wasn't interested in labels. He wanted clarification. He leaned in, eyes illuminated with tension, and posed a frightening inquiry whether Hong Hiju had authorized his murder. The space froze. When quietness followed, Carcerian snapped, causing the man to shriek in distress. Ultimately, the truth emerged. It was Hong Hiju, his stepmother. She had hoped Carcerian would fall so deep into debt that he'd end his own life. The terror in the men's gazes confirmed it wasn't a falsehood. Carcerian connected the segments. The portal incident wasn't accidental, it was a setup. He demanded to know if they had trapped him there. The leader panicked, denied involvement, and pleaded for pardon. He insisted it made no sense to kill someone who owed funds. But Carcerian wasn't just seeking reason, he was seeking retribution. Carcerian required details on Kang Kulwu, the individual who guided him into the portal. He provided the gang a time frame as he walked outside. The breeze cooled his thoughts. He recalled Seo Dojin's desire for his sister and grandmother to Carcerian presented Seo Dojin's hero registration document, newly printed with a B-class designation. At the station, he scanned the card, and the system validated his identity. However, a caution message appeared. His level was below the recommended limit for entrance. Despite the warning, Carcerian proceeded. A notification urged him to ponder carefully before entering, but his resolve never wavered. He stepped through the portal named Bamsium, even as the system reiterated its caution. The gate, designated B-class with D-grade scale, needed at least 2 participants, but the passage's design compelled solo access. The passage was confined, dark, and filled with the smell of peril. Recognized for its difficulty, the portal tested even a class champions. Carcerian advanced alone, his steps reverberating as he prepared for conflict. If fortune turned against him, survival would not be certain. Suddenly, creatures surged from the gloom with no illumination to direct him. Carcerian met them directly, reacting with accuracy. Notwithstanding the mayhem, he showed no fear. His body moved instinctively through each deadly encounter. Among the dangers was a black-fanged serpent, notorious for its numbing venom. Carcerian avoided its strike and launched a quick counterattack. His body twisting midair, alone and outnumbered, he fought on, unrelenting. Carcerian's weapon hit true, cutting through the black-fanged serpent mid-attack. Poison sprayed across the tunnel's surfaces as the beast collapsed. He caught his breath, briefly relieved. Examining the monster's spasming remains, he noticed the green toxin oozing from its fangs. For the payment offered, the risk felt suitable. Without delay, more serpents emerged from the shadows. He charged head-on, slaying one in a single upward thrust. Blood rained as his blows connected with precision. The dim passage exploded in ferocity before falling into silence once more. His steps echoed on the stone, accompanied only by the trickling of toxin. Carcerian inspected the carcasses for magic crystals, but found none. Recalling the scarcity of such drops in his former world, he calculated the likelihood. At less than 3% per defeat, he'd need to vanquish hundreds. Resolved, he proceeded toward the next part of the portal. The route led him into an area strewn with bodies, both human and creature. The smell of expiration hung in the atmosphere. Then, the earth trembled. A gigantic snake appeared, dwarfing the earlier threats. Its shining green eyes focused onto him. Carcerian tightened his gaze, evaluating its size and power. He had likely located the gate's chief. Carcerian leapt onto the enormous serpent's back, using its scale to traverse the otherwise concealed route. With no time to spare, he resolved to conclude the fight quickly and return. He struck down hard, but the assault failed to pierce. Shocked, he realized his impacts weren't succeeding. The monster's protection was too great. His speed didn't diminish. He launched another strike, but the defiance persisted. Every attack bounced off the creature's toughened plates. The monster retaliated fiercely, compelling Carcerian to avoid with velocity and accuracy. Dirt and fragments exploded around him as the giant serpent countered with frightening might. Alighting on his feet, Carcerian stabilized himself. As anticipated, this wasn't like the others. Its dimensions and force were far superior, and the thick, fortified skin made close combat ineffective. Normal blows had no impact. It was on a completely separate level. Annoyance crept in. If only he had recovered his full power, this wouldn't even be a difficulty. He paused, scanning his surroundings for an edge. Then his eyes noticed something on the ground, partially buried among remains and rubble. Was an object, something potentially beneficial. Recognizing its form, Carcerian's focus shifted. He now had a possibility. Carcerian's gaze fixed onto the ancient discarded weapon. Though weathered and used, he picked it up without hesitation. A tool's condition mattered less than the skill of its operator. Grasping the handle tightly, he charged the serpent chief once more, determined to terminate the conflict. With a burst of pace, he leapt onto the monster's rear and plunged the edge downward. The sharpened side met resistance, but the force behind it was sufficient to pierce through the thick hide. Sparks and blood flew as he struck again, cutting through scales with accuracy. The serpent screamed and thrashed, but Carcerian didn't stop. Impact after impact, he drove the creature into submission. One final thrust landed deep, and the beast collapsed. Breathing heavily, he noticed how near the fight had been. One error could have cost him his existence. As he stood over the carcass, he inspected the blade, short for a broadsword but reclaimable. With a little honing, it could assist him well. Compared to ordinary labor, this danger was worth the prize. Gazing up at the dark sky beyond the portal, he reflected. For a single B-class entrance, the duration in a calm area filled with stores, a dealer collected mana crystals from a returning fighter. The surface gleamed crimson as he tallied the load. Satisfied with the quantity, he informed the hunter that the fee remained at 40%. As customary, the individual disagreed, questioning the elevated charge, especially as if a frequent customer. Another trader intervened, justifying the rate. He explained that their service was off-book, avoiding taxation, and provided quicker funds with fewer limits than official gate facilities. The hunter reluctantly complied, securing the money. The dealer, noticing the contusions on the other's visage, inquired what had occurred. Ashamed, the injured man confessed they had been assaulted. Someone powerful had easily overpowered their guards and even himself. The other dealer chortled, attributing it to depending too much on class-based protectors. He clarified that rank didn't reflect actual combat proficiency, and numerous so-called experts lacked true field expertise. As the dealer reassured him, a young man strolled past, attracting the attention of the wounded man. Shock spread across his face. He pointed furiously at the passer-by, declaring him the perpetrator. The onlookers were stunned, questioning whether the serene, well-dressed individual was truly behind such a violent situation. As tension increased, one of the dealers accused Carcerian of initiating the previous commotion. The injured man, now assured, mocked Carcerian's conduct, concealing behind the designation of commoner. He claimed associations to seasoned champions, warning Carcerian not to worsen matters. But Carcerian, composed and direct, instructed him to mind his affairs and walk away. The space fell silent. The atmosphere shifted. Another individual stepped in, visibly anxious, sensing danger. The terms unintentional disagreements flashed in his mind, reminding him that most champion deaths weren't caused by monsters, but by internal battles. He wisely retreated, leaving Carcerian and the other man facing each other. Carcerian, unbothered, called out the other's antagonism. When provoked further, he simply presented a satchel. Crimson mana gems spilled across the counter, dazzling, high quality, and perfect. The man's surprise was instant. He couldn't fathom how someone who looked so ordinary carried such precious booty. After calculating the sum, the device showed a shocking figure, 150 million won. Carcerian, however, appeared unimpressed for him. A day's labor had barely reached standards. Without hesitation, he requested the entire amount. His calm manner and unexpected affluence left everyone surrounding him astonished, questioning who he truly was. Carcerian demanded the entire value for the mana crystals. Without deductions, the attendant nervously reminded him about the 40% service charge, triggering Carcerian's intimidating aura. The clerk instantly reversed course, suggesting a smaller percentage. Carcerian insisted on being compensated 150 million won, no less. When the clerk attempted to delay, citing internal authorization for large payments, Carcerian calmly demanded the approval be obtained immediately. Terrified, the clerk obeyed, contacting his superior. Carcerian took the device and directly addressed the manager, omitting pleasantries. With firm command, he requested the deal be finalized on the spot. The manager hesitated, but sensing Carcerian's force, agreed. The call concluded abruptly. The clerk, sweating and panicked, confirmed the instruction and retrieved the cash. Bundles of money were handed over, packaged and complete. Carcerian casually picked up the carrier and departed with a single comment about having a good transaction. The clerk could only watch as Carcerian exited the shop, completely exhausted. 10 minutes later, the store boss rushed in, demanding answers. He was met with silence and a visibly traumatized employee. Without details, the young worker placed his resignation on the surface. Broken in spirit, he muttered his final words. He decided to resign the position. The surface fissure by device behind the counter reverberated louder than anticipated. The shop attendant slumped in defeat, whispering that he couldn't handle it any longer. His boss noticed and quietly dialed someone on his device. Moments later, he spoke with urgency, soliciting aid. Outside, a figure moved with determination. Han Juyin, a well-known S-rank champion, walked through the crowded area. Pedestrians turned in shock, whispering her designation. Her presence alone commanded notice, and people cleared way without hesitation. She approached the shop entrance calmly, adjusting her eyewear. Inside, the clerk froze when she came in. Recognizing her immediately, he panicked. Han Juyin verified her identity with a confident look. The establishment, once tense, fell entirely silent. Among the murmurs, it was disclosed. Han Juyin wasn't just a celebrated champion. She was the owner's relative and one of Korea's premier 4S rank fighters. Her visit wasn't standard. She came because, amid the calm stillness of a rooftop garden, Seo Dojin rested unclothed, his physique strengthened from constant practice. Despite countless periods spent hunting, the earnings barely achieved 100 million daily, far from sufficient. Time was expiring. He knew his sole recourse was to recover the immense might he once possessed as Carcerian, the weapon deity. He meditated in solitude, striving to absorb mana from Earth's limited atmosphere. Unlike his devastated homeland, this realm lacked the force needed for genuine power. Even at maximum discipline, restoration would require 3 years, possibly more. Gear shortage only deepened the difficulty. This reality provided nothing equivalent to his previous equipment. Abruptly, a noise disrupted his concentration. Alarmed, he rotated toward the courtyard where his sister, Yoon Young, played. His instincts flared in a moment. He sprinted and seized her up, rushing her inside as tremors impacted the structure. Carcerian's housemates panicked, misidentifying it for an earthquake. But he understood better. The shaking wasn't natural, a fissure had formed. He could feel the energy ripping through the air. Outside, red-black cracks shattered the road. Mana surged violently as a dimensional breach expanded before them. Carcerian's gaze narrowed. The actual peril had finally appeared. As the rift tore reality apart, Seo Dojun, formerly the sword god Carcerian, rushed forward, issuing a final admonition to his family. He ordered them to remain inside, knowing the danger beyond the fissure was not something they could fathom. Without pause, he darted into the twisting crimson void, vanishing from their sight. At the Seoul Hero Organization, alarms sounded out. A new rupture had been detected in the Mapo sector, the first in over 2 months. Analysts scrambled to evaluate the danger. The squad leader immediately commanded contact with the nearest guild, the White Lion, and began sending champions to the site. But the circumstance grew worse. The fissure had opened in a private area, and the one who entered wasn't a licensed champion. It was a commoner. Rules mandated that once a non-hero entered a rift, no one else could follow until they returned. And if the commoner died inside, a monster surge would be unleashed. Creatures could flow out for 10 days, destroying everything in the surroundings. As the details loaded, the squad stared at the risk projection. Seo Dojin, identified as the man who went in, was no hero. At a nearby location, a report slammed onto a desk. The subject was startling. Seo Dojin had woken. Hong Heju reading it was shocked. Dojin had never registered with the Hero Organization. Yet his activation during the last portal incident was indisputable. Bewilderment turned to anger. Hong Heju lashed out at her assistant. Demanding answers, the designation Kang Kulwu surfaced, someone she had clearly depended on to manage Dojin. But things hadn't gone according to plan. In her rage, she barked orders: either Kulwu eliminated Dojun, or he'd owe 10 times the remuneration he received. The subordinate paused, then disclosed news that shifted the discussion. A new fissure had appeared at Dojin's residence. Not only that, but Dojin had already entered. The revelation silenced her fury, if only for a moment. With the press likely to report it shortly, the situation had already worsened beyond their control. Hong Heju considered the consequences. If Dojin was truly inside the rift, perhaps this occurrence would resolve matters on its own. but she remained careful, ordering her man to observe the circumstance closely. Meanwhile, within the fissure, Carcerian stood barefoot in a vast woodland of towering trees and filtered light. He looked around and muttered to himself. Carcerian stayed within the energy-saturated chamber of the world tree, concentrating solely on absorbing power. His inhalation reduced, steady and controlled. Days passed, 1, 2, then 3, yet he did not falter. 10 days in total, spent motionless, immersed in raw mana, disregarding hunger and thirst. His single goal was restoration, but his quietness did not go unnoticed. As night descended, a familiar force stirred in the woods. Carcerian's golden eyes opened. Aware, creatures emerged from the shadows, distorted shapes glowing with corrupted purple energy. Volcana, the same species that once burnt the world tree in his ruined reality. They came near, drawn by the tree's might. He stood, evaluating the threat, though he lacked appropriate tools. He couldn't allow history to repeat. No blade, no covering, only his will persisted. Still, he would not retreat. Not again. Carcerian called forth the mana he had accumulated. It flowed around him like liquid taking form. He reached out, condensing the energy. A weapon began to materialize. With no hesitation, he charged forward. The monsters leapt. His edge struck first, quick, smooth, unyielding. It didn't matter how many there were. He would destroy every last one. This time, the world tree would not fall. Carcerian remained calm in the turmoil, encircled by the dark beings without delay. He commenced mana release, an advanced technique of explosive discharge. The concentrated energy within his body surged outward, detonating like volatile power. It tore through the enemy's defenses, forcing them back in terror. His actions streamed with accuracy. It had been a long period since he had released such dense mana in a single burst. The shockwave of force cracked the air, piercing through multiple adversaries at once. Their screams filled the woods as he advanced, weapon of energy in hand. Carcerian paused briefly, confirming the world tree remained safe. The conflict hadn't drawn the corruption near its base. He redirected his focus to the mana within his body. With his eyes glowing gold, he prepared to enhance his sight and awareness further. More creatures lunged. He met them instantly, his empty hands guided by might and experience. A single impact shattered the jaw of one beast, and another burst apart in a flash of blue energy. He no longer required tools fabricated by others. With pure mana and mastery of his old methods, he overwhelmed them easily. Nothing would interrupt the resurgence of the sword god, not this time. The last of the monsters disintegrated into dust, leaving behind glowing red crystals. Among them, Carcerian noticed the reward he sought. A faint golden glow. The system verified the defeat, and with a calm step forward, he approached the spoils. Carcerian identified it immediately. The immortal ember, a rare substance from his previous world known for its ability to merge with the spirit and boost mana flow permanently. He recalled its high drop chance from foes like these and reached down, gathering it without delay. More monsters rushed at him, but Carcerian showed no dread. With renewed concentration, he cut through them swiftly, all while keeping the ember secure. When the conflict settled again, he stood beneath the world tree, encircled by scattered rewards. He examined the ember closely. The golden flame pulsed gently in his palm. It was a miracle to encounter such an item again. Holding it to his chest, he activated its force. Warmth spread through his center, the ember blending with his body. Though his current vessel was limited, the ember would function as a basis. He couldn't fully utilize the world tree's mana yet, but he could absorb this present. Carcerian's resurgence had truly commenced. Carcerian began converting his mana into fire element using the undying ember. In his peak, such a task took seconds, but now even a single ember required full focus. Frustrated yet resolved, he stood surrounded. A brutal rupture tore through the heavens, glowing with threatening purple force. Spectators gathered near the abnormality, an expanding fissure, and tension thickened as military contingents established a boundary. One official clenched his jaw in displeasure, powerless against the predicament. Spinning beyond supervision, Bang Seong-woo. A senior officer frowned as he learned the reason. A commoner named Seo Dojun had entered the rift without clearance. Kim Hun-woo, another inspector, reported that Seo Dojun acted to preserve his sister. Despite that, many believed he'd rushed in after rumors of activating abilities inside the fissure areas. Amidst increasing animosity, guild leaders discussed global instability. Rift outbreaks weren't isolated. Simultaneous breaches had appeared in the US, China, Turkey, and more. Directives came down to focus efforts on constriction in the West, leaving this fissure poorly supplied. A hairless hunter near the opening seethed, blaming their difficulty on Seo's recklessness. He vowed to take retaliation if Seo ever returned alive. The rift continued to throb violently, its span expanding across structures 28 periods past. The hero organization declared a Tier 1 monster surge imminent. If SEO didn't return within 2 periods, the zone would face destruction. Elsewhere, an individual identified SEO's image and smiled knowingly. Everything was just starting. Affirmation came quickly. SEO Dojin had indeed gone into the rift. Director Kim Dong, right-hand man to a powerful figure named Huang Chang-seop, reported the data with certainty, evaluating SEO's endurance chances. They laughed. As a mere commoner, his possibilities were seen as less than 0.1%. Privately, though, skepticism arose. What if SEO wasn't just a commoner? Some theorized he might be an awakened. If so, the result depended heavily on his level and abilities. Even then, surviving inside a rift was a different situation than solitary combat. The leadership chose to secure his family, 2 known kin, for safeguarding. Publicly, they would be treated well. Privately, their body parts were emergency supplies if SEO perished. Meanwhile, deep within the rift, Carcerian, once praised as the weapon deity, awoke near a brilliant tree of life. Time felt distorted. His body surged with might. He had absorbed every fragment of the immortal ember, gaining unmatched control over flame mana. No longer just expert, he had surpassed his former self. His resistance to fire was now absolute. If comparing only the fire attribute, he now exceeded the strength he held at the peak of his legacy. Seo Dojin was no ordinary commoner. He was Carcerian reborn, and far from finished. Carcerian stood in quietness before the world tree, placing his hand gently on its skin. He recalled the past, his ascent, descent, and resurgence, and silently expressed gratitude to the tree that had once more granted him power. Around him, life shimmered. With purpose restored, he collected red crystals from the rift, relics of his journey. Though he knew he might never return, he made a silent pledge to guard the tree if ever necessary. The rift throbbed, and under the light of the full moon, Carcerian emerged back into the human realm. Unshod, carrying the gems, he landed in a deserted neighborhood. No mortal presence was detected within a kilometer. The evacuation for the monster surge had begun. Sensing a faint energy, he moved quickly through the night. Familiar shapes in dark clothing stood ahead, personnel of the same group from the last portal conflict. He stayed concealed, knowing contact would bring complications. From the shadows, he summoned flame mana, the force coiling like a living serpent around his limb. With one stride, he launched forward, soaring through the air. Avoiding confrontation, he vanished into the darkness. Time was scarce, the surge was approaching, and Carcerian had a task to finish. A streak of fire cut across the night sky before impacting a structure. An explosion of warmth enveloped the vicinity. Flames erupted at the strike site, attracting the notice of the operatives nearby. Shock spread as they rushed toward the scene, recognizing the conflagration as something far from common. From a distance, Carcerian observed the disorder, composed and unmoved. The blaze, deliberately set, burned with precise command. No civilians harmed, yet the building now acted as a diversion. He acknowledged the perfection of the flame, silently addressing a long-deceased fire magician he once knew, praising the outcome. Recollections of his former existence briefly surfaced, the continent's mightiest flame sorcerer, Cusack. Carcerian honored his legacy, knowing he'd be proud of this skill below. Kim Hunwoo sensed something was wrong. The fire wasn't random, it was engineered. Something, or someone, was controlling events. Suddenly, attention shifted to the fissure itself. The dark energy pulsing above the rooftops began to twist unnaturally. Its actions were unlike any prior measurements. Dread crept in as Seong-woo and Hunwoo rushed toward it. Uncertain of what was unfolding, Carcerian remained hidden in shadow. Ready, whatever was approaching next, he knew this was no longer just a surge, something deeper had News of the ruptures vanishing in Mappo circulated swiftly. After 29 periods of strain, the Hero Association, previously preparing for a complete monster surge, was caught off guard by its sudden closure. Broadcasters cited an unexplained conflagration near the fissure site, leaving experts perplexed. Residents gathered in the city center, observing the coverage unfold on large public displays. Among them walked an individual in a dark pullover, Carcerian, concealed in plain view. The mass spoke casually, assuming SEO Dojin had perished. Some derided his choice to enter the rift, while others challenged the propriety of such remarks. Carcerian, silent, processed the occasion. The metropolis was secure, but he knew the price. He had endured, but now carried the burden of secrecy. He recalled his subsequent objective, someone he still had to guard. He arrived at a small eatery, tranquil and modest. In its side passage, a pair of men chatted smugly about recent alterations, assuming control in the absence of the former chief. They speculated about exploiting SEO's remaining relatives. Carcerian entered without hesitation, interrupting their dialogue. His tone was low, direct, inquiring where their boss was. Meanwhile, a luxury automobile stopped nearby. The leader himself stepped out chuckling, unaware that the storm he dreaded had already come back convinced. Seo Dojun was deceased, the crime lord laughed openly. He declared his calmness restored, issuing daily schedules with haughty ease. Director Kim recited the planned midday meal with a business head, and nothing in the evening. The boss requested amusement, confident nothing could interrupt his command now. As they went into the structure, the ambiance changed. The stairwell fell silent. Without warning, a shape emerged. The boss's face twisted in horror just as Carcerian, concealed and unyielding, struck. The impact flung a man across the hallway, smashing him into the cement. Blood splattered. Panic replaced arrogance. Carcerian advanced without pause, delivering blow after blow. The boss coughed, stunned at the sudden assault. Trembling, he realized who stood before him, eyes glowing with rage. Carcerian's voice was frigid. He demanded the boss crawl like a canine. The man stumbled, shattered in both body and spirit, collapsing under the weight of judgment. Carcerian repeated himself louder this time. Kick after brutal kick drove the point deeper, pulled across the space. The boss whimpered. Carcerian declared him unworthy of being called human. At his feet, the once mighty criminal finally obeyed. Reduced to shame and fear, retribution had begun, and Carcerian's justice showed no clemency. Diminished to nothing, the once feared leader yelped pitifully on the floor. His tone cracked with desperation as laughter faded to humiliation. Other gang members watched in stunned quiet as their chief complied like a damaged creature. Carcerian stood over him, expression cold and authoritative. He ordered the man to yelp. Louder. With each directive, the scene grew more degrading to Carcerian. This wasn't just punishment, it was a declaration. These men who bent to might now trembled in its true manifestation. He reprimanded them severely. Individuals like their boss submitted to control when it stood before them, but became disloyal the instant it weakened. Carcerian had observed this pattern too many times. He addressed Huang Changsup directly, letting them know this wasn't his first encounter with cowards hiding behind power. When the groveling leader begged for mercy, promising faithfulness, Carcerian silenced him with a vicious strike. He turned to Director Kim, the subordinate, and promoted him on the spot. The former boss was terminated. As Kim hesitated, fearful of the repercussions, Carcerian reminded him of their own harsh history, how they disposed of people without question. Now it was their turn to face the same measure. The statement was unambiguous. Loyalty would be earned, not purchased. On the ground, bruised and bleeding, the defeated leader pleaded for his survival. He promised complete faithfulness and begged for pardon, kneeling at Carcerian's feet. Despite knowing it was a coward's request, Carcerian briefly paused. His mind weighed the danger. Eliminating the man now would guarantee no future retaliation. And yet, something in him held back. Extending a hand, Carcerian offered a final opportunity. The boss, trembling, reached out, hope flickering across his face. But the moment trust seemed possible, Carcerian ignited a scorching flame and slammed it into him. The man screamed in pain as fire engulfed him. "This is your final chance," Carcerian stated coldly, observing his reflection in the man's terrified eyes. With one last blow, he concluded the conflict. Carcerian turned to the rest of the gang. His tone sharpened. If anyone so much as harmed his family again, even left a mark, he would slaughter them all. No hesitation, no warning. As he departed, his back turned to the smoldering space. He gave a final directive. The world assumed Carcerian, currently in Dojin's form, had perished alongside the Fisher. Official records, the hero organization, and the media had already marked him deceased. Seated in a quick-service eatery opposite his younger sibling, Yunyang, Carcerian quietly examined a biography on his device, his own passing notice in another's reality, revealing the reality he thought would only attract disorder. For now, they needed to remain hidden until Huang Changsup found them a new dwelling. Despite the uncertainties, Yunyang smiled brilliantly. To her, relocating was thrilling. Carcerian assured her they'd settle shortly. He spoke gently of her future. Preschool this period, school next. But Yunyang lowered her gaze. The youth mocked her for not having parents, and she didn't want to attend. Carcerian, heart heavy, informed her she didn't have to. She could bypass preschool entirely. He considered alternatives, thinking of methods to safeguard her dignity. Perhaps an exclusive academy where no one would dare disparage her. Later that evening, Carcerian approached a lodging. He questioned the security, especially for Yunyang and the elder they stayed with. But Director Kim, unflustered, assured him the structure was safe. Managed by their firm, nothing to fear. For now, they would persevere. quietly, safely. Inside the simple lodging room, Yunyang's face brightened as soon as she saw Carcerian. Leaping off the bed, she ran into his embrace, calling out joyfully. Their elder followed, eyes wide in disbelief. Her sound trembled as she reached out, overwhelmed by the improbable Dojin had come back alive. Carcerian, still veiled in Dojin's body, welcomed the warmth and tears of the reunion. He spoke few words, only validating what they needed to hear. He was living and with them once more. Later, at the eatery, Yunyang posed a query that made Carcerian hesitate. Was he a champion too? She quickly replied herself she didn't want him to be one. Champions, she stated, perished combating monsters. What she and Elder desired was simple: for him to remain with them, secure and living, for a long, long period. Her remarks pierced deeper than any battleground injury. He recalled the horrors of his past, the catastrophic wasteland, the endless conflict against creatures, and the things he'd lost. But now, in this calm new realm, something long forgotten had returned. Tranquility seated around a surface. With the sole family he had, Carcerian felt it. Here, he could protect something genuine. Here, he could exist for delight, not just continuance. At the towering Hero Organization headquarters, Na Taiwan, creator of South Korea's Hero Association and executive of the Global Champion Federation, gazed out at the city below, visibly annoyed. No one could account for the recent rupture's disappearance. If such irregularities happened on their own, they might reappear the same way. That unpredictability was hazardous. The dialogue with his subordinate revealed discomfort. Though the worst hadn't occurred, the implications were troubling. Na Taiwan, one of the world's most respected champions, wielded political and financial influence yet remained focused solely on safeguarding mankind from rupture catastrophes. He ordered further inspection and directed his squad to treat even commoner property near fissure zones with care and reimbursement. However, ominous patterns were manifesting. Reports verified that similar ruptures had appeared concurrently across multiple nations. Though the US and China had reacted rapidly, the situation was not under supervision. His subordinate began to mention the UK but was silenced. An urgent warning flashed across Na Taiwan's monitor. His eyes widened as Carcerian, still living under the identity of Dojin, arrived at a commercial structure near a busy station. Dressed simply with his hood raised, he walked unseen through the crowd until he reached a magic stone exchange center. As he entered, the personnel immediately recognized him, their reactions filled with alarm and surprise. Inside, the director identified Carcerian as the individual suspected of accumulating magic stones before disappearing. Calmly, Carcerian inquired if it was this same man who had inflated stone prices during his absence. The manager, caught off guard, confirmed his identity and boasted about the day's large inventory, seeking a high-ranking purchaser to handle the transaction. However, when Carcerian revealed he was the seller, the attitude shifted. The manager quickly dismissed him, accusing him of bringing inferior quality stones like before. He coldly refused to do business and asked him to depart. Carcerian, unmoved, inquired if he was seriously rejecting the trade. The manager arrogantly defended their 5% fee structure, claiming Carcerian suggested 1% was unviable with growing hostility. He cautioned Carcerian to leave, asserting he wouldn't deal with him again. As Carcerian turned away, the man muttered condescendingly, insisting the system was too complicated for someone like him to comprehend. The manager, still haughty, ordered Carcerian to leave and never return. Without a word, Carcerian dropped his carrier to the ground, releasing a flood of glowing red magic stones that rolled across the surface. Among them was one that stood out, a radiant star-patterned gem that immediately drew everyone's notice. Shock overwhelmed the personnel. The unique radiance and composition identified it as a hero magic stone, a rare and fabled artifact rumored to be worth any price named. The ambiance shifted instantly. The same manager who had dismissed Carcerian now stood frozen in awe. Carcerian remained calm and unconcerned, stating that if they weren't interested, he would simply take the stones elsewhere. A brief explanation followed. The hero magic stone was originally discovered when a narcotics lord in Mexico had experimented on standard magic stones. One day, a subject exposed to the altered stones woke as a champion. Since then, these stones became the pinnacle of worth, prized for activating abilities and magical boosts. Seeing Carcerian prepare to depart, the manager panicked and tried to stop him, suddenly eager to negotiate, but Carcerian stayed firm, showing no rush. Now humbled, the personnel scrambled to recover their opportunity, realizing they had nearly dismissed a fortune. Now seated calmly with a beverage in hand, Carcerian was approached again by the manager, this time with forced courtesy. He questioned whether a 0.5% commission was too steep. Carcerian, without emotion, replied that if he didn't like the rate, he could forget the transaction entirely. The manager, caught off guard, quickly retreated, insisting he was only curious. When pressed further, Carcerian bluntly explained that the rate had fallen simply because he was irritated. The manager panicked and apologized profusely, promising to agree. Carcerian had no tolerance for bargaining. All he wanted was a clear yes or no. Internally annoyed, the manager reluctantly accepted. He knew hero magic stones were so rare and valuable that purchasers would pay any cost, even with no fee. Yet, Carcerian's confidence and disregard for their pricing system rattled him. When Carcerian stood to depart, the manager attempted haggling again, desperately reducing the rate to 9%, then 8%, and finally 7%. But Carcerian reminded him that he never asked for those reductions. Eventually, the manager, now slumped and defeated, yielded, agreeing to 1% just to avoid losing the sale completely. As Carcerian turned away, successful, the manager seethed with silent fury, muttering insults he dared not speak aloud. Before leaving, Carcerian delivered one final impact. He casually informed the personnel that he had 7 more sacks filled with high-grade magic stones. Alarm and urgency overtook the manager, who immediately ordered the agreement to be drafted without hesitation. Soon after, Carcerian received a deposit notification on his device. 67 billion won had been placed into his account. He realized that at this speed, even a 110 billion won mansion was within reach. But material affluence wasn't the true hurdle. He knew the actual problem. Regular portals weren't sufficient to obtain the highest quality stones. What he truly required was unrestricted entry. After the caution from the Department of Foreign Affairs regarding a new dimensional surge in the UK, Carcerian tightened his gaze. Having once combated endlessly to safeguard a reality already ruined, he now saw the identical indicators unfolding here. Yet, unlike before, he was no longer the blade deity rushing into conflict without delay. Those without might panicked, and he could only observe, removed from the world he once would have perished to defend. Walking through the packed city, Carcerian recalled how he once traversed Fisher Zones regardless of boundaries or results. Back then, no danger could stop him, but that era was over now. He selected a quieter route, one that included peaceful moments with his family. Later that day, he sat at a grilled meat establishment with Yoon and their grandmother, indulging in a rare moment of respite. The cost of the meal didn't concern him. He had earned well, and they deserved joy. As the sizzling flesh hit the cooker, Yoon's delight overflowed. Her happy expression made even Carcerian pause. Observing her consume with such happiness reminded him what he was now striving for. Not worlds or fame, but the simple warmth of kinship. Carcerian, in Dojin's form, encouraged the table to freely indulge. Though their grandmother hesitated at the overwhelming amount of food, he insisted they eat to their heart's desire. It wasn't just a meal, it was a moment of calm, one he would safeguard with all his power. Yoon, innocent and merry, savored the meat and eagerly shared her joy with their grandmother, who was affected by her sincerity and tenderness. As the family immersed in the scarce luxury of shared happiness, the eatery entrance opened with measured steps. A female with long purple hair, Han Juyin, entered, her presence commanding notice. She walked directly toward their surface, drawing gazes from across the area. Carcerian, still seated, turned to face her calmly as she addressed him by his former designation. O Dojun, she requested a private exchange. Her expression serious. Carcerian, unmoved, firmly refused. His tone was frigid, but his words clear. This period was for kin. Han Juyin, annoyed but controlled, stepped back, unable to challenge his authority. As she turned away, she seethed in confusion, questioning his unshakable calmness and unfamiliar conduct. To Carcerian, however, protecting this small happiness mattered more than responding to the past. Han Juyin waited in the restaurant's designated spot, arms folded and eyes fixed ahead. Whispers rippled through the gathering. Her fame as an S-ranked champion and global celebrity hadn't gone unnoticed. Yet no one could fathom why she, a top-tier warrior, would quietly wait in such a common setting. As she observed the dining space, her gaze locked on Carcerian, the man currently in Dojin's form, still calmly eating with his family. Her mind raced through records. 2 months ago, he had entered a portal for the first time and miraculously endured. Then, he vanished, presumed deceased in the Mappo Rift tragedy. And now he sat here, living, composed, and sharing meat with a child and aged female. The ambiance around him wasn't just calm, it was imposing. Hyung Juyin's instincts flared. No B-rank hunter should possess that kind of presence. His glance alone had unsettled her. She clenched her hands, certain. He wasn't normal. He held something else, something concealed. As the family concluded their meal, Carcerian stood. Han Juyin, still tense, observed him closely. Every action from him felt intentional. As he began to approach, the air shifted again. Whatever came next, Han Julian knew he was no ordinary man. As Carcerian prepared to depart, a loud sound echoed through the eatery. A muscular man approached Kang Chulwu, shocked to see him alive. Mocking and aggressive, Kang Chulwu grabbed Carcerian, insulting him as a pest that had somehow escaped death inside the portal. His presence disrupted the calm, drawing attention from every angle. Hyun Julian, surprised to see Kang Chulwu of all people, quickly intervened. Carcerian turned to her with composure and reminded her she had something to discuss. Surprised by his calmness, she agreed. He then asked a small service, simple yet revealing, escort his grandmother and Yunyong home safely. It was a request made with trust, and Han Julian understood the weight of it. With one final look, Carcerian stepped forward. Eyes glowing with intensity, the playful warmth from earlier vanished. What remained was the sword god, a force reborn in this world. His voice, low and determined, cut through. Outside the Asura restaurant, Han Julian calmly bid farewell to Yunyong and their grandmother, dispatching them home in a cab. Though she smiled gently at the youngster, her thoughts remained on Carcerian, now alone inside. As the vehicle disappeared down the thoroughfare, she returned, unease mounting in her chest. Inside, Carcerian removed his eyewear with quiet finality, his composed manner a contrast to the fierce fury starting to erupt across from him. Kang Chulwu, unable to check his ire, exploded into a rage. His veins throbbed with hostility as he bellowed. Capturing the notice of the entire establishment, diners froze. Personnel stepped back, and a once peaceful setting turned disordered. A server tried to reduce tension, but Chulwu struck her aside without regret. Hysteria erupted as people screamed and rushed for the exit. He demanded a bout, voice quivering with conceit and hatred. Carcerian stood still, his aura transforming. Chulwu leapt at him with monstrous energy, shouting menaces. But Carcerian didn't recoil, his eyes gleamed, sharp, focused, deadly. The moment Chulwu's assault came within reach, Carcerian moved. Fast, the whole atmosphere cracked under the impact of his presence. Now, he was no longer concealing. The sword god had entered the fight. Kang Chulwu staggered backward, blood dripping from his mouth as Carcerian landed a precise hit. Despite his brute might, Chulwu was shaken. Carcerian stepped forward, identifying him with cold clarity. There was no hesitation, only the resolve of someone who had come for justice. Carcerian reminded Chulwu of the portal incident, the betrayal, the desertion, the trap intended to kill him. Chulwu had been the one to arrange it, but now, the man he thought had perished stood in front of him with overwhelming presence. Chulwu tried to distract with insults and vile jabs, mocking Carcerian's family history, but it only deepened the strain. Carcerian began recording on his device, demanding Chulwu reiterate the cruel remarks. Provoked, Chulwu burst with fury, calling out Carcerian's mother with slander. Flames ignited around his hands, and he leapt, screaming to end Dojin's existence once and for all. Carcerian didn't withdraw. His eyes locked onto the incoming attack. Calm and sharpened, he reached forward not to escape, but to meet it. The sword god wasn't just withstanding the fire, he was about to penetrate through them. Kang Chulwu's fiery punch surged toward Carcerian, but the moment it collided, his confidence shattered. His strike was easily diverted, not with brutal force, but with perfect command. Staggering back, Chulwu realized his hand had been nullified, his might rendered useless. In front of him, Carcerian stood composed, his hand glowing with contained energy. Before Chulwu could recover, Carcerian closed the space and struck with accuracy. Chulwu was sent flying, crashing across the floor. Carcerian followed up without hesitation, unleashing a persistent series of blows that reverberated through the establishment. Furniture shook, plates shattered. The air itself vibrated under the force. Panicked staff attempted to contact the police, but Han Julian quickly intervened. She assured them she'd take responsibility. Her authority was enough to soothe the workers, but her eyes remained fixed on the continuing fight. What Carcerian was doing wasn't typical. Even for a B rank, Chulwu was formidable. Yet he was totally overpowered. Han Julian quietly observed Carcerian's movements, her thoughts racing. This wasn't strength that belonged to a lower-ranked champion. As Carcerian prepared one final strike, Han Julian stepped forward and warned him. If he persisted, Chulwu might not survive. Carcerian paused, but his eyes held no pity. As the strain lessened, Han Julian questioned Carcerian about Kang Chulwu, worried by the aftermath. He calmly replied that he knew enough, perhaps more than she expected. But Han Julian's concern wasn't groundless. She disclosed that Chulwu's relative was none other than Kang Yong-pyo, an S-ranked champion whose protection had allowed Chulwu to act without check. Carcerian showed no dread he already knew, and his indifference disturbed Han Julian. She warned him that crossing someone like Yong-pyo could bring severe repercussions. Carcerian remained unmoved, unconcerned with power structures. What unsettled him more was how much Han Julian already knew about him. The two locked gaze, Carcerian cold and calculating, Han Julian composed but inquisitive. Nearby, the restaurant personnel watched in fear and confusion. Though Han Julian had promised to handle the situation, the disorder Carcerian left behind had clearly disturbed the place. Carcerian stood facing Han Julian in a stressed showdown. Neither displayed intentions of yielding, their eyes locked with cold resolve. Though they exchanged no speech at first, their purposes were obvious. Han Julian soon clarified that her visit was at her uncle's request. She had discovered that Carcerian had recently transacted magic stones to a dealer in Gassen, and now she desired to acquire from him directly. Carcerian, showing little feeling, simply inquired how many she wished for. Without hesitation, Han Julian declared she would purchase everything he possessed. She referred to her wealth as an S-rank champion, stressing that her supplies were essentially unlimited. Carcerian cautioned her that he held a large quantity, but Han Julian remained confident. Carcerian agreed but stated that he had a stipulation. While Han Julian seemed surprised, he assured her it was minor, especially for someone like her. Then, unexpectedly, Carcerian initiated an assault or caused destruction, shattering the adjacent surroundings. Elsewhere, mayhem erupted. Hong Heiju, shocked and enraged, yelled at a man who had falsely reported Seo Dojin's demise. She had been told he had perished entering a new fissure. The man, caught off guard, apologized nervously, insisting that even the Hero Association believed Seo Dojin was dead. Hong Heiju exploded in anger, demanding answers from her subordinate. The man hesitated but reported that Kang Chiwu had been defeated by Dojin. The news shocked Hong Heiju. Chiwu, known for his savagery, was not easily beaten. Her expression hardened. If Dojin could take down someone like Kiolwu, then he might already know more than he should. Hong Heiju quickly calculated the danger. While her family could conceal the incident, if the media exposed it, the group's share value might plunge. She ordered her team to silence the press and the authorities before the situation intensified. Director Lee confirmed both were already under control. Despite her annoyance, Hong Heiju commended Director Lee, though he reminded her this wasn't a permanent remedy. He then revealed an important connection. Kang Chiolwu's relative was Kang Yongpyo, a powerful and feared figure even in the champion world. Chiolwu, as it turned out, was just Yongpyo's tool. This disclosure changed the urgency. Since Yongpyo was already taking steps after Chiolwu's defeat, they needed to schedule a meeting with him immediately. The situation deepened when it was revealed that President Han, who was believed to have betrayed them, was now protecting Dojin's family. Hong Heju's fury spiked. This treachery could not go unpunished. Carcerian, Han Julian, and their group arrived at one of Korea's guarded rift zones. Of the 37 zones in the nation, only 5 were currently changing into portals, while the rest could only be entered with the Hero Association's coordination. At the portal, Hyun Julian's identity was verified before access was granted for exploration. Inside the cave-like entry, the group moved cautiously. Carcerian quietly observed their surroundings. Even with Han Julian's status confirmed, strict checks remained in place, a sign of how tightly the rupture operations were controlled. Jiang Inju, guild leader of Cleome and a rank champion, noted Han Julian's daring in entering such a zone. When questioned about her choice, Han Julian casually replied she was there for amusement, but Carcerian had a different reason. As part of his earlier agreement, his stipulation was now apparent. He would sell his magic stones only if he was allowed to enter and hunt in the rift zone himself. Hyun Julian was astonished that he risked entering a dangerous area just for profit. Though she found it unreasonable, she permitted it. As they exited the passage into a sunlit forested area, Jiang Injo grew inquisitive. Suspicious of Carcerian's identity, she began teasing Han Julian, wondering if he was more than just a familiar stranger. Hyun Julian firmly denied any romantic involvement with Carcerian, explaining that she simply owed him a debt she wished to settle. Her words surprised the others, an S-ranked champion admitting to owing someone was rare. Before they could inquire further, the mood shifted. Carcerian halted, sensing something just moments before a powerful presence crashed onto the ground. A monstrous cockatrice descended from the sky, its shriek shaking the earth. The group dispersed as battle arrangements snapped into place. Jiang Inju quickly identified the beast and shouted orders. Hyun Julian and Dojin were assigned protection, while others targeted the creature's extremities. The squad reacted rapidly, engaging the monster midair. Amid the turmoil, Carcerian moved calmly. Han Julian called out to him in shock as he stepped forward. His eyes focused and glowing, the others watched in disbelief as might surged around him. Without hesitation, he launched into action, his magic surging. With his hand clenched, he muttered a chilling phrase, "Initial one." The clash had just begun. A huge winged creature swooped down from the sky unannounced, shrieking as it plunged toward the portal, caught off guard. Hyun Juyeon and her team had just stepped into the area when the beast launched its surprise attack. Disorder erupted as the monster closed in rapidly, forcing the group to disperse. Hyun Juyeon took command immediately. Issuing directives with haste, Jinju and Doyeon moved into protective stances, while Sungo prepared to aim at the creature's limb. Suddenly, a second beast, a wild animal with glowing eyes, lunged from the woodland edge, its talons intending to strike. The group divided their focus, dodging to avoid a simultaneous onslaught. In the midst of the confusion, Carcerion appeared, calm and concentrated. He stepped forward with a glowing fist, energy surging through his arm. With a single jump, he closed the distance and delivered a devastating impact. His strike connected directly with the monster's head, sending shockwaves through the earth. The beast's body slammed into the ground, motionless. Dust settled as Carcerion stood over its carcass. Hyun Juyeon stared in disbelief. The creature, which had thrown them into panic, was defeated in one blow. Even she had to question, had it truly perished just like that? Although the monster had fallen, Carcerion knew it wasn't enough. He leapt once more, descending with brutal force to crush the creature's skull completely. Dust and silence followed, and the group behind him froze, uncertain if the threat was finally over. Hyun Juyeon and the others stood speechless. Jang Inju questioned Carcerion's identity, unable to believe a lone fighter could vanquish such a creature in a single strike. Hyun Juyeon, still processing the display, questioned if he was truly just a strong mortal. Even champions rarely felled cockatrices in one hit. Her doubt shifted into curiosity and unease. Their discussion grew strained while Jeong Injo minimized the feat. Hyun Juyeon emphasized the accuracy and context, an aerial kill without hesitation. That wasn't typical. Carcerion's power didn't correspond with any known level. As the group reevaluated their plan, Hyun Juyeon called for a change. One of her teammates offered to head to the middle. They knew now that whatever lay ahead required a different method. Meanwhile, Carcerion silently claimed the monster's essence. Without glancing at them, he dismissed any thought of dividing, stating he had no intention to share rewards with those who hadn't contributed. Hyun Juyeon, unperturbed, responded just as coldly. She never intended to ask. Hyun Juyeon, now inquisitive about Carcerion's actual might, noted how his power didn't align with any known explorer rank. She tested the situation, asking if he wanted to proceed further into the area. Carcerion answered with a sharp grin and agreed. Finding the difficulty amusing, he drew his blade and prepared to lead. But the moment Hyun Juyeon darted forward, she vanished like a flash of energy, moving with such speed that even Carcerion paused for a moment. A second later, he launched into a sprint, pursuing after her path. The others could only stare in disbelief as the two disappeared down the trail. Jeong Inju compared their motions, calling Hyun Juyeon a projectile, but Carcerion even quicker, like pure illumination. The rest of the group recognized their limits. They wouldn't be able to keep up. Instead, they decided to lag behind and hunt monsters in the outer region as usual. Despite their A-rank standing, the group quietly admitted the vast gap in power. Jeong Inju especially sensed it. Standing in the presence of Hyun Juyeon and that man, she realized just how insignificant they were. Observing him vanish into the woods at impossible velocity, she could only whisper in awe, "That man, he's something else." Hyun Juyeon dashed through the woods with speed few could match, her mind briefly pondering if she should reduce pace. But before the idea settled, Carcerion's voice cut through the air, asking if they could go even faster. Startled, Hyun Juyeon glanced back. The man wasn't struggling. He was maintaining pace effortlessly. Confused and slightly disturbed, Hyun Juyeon pushed harder, yet Carcerion remained beside her unbothered. She questioned if he had matched her speed, or worse, passed her without her noticing. For someone ranked among Korea's top 2 sprinters, it was an unsettling realization. Carcerion, calm as ever, remarked that she was slower than anticipated. He noted that her pace made it seem like she wanted him to fall behind. Flustered, Hyun Juyeon denied it, but the facts spoke for themselves. Carcerion had easily kept up, maybe even toyed with her. Their sprint concluded at the base of a rugged peak. Curious, Hyun Juyeon asked about the towering formation. Carcerion informed her. This was where the rift's main monster resided. Hyun Juyeon identified it immediately. Carcerion, a 20-meter wyvern-like creature, required 3 S-ranked champions to defeat. She warned him not to be careless. But Carcerion's attention was already fixed, not on the admonition, but on the magic stone the beast guarded. Carcerion rushed toward the mountain without hesitation, disregarding Hyun Juyeon's warning. She stared in disbelief, unable to understand his reckless purpose. Realizing his target was the main monster's den, she sped after him. The two raced through the woods, their footsteps. Han Julian stood frozen as the colossal shape of Kasserian stirred from its rest location. The earth trembled beneath its waking movements, and the ambience grew strained despite the risk. Kasserian remained calm beside her, drawing his tool. Han Julian's mind raced. This wasn't just any monster, Kasserian was a disaster-level danger. Kasserian's fame had long been established. Park Hyal, one of the mightiest ranked champions, had encountered the creature before. On his initial attempt, he brought a full squad of 30 ranked champions. The assignment was a tragedy. Every rank was eliminated, and Hyal barely escaped with his survival. Years later, Hyal returned, this time leading a huge force. Another S-rank champion and 200 A-rank elites. It wasn't just a search anymore, it was a task of revenge. They charged with everything they had, weapons unsheathed, magic blazing. The battleground erupted into disorder. The fighters struggled desperately, surrounding the massive beast despite their figures. Kasserian's sheer might overwhelmed them. The monster struck back with ferocious power, glowing with threatening energy. Even Hyal, at the forefront of the charge, seemed dwarfed by the size of the danger. The war against Kasserian wasn't just a clash, it was endurance against a force that had already defeated the elite once before. In the end, Park Hyal's second task succeeded. Kasserian was slain, but at a terrible expense. Most of the participating champions perished in the conflict, and the mega organization he led, Sweet Life, never recovered. Even 3 periods later, its strength remained shattered. Kasserian stood calmly over the fallen wyvern's remains, holding the glowing essence in his hand. Han Julian, still processing what she had witnessed, could barely believe it. This man, a stranger to their reality, had taken down the infamous Kasserian in a single impact, something even Hyal couldn't do with hundreds of elite fighters. Despite the magnitude of the accomplishment, Kasserian showed no pride. He simply declared that he needed no further instruction and chose to separate ways with Han Julian and her group. He walked away, uninterested in praise or alliance. Han Julian tried to offer useful counsel, reminding him of the scholarly value of Kasserian's body, its feathers, claws, and materials worth keeping, but Kasserian rejected it all. To him, those items held no worth. Only the core mattered. He turned his back and moved ahead alone, uninterested in academic repute or fame. Han Julian remained behind, unable to argue further. She watched in silence as he disappeared beyond the open area, leaving the myth he created behind. Kasserian declined Han Julian's offer to take extra materials, stating it was more efficient to hunt other monsters for cores. To him, the Kasserian's remains had no value. Only the period to move forward mattered. Han Julian, left in quiet, watched him disappear into the wooded cliffs again. Later, at sundown, his borrowed satchel returned, completely filled with monster cores. The group was stunned. He had vanished for only a brief period, yet returned with a haul that equaled days of coordinated organization hunting. It would have taken their entire team over 20 hours to collect what he gathered alone. Sitting separate, Han Julian stared at the bag, her thoughts heavy. That man, who brought down Kasserian with one hit, now brought back loot equal to 3 days of non-stop conflict. His skills weren't just remarkable, they were unexplainable. Jiang Inju, also pondering, admitted that without equipment or help, this man had surpassed every champion in Korea, possibly even the planet. When Kasserian returned once more, the awe on their faces was unmistakable. But even as they watched him approach, one thing became clear. If they told anyone what he'd done, no one would believe them. His strength wasn't just real, it was unreal, and he was just beginning. Back at camp, the group quietly agreed not to speak of what occurred. No one would believe it anyway. The man who had slain Kasserian had already vanished without ceremony. As they watched him walk off with Han Julian, none dared question him. The others whispered among themselves, speculating whether something was happening between the two. From afar, Kasserian's direct attitude and Han Julian's quiet obedience raised more than a few eyebrows. But speculation turned to surprise when, without warning, he passed over the entire backpack and left again. No farewell, no gratitude. Jiang Injo was the first to speak up, shocked by his disappearance. He had abandoned everything behind: loot, gear, duty. Han Julian simply explained he detested the attention and asked her to handle it all. The group stood stunned. He didn't want recognition, fame, or honor. Instead, he quietly walked away, leaving behind a legend no one else could carry. Jiang Inju tried to comprehend it, a man that powerful yet so detached. Han Julian couldn't reply. She stood silently, a strange look on her face, part confusion, part awe. The others might forget. Gunfire erupted across the city as disorder broke out near the Vice Sports Center inside the structure. The shock of an intense clash rocked the building. A monstrous red figure burst through the air, smashing violently through concrete and steel. The facility trembled under the impact. From the debris, Park Hae-il, an S-ranked champion of the Korea Hero Association, emerged with fury in his eyes. His body bore heavy damage. His expression hardened from relentless combat without hesitation. He launched into the air, fists clenched and eyes glowing with determination. He struck his monstrous opponent with immense force, pushing his limit. Thou battered, Hae-il stood upright. He was the guild master of Sweet Life, and today's humiliation wouldn't break him. Beside him, an advisor urged patience, reminding him that every difficulty was a stepping stone to greater recognition. As he regained his calm, Hae-il recalled his objective, to crush those who had looked down on him. He internalized every ounce of pain as fuel. The route ahead, though uncertain, promised power and fame. With a firm handshake and shared resolve, the advisor handed him a restorative drink. Hae-il accepted it. Soon, he would be known as the champion who took down Carcerian with the fewest allies and the most to prove. Despite the trophies and former glories, the once dominant organization had lost its influence over the past 3 years. Yet Park Hae-il remained confident, though weakened. He believed he alone could defeat the monstrous bird threatening the city. Encouraged by his advisor, he reaffirmed his determination to demonstrate his worth. Elsewhere, the focus shifted to a young individual named Seo Dojun. His image appeared in an internal report within the Korea Hero Association. Kang Youngpyo, an S-ranked champion and relative to the infamous Kang Chol-woo, recognized the name. Rumors swirled around Dojun's history. Periods earlier, Chol-woo had tried to trap and kill him within a portal. But against all odds, Seo Dojun survived and awakened. Investigations revealed deeper secrets. Hong Hee-ju, an executive manager and daughter of a powerful corporation, had been involved. Whispers claimed Seo Dojun was an illegitimate offspring of the T Group, cast aside when Hong Hee-ju bore her legitimate successor. Raised within privilege, he was later abandoned. Chul-woo's treachery had cost him dearly. For a mere 3 billion won, he was left crippled. His body was marked, his eyes blinded, barely clinging to life. But Seo Dojun's survival defied every expectation, hinting at a storm that was only beginning to form. Disgusted by what he heard, Kang Youngpyo cursed the ruthless nature of the scheme. If it had been his choice, he wouldn't have left Seo Dojun alive. His rage simmered beneath the surface, barely restrained as he gripped the club harder, imagining his own brutal resolution. As the investigation deepened, new gossip emerged. Han Julian may have helped Seo Dojun. That detail disturbed the men involved. Her motives remained unclear, sparking suspicion and distrust. Why would someone of her standing get involved with someone like Dojun? One subordinate admitted he didn't know, but Han Julian's statement had been crucial in silencing the police inquiry. That wasn't acceptable. Orders were given, find out the connection, whether it was a personal link or a secret agreement. Whatever it was, it had to be exposed. Kang Youngpyo sensed what was approaching. Soon, the same people who financed Chol-woo's failed assignment would turn to him. He would be asked to complete the job his relative couldn't, but rather than fear it, he welcomed the chance. As night arrived, Carcerian walked the streets alone, unaware that powerful forces were once again coming together. This time with even deadlier intention. He thought on his recent rift search. It was clear, hunting within a rift yielded superior rewards than standard portals. But the question lingered. Would he need Han Julian's assistance to keep accessing them? He hesitated. Selling the magic stones would reveal his strength. Suspicion and press attention would ensue. Han Julian, aware of this, advised prudence. She agreed to keep the stones concealed for now, aware of the danger if his identity as the Slayer got out. She asked his next action. Carcerian calmly replied he needed to find his own way into the rifts. Fame wasn't his aim. For now, he'd rest at the dwelling set up by Wang Chang-seub. Arriving at the dwelling, he noticed unfamiliar footwear at the entry. Something was amiss. Yunyang called out Oppa and embraced him inside. He was met by a room full of people. A man introduced himself as Prosecutor Park Hae-young from the Seoul District Office. With little warning, Seo Dojun was placed under custody, accused of participating in an illegal high-interest loan scheme tied to Wang Chang-seub. Carcerian, now inhabiting the body of Seo Dojun, sat quietly in the prosecution office. His expression unreadable, the sterile questioning room and his restricted posture concealed the storm of calculation behind his sharp look. A senior official approached confidently, boasting about other suspects' cooperation and slipping casually into political greetings, revealing corrupt connections. As the official departed to meet another man, Carcerian observed, still silent. The arriving man, arrogant and smug, thanked the prosecutor for favors related to his daughter's overseas schooling. It was clear. This office served authority, not justice. Yet Carcerian was not here for pleasantries. He disclosed that his reason for becoming a prosecutor was to isolate human filth from society. The mood shifted when Carcerian presented damaging records. The man's assured facade cracked as he reviewed the accusations, enough to ensure a decade in custody. Carcerian pressed further, presenting new information acquired from a former associate. Tension peaked when the suspect angrily accused a woman named Hong Heju of masterminding the trap. Carcerian, staying composed, evaluated the situation. Wang Changsu's side had already collapsed. Though still unnoticed, Carcerian knew that if events continued this way, he could execute his true aim quietly and completely. The ambiance in the questioning room changed as the prosecutor, rattled by Carcerian's charges, tried to reassert dominance. With shaking confidence, he challenged Carcerian's awareness, warning him not to mock a Korean prosecutor. But Carcerian's eyes began to radiate ominously, his true essence briefly emerging from Seo Dojun's body, silencing the man in shock. Realizing something was terribly wrong, the prosecutor lost composure and struck out, physically grabbing Carcerian in a surge of desperation. Just as pressures peaked, an officer appeared at the entrance, calling the prosecutor outside. The timing was dubious. Reluctantly, he stepped out, and his confusion deepened when told that the system had logged Seo Dojun. As a citizen, the records didn't match what they believed about his awakening. The device, it turned out, wasn't failing. The champion meter had returned a clean result. No fighting potential, no awakening traits. The officers were perplexed, especially since the suspect had clearly overpowered others. One questioned whether the awakening data itself might be defective. Inside the room, Carcerian remained calm. He ridiculed the prosecutor's aggression and considered his situation. With growing disdain, he thought about destroying everything and simply vanishing with his grandmother and Yunyang, leaving this damaged world behind. As Carcerian sat in silence, the door opened and a woman with striking purple hair entered. Han Juyan, an agent of the Hero Association. Surprised by her presence, he questioned her intentions. Han Juyan admitted she wasn't certain why she had been sent, but urged him not to resort to force. She warned that using violence would only complicate matters. Carcerian remained cautious until Han Juyan expressed a sense of fairness. She clarified that her purpose wasn't to assist him personally, but to prevent the system from falsely condemning an innocent man. Now that they knew Seo Dojun had been framed, it was their duty to correct it. Her remarks made Carcerian pause. She confirmed that the Hero Association would start a formal probe. Han Juyan herself was monitoring illegal activity in Mapo, including unlicensed champion IDs. When Carcerian asked about his family, Han Juyan evaded the inquiry with sarcasm, but eventually reassured him they were safe. Grateful, Carcerian quietly acknowledged the gesture, promising to repay the favor. Han Juyan, slightly flustered, promised to resolve the issue quickly. In the aftermath, Prosecutor Park Kaeyoung was removed for dishonesty. The Hero Association's investigation cleared Seo Dojun's designation, confirming he had no link to the incident. Carcerian's identity remained hidden. For now, though cleared of the primary charges, Carcerian, still residing in Seo Dojun's body, was placed on parole for operating without a permit. Thanks to Han Juyan's legal involvement, he avoided harsher punishments. As they drove together, news broke of a dangerous new monster terrorizing the UK. The beast, called Macassian, was venomous and extremely lethal. Carcerian stunned Han Juyan by naming the creature before she mentioned it. Confused, she questioned how he knew, since the name was only logged within the association. Carcerian calmly explained that monsters are identified through examining their mana stones, which contain unique details, because the same monsters appeared in both his world and Earth. He already knew many of them, including Macassian. He revealed that red flower ant extract could neutralize Macassian. Harmless to humans, it was fatal to the beast. This information deepened Han Juyan's suspicions. She couldn't help but ask who exactly was this man impersonating Seo Dojun. Carcerian didn't respond. Instead, his thoughts turned darker. His golden eyes stared out the window as he contemplated the question brewing in his mind. What would happen if he killed Hong Heju? Her name still held authority, and her involvement remained unresolved. Carcerian's composed manner masked perilous intent. Hong Heju sat fuming in her office, jaw clenched as she stared at the report. The tall, bald man in front of her had just finished explaining how the matter had unexpectedly turned in Seo Dojun's favor. Though the facts were on the surface, Hong Heju couldn't understand why Han Juyan had intervened. The link between Han Juyan and Dojun made no sense, and the vagueness only added to her annoyance. Pacing in anger, she demanded clarity on Dojun's standing. Was he awakened or not? Despite rumors of an awakening, the official records didn't confirm him as a champion. The assistant guessed that the system might have been manipulated or suppressed by hidden powers, Furious, Hong Heju refused to accept vague ideas. Determined to act, she ordered her subordinate to contact Kang Youngpyo. She proposed an enormous sum, 30 billion won, and increased it on the spot to 60 billion, demanding outcomes. Meanwhile, Kang Youngpyo sat confidently in a rich room, asserting that no one could manage the situation better than him. He chuckled when he heard that even Han Juyan had entered the area, acknowledging her risk level. But as he mocked, someone slammed into the room violently, stopping his assurance with sheer might. Kang Youngpyo boasted arrogantly to his subordinate, mocking the assumption that all S-ranked champions were equal. With a smirk, he claimed he could defeat Han Juyan in just 20 minutes, fully sure in his superiority. His subordinate nervously agreed, and Kang Youngpyo quickly changed subjects, asking whether the Hero Association had responded yet. Elsewhere, discussions with the association were ongoing. The UK branch, handling the crisis involving Macassian, had reached funding limits. The organization had already publicly stated they were carefully checking champion deployments, making it difficult to request more backup. Kang Youngpyo, annoyed, saw this as a blow to his image. He couldn't appear as someone unworthy of being dispatched. Still, his deployment to the UK was fixed in 3 days. He learned that he would travel alongside Japanese champions and took interest in the mission. He chuckled to himself, realizing Macassian's unknown vulnerability presented him with a golden chance. If he could uncover it first, his value would increase significantly. Meanwhile, in England, disorder erupted. Lightning split the atmosphere, and monstrous shrieks filled the streets. Macassian's grotesque figure loomed over buildings, attacking everything in sight. As the terrified crowd scattered, elite hunters arrived to face it, but the creature was already preparing to hit. The battle in England intensified as the monstrous Macassian released devastating strikes against the defending champions. Its massive scythe-like limbs tore through stone and steel, leaving destruction in their path. The elite British hunters struggled to keep formation, forced to dodge or retreat in the face of overwhelming might. One of the warriors charged in, wielding a blade covered in energy, managing a direct hit. The monster staggered but quickly struck back, knocking him aside with brutal accuracy. Its strength wasn't just physical, it radiated an ominous aura that drained morale and destabilized fighting methods. Despite brief victories, Macassian recovered and continued attacking with increasing pace. One by one, the defenders began to fail. Confusion spread among the ranks as the creature's body twisted and guffawed, mocking their efforts. Some tried magical assaults, while others attempted coordinated blows, but nothing left a lasting effect. From above, lightning split the sky as the creature's screech echoed. A final jump brought it face to face with a silver-haired champion who hesitated at the crucial point. The impact came fast, violent, and unrelenting. As fires spread across the city, the Cambridge defensive line fell with fewer than 50 fighters remaining. London stood on the verge of collapse, and Macassian kept moving forward. As Macassian destroyed the battleground, a sudden interruption reverberated across the fog-covered surface. The monster's towering shape turned abruptly, its body tightening as if sensing a danger. Then, with immense force, something slammed into it from afar, shaking the very earth. A helicopter descended nearby, and the rescue squad deployed with haste. Among them was Han Juyan, whose arrival drew awe and disbelief facing the monstrous reality herself. She confirmed the creature's presence. Despite its overwhelming might, Han Juyan was determined to step in. Her calm examination led to a discovery. Macassian's healing wasn't natural. There was an exploitable slowness. Without hesitation, she led the assault. Coordinating with the squad, she launched a direct offensive, aiming to finish it in a single concentrated blow. Her precise command and fearless presence energized the team soon after. News of her triumph spread rapidly. A plane returned back at the airfield. Crowds and reporters swarmed, eager for confirmation. Cameras rolled as Han Juyan became the center of global notice. Reporters recounted how she had uncovered Macassian's weakness during combat and used it to defeat the monster. She was no longer just an agent, she had become a symbol of hope. The UK now called her a champion. Han Juyan returned to Korea amidst a sea of flashing devices and reporters. Despite the disorder, she remained composed, offering no response to questions about how she discovered Macassian's vulnerability. Nearby, Kang Youngpyo basked in attention, falsely claiming credit for capturing the most monsters during the journey. The media praised the entire squad, highlighting the red flower ant extract as the key to the victory. Yet the full truth remained unspoken. From the crowd below, Carcerian, still concealed in Seo Dojin's body, watched silently. His eyes narrowed as he saw Kang Youngpyo's face on the display, smiling falsely before the world. Rage simmered beneath his expression. The name repeated in his mind with searing clarity. Kang Youngpyo. His next action was already forming. Carcerian, now living under the guise of Seo Dojin, sat quietly in the CFA as someone approached with several gift bags. The ambiance was calm, though the sudden appearance of such offerings caught his notice. The packages, neatly prepared, were presented as tokens for his family and for himself. He examined them with slight surprise, wondering what aims lay behind such generosity. Hyunjin, composed and thoughtful, handed him the bags. She explained that one was for Yoon Young and their grandmother, while another was intended for him. Her tone carried both thanks and formality, urging him to unseal it later rather than in public. Inside were costly attire carefully chosen to convey sincerity. She explained that the presents were rewards for his assistance, acknowledging that his intervention had allowed her to ascend to the status of a champion. Though she admitted her gratitude felt small compared to the aid he provided, she still insisted on showing appreciation. Carcerian, cautious as always, neither boasted nor dismissed her gesture, instead keeping his motives guarded. When asked about his future plans, he gave no grand response. Instead, he disclosed a simple but determined objective: to secure a dwelling of his own. At a lavish gathering, the atmosphere brimmed with laughter and excess. In the midst of the celebration, Kang Youngpyo emerged, his presence commanding notice as he surrounded himself with women. Yet behind his smile, his gaze turned sharp and calculating. When Han Juyan's designation crossed his thoughts, his demeanor shifted, disturbed by how different she seemed from the past. Kang Youngpyo reflected quietly. Not only had she altered, but she also knew Macassian's concealed vulnerability, something he hadn't anticipated. The manner she concealed how she gained such information only deepened his suspicion. His mind replayed reports of Seo Dojin's exploits, acts of might too sudden and precise to disregard. Even Kang Chulwo, infamous for provoking disorder, had fallen in events linked to Seo Dojin's involvement. Hyun Juyan, however, rejected such concerns. She pointed out that Chulwo had been the inciter and asserted her position gave her justification, even if it meant drawing Seo Dojin into the matter. But when pressed, she declared she had no intention of interfering further, her words firm and unwavering. For Kang Youngpyo, her statement only fueled deeper uncertainties. He sipped his beverage slowly, his piercing eyes narrowing. In his mind, one truth became clear: Seo Dojin was no ordinary individual, and uncovering his secret was essential. In the core of Long Sutton, England, a huge fissure pulsed ominously where the last monster surge had hit. The city bore deep marks, its streets broken and structures collapsed. The British Hero Association rushed to secure mana stones before the second surge arrived, sending teams of champions into the unstable fissure. Guards stood watch, their eyes fixed on the gaping red injury in the sky. Among them, two men discussed the situation with unease. They lamented the destruction, knowing that with the essence of Red Flower Ant, even low-ranked fighters could have felled Macassian. Yet their voices carried little confidence, for the second surge promised an unknown danger. Rumors spread that different, even more perilous creatures would appear. Then the fissure stirred violently, energy cracked, and the guards froze, sensing movement from within. It had only been hours since the vanguard entered, but something, or someone, was emerging already. A tall, malevolent figure stepped out, wrapped in dark energy. His appearance was neither champion nor hunter, but something entirely else, his aura suffocating, before orders could be issued. He unleashed a swift attack, green energy sliced through the air, sending soldiers sprawling to the surface. The fissure had birthed a nightmare, and hysteria spread immediately. The battleground erupted in chaos as the sinister figure moved forward, his body glowing with green energy. Soldiers tried to resist, unleashing weapons and desperate strikes, but their efforts were pushed aside. Blades of energy sliced through the air, sending men sprawling in distress. His cold eyes narrowed, dismissing their strength with a single verdict too feeble. One soldier was grabbed and crushed with terrifying might, his screams echoing before falling silent. Another tried to flee, only to be captured and struck down mercilessly. In seconds, the defenders who had guarded the fissure with confidence were reduced to broken remains. The figure moved with unnatural speed, his attacks precise and unrelenting. He paused briefly, glancing at a shattered device that displayed only 19.26%. Frustration marked across his twisted features. 10 years had passed in this distorted area, yet progress had barely touched a fifth of completion. Muttering about failure and the need to restore his mana, he resolved to strengthen himself further before continuing his greater schemes. Without hesitation, he turned back to the injured soldiers. His purpose was clear to him. They were nothing more than insects, and his next step was simple: destruction of the weak. In the quiet outskirts of Paju, the area seemed motionless, yet beneath the calm lay concealed peril. Carcerian, in Seo Dojin's body, walked steadily across the open space, his sharp senses alert. A faint trembling beneath the soil drew his focus, a sign that something was moving below. Moments later, the ground tore open, and massive worm-like creatures surged upward with terrifying might. Their armored forms twisted violently as they tried to overwhelm him. Instead of retreating, he stood firm, his eyes narrowing as he counted the number of presences beneath the earth. Within 100 meters, 26 creatures lurked, waiting to devour anything in their path. Carcerian clenched his hand, fire gathering with destructive intensity. His calm observation turned into calculated action, determined to test how many of these monsters could withstand his assault. With swift accuracy, he unleashed the gathered power into the ground, igniting a series of blasts across the field. The soil exploded, and flame consumed the creatures as they tried to flee, their armored casings shattering under the impact. Fragments of earth and monster flesh scattered around him. Standing amidst the ruin, he remained unshaken. A faint smirk formed on his lips, pleased with the result. At the headquarters of the Korea Hero Association, senior officials met to review the records on SEO Dojin. The towering building stood tall in the city, housing men burdened with choices that shaped national safety inside. The atmosphere was tense as inquiries arose about the mysterious young man. One director described him as hard to control, his temperament sharp and unyielding. Despite this, confirmation had already been received. SEO Dojin was undeniably a champion. Deputy Director Min Honggi presented the findings, though many particulars remained unclear, including why measuring tools had failed to assess his power. Vice President Park Sung-chul bristled at the vagueness, declaring it disrespect not to inform the association fully. Yet more details emerged, creating a clearer picture. The chaos tied to Kang Chul-woo had first drawn SEO Dojin into action, and in the aftermath he had single-handedly crushed monsters that appeared in Paju. His power, though excessive at times, could not be disputed. The resolution was unanimous. His might was overwhelming, his loyalty evident, and though difficult to restrain, he had proven his value. With a guarantor supporting his request, the officials considered granting him an official hero license, acknowledging the arrival of a force they could neither ignore nor fully check. Within the Hero Association, the mention of Han Julian's name caused immediate strain. The officials exchanged wary looks, realizing SEO Dojin had connected himself to the most respected S-rank champion. For a moment, disbelief filled the room before they recognized the significance of his words. Elsewhere, SEO Dojin received his champion permit, its golden gleam marking him as the 8th S rank in Korea. The card symbolized recognition, but for him, it was more than a designation. It allowed freedom to hunt within rift zones without limits. Standing over the remains of slain monsters, he accepted the power and privilege that came with it, confident in the opportunities it provided. Back at headquarters, responses were divided. Some laughed in awe at his boldness, admiring how quickly he had acted. Others expressed concern, pointing out that he entered a level 2 fisher alone, without any guild members or support to them. Such recklessness bordered on insanity. The discussion grew intense, while certain officials pushed for promoting and publicizing him immediately as Korea's new S-rank champion. Others urged prudence, suggesting that they first consider his desires. Yet, amid the uncertainty, one truth was unquestionable. SEO Dojin's might had shaken the association, and his ascent could no longer be disregarded. Inside the Hero Association, disputes reached no conclusion. Officials argued fiercely about SEO Dojin, torn between dread of his carelessness and awe at his strength. At last, the president ended the quarrel, deciding he would meet the young man personally to assess him. Far from the meeting rooms, Carcerian as SEO Dojin was already facing another swarm of monstrous worms in the field. They surged toward him, their jaws snapping, their armored bodies crashing against the ground. He moved with calculated accuracy, channeling flames through his arms before unleashing a torrent of fire. The battlefield erupted, lines of searing energy slicing through the beasts and splitting the land open. When the dust settled, dozens of carcasses lay scattered, their shells cracked and smoking. Carcerian stood among them, his expression calm though his body bore the strain. He exhaled, acknowledging the truth. His overwhelming firepower came at a heavy cost. The mana required to sustain such destructive might was immense, far from viable in extended conflicts. Looking toward the sky, Carcerian clenched his hand, flames flickering faintly around his fist. Power alone would not be sufficient. If he was to keep progressing and face stronger enemies, he needed more than raw energy. He needed a weapon. Carcerian arrived at the Gassen Hero Complex, a well-regarded site for its expert artisans. The sun blazed brightly as he entered the construction area where a powerful man waited behind the sales bench. The youthful traveler held a pouch that contained something of high value. As the small chime sounded above the entry, the artisan glanced up, requesting the given name associated with the booking. Carcerian ignored the standard procedure and set the sack heavily on the counter, stating his desire to craft a blade from its objects. The artisan scowled, stating that only patrons with earlier commitments could receive assistance and that the workplace was already entirely booked. He requested Carcerian to depart and locate an alternative location. emphasizing the area had numerous talented metalworkers. Carcerian's calmness dissolved. He grasped the man near his neck, insisting to meet the actual master of the forge. Startled, the artisan identified himself solely as the child, not the leading smith. With a sharp look, Carcerian demanded he call for his father immediately, resolved to be recognized. Moments later, loud movements echoed as the genuine master emerged. Choquan, the renowned warrior weapon fabricator, appeared, his intense stare locked on Carcerian, poised to question his audacious entry. Carcerian disclosed the source of his referral, Han Juyan, causing both the craftsman and his son to freeze in surprise. The prestige of that identity possessed sufficient influence to silence their protests, though doubts still remained. The senior man inquired further, requiring assurance that Juyan had genuinely dispatched him. In response, Carcerian opened the pouch and deliberately revealed a unique substance. The mood altered instantly. The father's eyes expanded as he identified the item, the point of the giant black killer fang, an ancient artifact of significant worth. His child watched in puzzlement while his father described its scarcity, realizing the younger man's appeal was out of the ordinary. Carcerian instructed them to manufacture a weapon, elongated, elegant, and equipped to conduct mana. The smith conveyed worries regarding sturdiness, suggesting shorter edges for equilibrium. Composedly, Carcerian replied, proposing the sections be united into a single implement. He stressed his requirement for both length and increased mana absorption, a request that astonished the artisans. To assess his competence, a blade was introduced. Carcerian evaluated the weapon, instantly measuring its quality. With quiet conviction, he announced its genuine rating, filling the space with the understanding of his sharp wisdom and proven proficiency. Carcerian tested the sword with a powerful motion, the metal ringing as sparks dispersed across the workplace. The noise alone was enough to shock the artisans, who exchanged uneasy expressions at the raw power behind his actions. The edge fractured under the tension, confirming his previous judgment accurate. Calmly, he rejected the item as inadequate, reminding them that a poorly made sword was merely hazardous refuse. His tone projected authority, silencing the objections in the vicinity. Meanwhile, far from the forge, the woodland stirred. The tranquil sounds of nature were interrupted by a deep rumbling, followed by the snarl of something monstrous. A giant being, its lone crimson orb illuminating, moved through the timber. The creature's heavy respiration and brutal aura spread through the wilderness, indicating the presence of a stalker long feared. With a bellow, the entity emerged from the shadows, its huge form covered in scars and bone like protection. Just as it made ready to pounce, Carcerian appeared, stepping leisurely into the clearing covered and armed. Carcerian displayed no apprehension as the monster sprang. Flames ignited in the figure's hand, colliding aggressively against the beast's assault, shaking the earth with explosive impact. The conflict in the forest intensified. Fire trailed behind Carcerian's blow, scorching the atmosphere as it cut past the monster's plated hide. The beast cried out, its enormous form twisting as blood and smoke flowed from the injury. Refusing to succumb, it roared again, its single crimson eye burning brighter with fury. The monster countered by removing a tree, wielding the trunk like a weapon. Carcerian avoided it with quick precision, leaping high into the air, fire collecting in his hands. The woodland vibrated as the beast's hit fractured the terrain, but the counterstrike was already descending. A fiery arc slashed downward, meeting the monster's defense with concussive power. Emerald energy flooded from the monster's body, its power increasing as it unleashed a hidden capability. Its muscles bulged, its presence far more alarming than earlier. Still, Carcerian pushed ahead, unwavering, driving flames into its torso. The detonation illuminated the area, a shockwave scattering debris throughout the open space. Through the haze, the creature stood unbowed, injured yet alive. Its gaze glowed like molten fire fixed upon its enemy. Carcerian adjusted his position, preparing for the upcoming trade, understanding the true fight had simply just commenced. Carcerian stood above the defeated Cyclops, his breathing steady as the gleam of his mana blade receded. Managing such a weapon had proven challenging, yet it had secured him victory. From the monster's remains, he extracted a sealed container holding a rare extract, proof of his triumph, carrying it back to the forge. He presented the vessel to the blacksmith's son. Bewilderment filled the man's face as he held the strange fluid, while Carcerian ordered him to show it to his parent. He clarified that the essence would permit two black killer fangs to be merged easily, guaranteeing the weapon's might and mana absorption. Without additional comment, Carcerian departed the workshop, his thoughts focused on the subsequent action. He had collected the needed supplies, but to perfect the weapon fully, he required one final element, an item that could only be located in a far-off territory. Distantly, Han Juyan received a communication. The single word spoken was enough to surprise her: Brazil. At a serene hotel swimming area, Hyun Juyan and Jeong Inju relaxed under the sunlight, while nearby merriment and splashing noises filled the space. They had convened to discuss recent developments concerning the Hero Association. Reports had circulated that the organization was dispatching personnel to Brazil, collaborating with the government to seal a massive dimensional rift jeopardizing the area. Jeong Injo clarified that the creatures on the Brazilian side were vicious, but provided plentiful mana stones, making the assignment both hazardous and profitable. Han Joo-gyun listened intently as Jeong Inju proposed they participate in the venture together and even considered recruiting Carcerian, a prominent individual mentioned discreetly among heroes. Although Han Joo-gyun hesitated, Jeong Inju pushed further, joking with her about rumors regarding their alleged intimacy. Eventually, Han Joo-gyun yielded, consenting to the assignment but unsure if Carcerian would accompany them. While the conversation by the pool maintained light-hearted tones elsewhere, preparations for conflict had already commenced. Inside a fabrication center, Chio-kwan examined an extraordinary weapon fused with Cyclops' blood. The craftsmanship astounded him, as such joining was deemed impossible. Carcerian stood before him, composedly requesting a customized weapon, a vast two-handed sword modified for his personal utilization. Chio-kwan recognized then that Carcerian's resolve was genuine, and the forthcoming mission signified far more than a simple hunting trip. Carcerian finalized his requirements with Chio-kwan consenting to the blade's blueprint despite the extended construction period. The smith cautioned it would require no less than a month, but Carcerian silently assessed whether the weapon's quality could endure his true might. Realizing he would require specialized components to unleash its full potential, he decided to obtain it himself. Departing the forge, he instructed Chio-kwan to fashion only the fundamental shape and delay the enhancements until the material was secured. Chio-kwan, skeptical yet curious, pondered if Carcerian could genuinely procure something so unique. Beneath the evening sky, Carcerian walked away with quiet focus, already devising his subsequent action. A few days later, a high-end vehicle parked in a city lot. Seo Dojin presented Carcerian the keys, telling him to employ it effectively. Although modest about the gesture, Carcerian accepted the vehicle, acknowledging it as a mark of respect. Nearby, Han Joo-gyun challenged him, surprised at the magnitude of such a present, but Carcerian dismissed her worries with quiet certainty. When Han Joo-gyun inquired about the Hero Association, Carcerian disclosed his true identity had been revealed. To balance the arrangement, he had demanded appropriate compensation, enforcing fair dealings. With the matter resolved, he prepared for the difficulties that awaited him. Carcerian drove with Han Joo-gyun beside him, the metropolitan lights reflecting off the windscreen. She questioned him about the sudden upheaval, and he explained that the association was in turmoil following the fall of Brazil's main defense point. The government intended to close off a segment of the unstable region, and the operation had developed into an international effort. Hearing this, Han Joo-gyun understood the peril but was astonished when Carcerian confessed he planned to participate too. Without hesitation, she resolved to accompany him. The moment carried silent significance between them, but elsewhere, more ominous forces stirred. In a shadowed office, director Hong Hee-ju debated fiercely over increasing demands. Across the furniture, Kang Young-pyo, composed and calculating, reminded her that she had already been remunerated with billions, yet had provided nothing. He ridiculed her reluctance, aware she was losing controls. Still, Hong Hee-ju fumed, unwilling to accept the conditions. Kang Young-pyo retorted smoothly, uncovering damaging details. Carcerian, known as Seo Dojun to certain people, was none other than Korea's 8th S-rank hero. He rejected her unbelief, insisting the intelligence was reliable. His comments left Hong Hee-ju stunned, divided between anger and unwilling acknowledgement of the danger Carcerian represented. The network of politics, authority, and betrayal tightened as the Brazil mission approached. Hong Hee-ju's fury intensified as Kang Young-pyo turned away, ignoring her frustration. Panic overtook her as the realization dawned. Carcerian truly was S-rank, someone beyond her oversight. Desperate, she yelled, offering additional funds if only Kang Young-pyo would intervene. He paused, smiling coldly, reminding her that while currency was helpful, enduring alliances held even greater worth. What mattered most was ensuring Carcerian did not remain an uncontrolled entity. Kang Young-pyo assured her that circumstances would shortly present the ideal moment. An opportunity to eliminate Seo Dojin, Carcerian's cover identity, was already aligning with events on the horizon. The sinister gleam in his eyes confirmed he was determined to execute it. Meanwhile, preparations moved forward. Carcerian and Han Joo-gyun boarded an aircraft destined for Brazil, joining others mobilized for the large-scale operation. Passengers included S-rankers and elite operatives, their attendance generating discussions across digital platforms. Citizens commented with awe and eagerness, certain the upcoming battle would be conclusive. Hyun Joo-gyun sat calmly, her thoughts burdened with both anxiety and determination. Around her, experienced combatants displayed their power with casual self-assurance, each one aware that the imminent operation would challenge them all. For Carcerian, however, this mission held far deeper consequences, one that foes already conspired to exploit. Carcerian sat quietly on the plane, consuming pre-packaged noodles as others observed him curiously. Digital conversations buzzed with inquiries about his background, some doubting his capabilities, others speculating he might be a hidden titan, Undisturbed, he remained composed, his mere presence unsettling veteran fighters. Around him, S-rank heroes and elite operatives exchanged glances, each silently assessing the enigmatic man. Han Juyin, seated nearby, watched with quiet resolve, prepared for the perilous mission ahead. As the aircraft ascended across the sky, the Brazilian jungle appeared beneath the clouds. The announcement resonated. The plane was nearing its destination, and the operation was about to commence. In São Paulo, the Brazilian Hero Organization prepared for the upcoming crisis. Officials received confirmation that the Korean deployment group had arrived, responding faster than other nations. Their presence was viewed as a comfort, yet privately, apprehension remained. Worries grew that the Koreans might discover facts better kept concealed until the operation was finished. The concern was well-founded. Brazil's national champion, a highly capable hero, had been found deceased. The data recorder indicated the assassin was not a creature but a human-like shape, wielding unidentified powers. The disclosure risked destabilizing the mission, raising questions about enemies from within. During the initial meeting, Korean and Brazilian squads reviewed the dangers near the Santar Fem rift. Hyun Juyan, seated among the others, received a text inquiring about her location. Startled, she understood. Carcerian had not joined the assembly. His answer revealed he had taken a connecting flight, proceeding directly to Santar Femim. Shocked, Han Juyan assembled the facts. Carcerian was moving toward the most hazardous rift on his own. As others absorbed the official briefing, she alone grasped his rationale. While the association acted cautiously, Carcerian pressed forward into the core of the turmoil, determined to face the menace that had already claimed a national hero. After the initial meeting, heroes were informed they would have 2 days to acclimatize locally before being assigned to specific fisher zones. The mandate was unambiguous and firm, but not everyone intended to adhere to the strategy. Outside, Hyun Juyin reached her hotel, readying herself for what was to come. Instead of resting, she moved swiftly, only to be halted by Kang Youngpyo, who questioned her sudden exit. Han Juyin explained she had a spot to investigate, though the official timetable had yet to commence. When pressed, she disclosed her target. Santar Fame, a name that caused instant concern. Even the Brazilian Association had warned against visiting there. The expedition eventually gathered at the perimeter of the Santar Fame rift area, its terrain barren and unfriendly. Carcerian and Han Juyan led the group, followed by others who reluctantly trailed into the perilous landscape. Their tense discussion showed irritation, yet both recognized this was required. When asked about her actual goal, Han Juyan finally stated it. She was seeking the blue croco, a target that confused some. To her, the objective was justification enough, no matter how plain it sounded. Carcerian listened intently, sensing her resolve, and prepared himself for the dangers awaiting them inside the unstable fissure. The group pushed deeper into the Santar Fem rift, the atmosphere heavy with discomfort. Among them, minor disagreements arose as Jeong Inju debated about respect, attempting to lighten the mood despite the peril. Yet the empty wasteland around them quickly reminded everyone of the seriousness of their assignment. Some doubted whether it was sensible to enter a rift without hesitation, though the presence of Han Juyin gave them assurance. Still, others murmured skepticism. They observed Carcerian taking charge despite being labeled a new arrival. Whispers circulated, wondering if he was more than he appeared. Han Juyin knew the reality, but Carcerian remained quiet, eyes fixed on the route ahead. His focus was not on sealing the rift, but on collecting the rare resources concealed within. The quietness shattered when the ground shook, and a gigantic shape emerged, towering, armored, and far more frightening than anticipated. The soldiers rushed into formation, their cries blending with the sound of metal. One combatant attacked boldly, his blow echoing against the beast, but the pure force sent him stumbling backward. Understanding spread rapidly. This was no common threat. Fear flickered among the less experienced until a powerful voice cut through, ordering them to stand aside. Something stronger was about to engage the enemy. Carcerian stepped ahead, grasping the blade loaned to him for the confrontation. The weight of the weapon felt right in his hands, and with calm accuracy, he advanced toward the massive blue croco. The other fighters watched with astonishment, realizing he intended to battle the beast directly. With a sudden burst of speed, Carcerian attacked. The blow connected with overwhelming strength, tearing through the monster's defenses in a single action. Blood splashed as the beast roared in anger, its enormous body staggering under the impact. The watching hunters froze, stunned at the sheer destructive force unleashed before them. The creature attempted a return strike, its claws descending, but Carcerian met it without pausing. The collision reverberated across the battleground, shaking the earth itself. When the dust cleared, the monster lay vanquished, its separated limbs scattered across the ground. Silence followed before realization dawned. Carcerian's power was far beyond anything they had conceived. The small fire glowed in the center of the woodland as Carcerian's group paused to rest around the flames. The others spoke softly about his might, remembering how he had slain creatures effortlessly. His fame expanded with every recount, from the blue crocos he had taken down to the huge bird he destroyed alone. Although Carcerian stayed quiet, the atmosphere was heavy with admiration and discomfort at his overwhelming ability. As the night intensified, Hyunjuin watched him carefully. Unlike a typical hero, he gathered the prizes of combat with organized accuracy. Blue croco hearts were neatly piled near him, their function understood solely by him. Hyunjuin's doubt grew. She could not grasp why he harvested so many. When questioned about the odd meat cooking over the flames, Carcerian simply identified it as croco flesh, broiling it without hesitation. The others held back, observing the sizzling blue food. Hyunjuin declined, feeling uneasy, while Carcerian peacefully ate, unconcerned by their discomfort. Jiang Inju approached soon, her eyes wide with disbelief. To her, the notion of consuming such a monster was rash, with prepared rations ready. Why would he select this? Yet Carcerian persisted undisturbed, his actions blurring the boundary between necessity and rebellion. Hyunjuin hesitated as she held the unusual blue flesh near the heat. Despite her misgivings, she recalled Carcerian's calm confidence, and finally chose to taste it. Jiang Inju was shocked, questioning her choice, but Hyunjuin answered simply that he had claimed it was safe to eat. Contrary to expectations, the first bite amazed her. It wasn't unpleasant at all. In fact, the taste was surprisingly good. The others surrounding the campfire observed in silence, stunned by her response. Jiang Inju, usually skeptical and prudent, was speechless. The sight of Hyunjuin, known for her strict requirements, openly consuming something so non-traditional left everyone disquieted. It also sparked curiosity, especially regarding Carcerian's power over her soon. Jiang Inju focused her attention on Carcerian. She pressed him for answers, not about the food, but about his capacity to influence Hyunjuin so easily. She teased about Hyunjuin's reserved nature and how she had never been near to anyone before. Carcerian, however, remained detached, his mind wandering elsewhere. Memories from his earlier life resurfaced: romantic affairs, brief safe havens, and a name that lingered heavily. Veronica. While Jiang Inju demanded his secret, Carcerian stayed lost in recollection, barely registering her inquiries. The campfire's warmth diminished against the coldness of old wounds still affecting him. Around the campfire, the mood briefly brightened. Carcerian's puzzling comment about sweetness and insects left Jiang Inju embarrassed, her reaction causing awkward laughter among the others. Though the phrasing sounded corny, his calm delivery carried significance, unsettling those who tried to dismiss him. Yet beyond the comfort of the fire, shadows of larger plots were already unfolding. Far away, in Sao Paulo, high-rise structures framed a gathering of influential men. Reports about Seo Dojin, also known as Carcerian's movements, came in, baffling those who tracked his path. The operation had not even started, yet he had already moved toward the Amazon, disrupting the carefully constructed plans of their syndicate. Kang Youngpyo, the man in the crisp suit, listened closely, his wine glass steady despite the tension in the area. The discussion became serious. Seo Dojin's unanticipated collaboration with Jiang Inju and her group made little sense, raising fears about what he sought in Santar fame. For Kang Youngpyo, however, uncertainty was an opportunity. As his device vibrated, he spoke with a cold resolve, assuring his superiors that Seo Dojin would never depart Brazil alive. His finger traced the map, encircling Santar Fame. Instructions were given to contact Takashi. To Kang Youngpyo, the ambush was straightforward. Seo Dojin had entered isolation and soon into demise. The group advanced further into the Brazilian forest, guided by Hyunjuin's map and Carcerian's unwavering strides. Tales of dangerous animals filled the air, and when asked what awaited them, Hyunjuin replied with a single word that held weight. Lynx. The name alone invoked dread, for everyone recognized the terror such beasts could cause. Carcerian, however, remained unfazed. He disclosed his prior knowledge of the monster, prompting Hyunjuin to offer him earplugs. She explained that a lynx's scream could paralyze the mind, rendering even experienced fighters helpless. But Carcerian rejected the caution, walking ahead without hesitation, his confidence solid. Hyunjuin protested, emphasizing the threat's severity, but he moved deeper into the forest, unwilling to slow down. As night descended, the jungle's quiet was broken with an eerie sound reverberating through the tree cover. The group tightened their formation, eyes searching the shadows. Above, something stirred. From the branches, glowing eyes looked down, and the heavy form of the beast appeared. The lynx finally presented itself, massive and threatening, its cry cutting through the night air. Carcerian stood at the front, composed and steady, while Hyunjuin, Jiang Inju, and the others felt the weight of terror pressing against their chests. The hunt had commenced. The lynx appeared under the moonlight, its yell piercing the jungle. The group froze in shock, struggling against the sound's intensity. Jiang Inju shouted for everyone to cover their ears, but Carcerian stood firm, unaffected, While fear gripped the others, he alone faced the monster with calm resistance. The lynx screamed loudly, intense, and confusing. Its energy sliced through the evening, forcing Han Juyin and Jiang Inju to press on their ears as the noise attacked their thoughts. The accompanying troops struggled as well, their bodies weakening under the beast's influence. Yet Carcerian stood unaffected, his attention fixed on the animal. While the others fought to maintain awareness, Carcerian advanced with controlled accuracy. He tightened his fist, fire erupting into existence in his hand. Without hesitation, he threw flames toward the high branches where the lynx waited beneath the moonlight. The inferno cut through the darkness, making the creature move its position as the assault connected. The beast cried out in rebellion, its shout pausing briefly. Relief flooded Han Juyin and Jiang Injo as the mental stress lifted, but the lynx, furious, leapt from its spot with frightening speed, striking the ground with a force that shook the entire team. Carcerian met its attack head-on, moving quicker than anyone could witness. Jiang Inju gasped as the lynx's cry abruptly stopped. She clung to Han Juyin, realizing Carcerian had managed something to disrupt its special ability, but before the group could recover, more glowing eyes appeared in the trees. From the shadows, additional lynxes emerged, surrounding them beneath the moon's dim glow. The lynx's visual organs glowed with lethal intensity, targeting its prey. Han Juyin and Jiang Inju steeled themselves as the beast's aura pushed down. But Carcerian moved forward. Intercepting the stare, Han Juyin exclaimed, understanding too late that it wasn't the noise that paralyzed. It was the creature's sight. Carcerian immediately protected Han Juyin from the hypnotic look, explaining the truth about the lynx's true power. While the others struggled against the pressure, he instructed her to close her eyes and depend on him. Resolve solidified his expression as he prepared for the next stage. Flames concentrated around his chosen weapon, shining brighter than before. His energy burst forth, shaping a brilliant sword of fire that split the darkness. The earth vibrated as he executed the Vandayan sword skill, move of immense accuracy. Power surged forward, marvel of focused strength hitting directly toward the hidden predators. The attack illuminated the jungle, creating shadows of wild dogs fleeing in fear. The air shook with the impact as Carcerian's blow tore through the night. The staggering spectacle silenced the lynx's cry and drove the remaining beasts back into the trees. For a moment, the fighting area was clear, and the group could finally breathe again. Carcerian's technique reached its zenith, the fiery blade emitting power that astonished both friends and enemies. The soldiers watching from behind could only stare in shock, murmuring about the extreme peril of the maneuver. No one had ever seen such a crushing performance before. With a single powerful motion, the firestorm rushed forward, cutting through the battlefield. The explosion engulfed everything in its path, and the lynx had no opportunity to escape. Its body was consumed by fire, its cries silenced by the sound of the blast. The ground shook as flames devoured the creature, leaving only intense light and ruin. Han Juyin and Jiang Injo shielded themselves from the shockwave, their eyes widening at the vast strength unleashed before them. When the smoke eventually cleared, the forest had become quiet. In the distance, Carcerian stood tall, his weapon still glowing embers drifting around him like fading sparks. The once feared lynx now lay lifeless on the ground, its body burned and shattered. The others could only look at the defeated monster, disbelief written across their faces. Han Juyin's chest constricted, understanding the true measure of Carcerian's might. Jiang Inju gasped loudly, her voice shaking. While Han Juyin remained quiet, unable to find words, Han Juyin's voice quivered as she whispered that the sight before her was incredible. The battlefield still smoked with embers, yet one lynx pulled itself back into view. Its glowing eyes refusing to give up, Carcerian advanced. His step steady and unforgiving, the beast leapt in desperation, but his blade hit swiftly, blood marking the earth. The lynx howled in extreme pain, its strength weakening as its hunter stood over it. Carcerian's gaze intensified, cold and unyielding. He called the creature weak, unmoved by its plight. Then, with careful aim, he reached toward its eyes. Those cursed spheres once used to control minds now belonged to him. He declared he would take them, for he had need for their inherent power. Carcerian, now occupying within Seo Dojin's physical form, advanced with firm movements, his presence demanding unspoken attention. The others trailed behind, their looks filled with inquiry and unease. None of them knew the reality of his true identity, only perceiving an overwhelming might that felt beyond common human limitations. As they moved onward, quiet remarks spread among the group. His actions were too precise, his energy too intense. Comparisons were made to fabled heroes and warriors of myth, names like Shabri Alphonse and Cain Lester. Yet even these examples felt inadequate. They began to understand that the power flowing from him was not something easily quantified. The woodlands soon stirred with disturbing sounds from the shadows and shallow pools. Skeletal shapes began to appear, their empty eyes glowing faintly. The undead clawed their way out, snarling and coming closer, their numbers growing with each second. The others muttered in fear, pointing out that the mindless entities had no reluctance, no method, only pure aggression. The horde attacked, but Carcerian did not react. His weapon moved with accuracy, slicing through their ranks in quick arcs. Bodies shattered under his blows. Then, without stopping, he vanished in a surge of speed, tearing through more enemies with relentless force, his superiority unquestionable. The combat zone fell silent as the final undead collapsed, its head crushed under Carcerian's strike. Broken bones sank into the earth, leaving the onlookers stunned. Their disbelief remained in the air, for they had never witnessed sword skill executed with such flawlessness. Carcerian's actions possessed neither doubt nor waste, his command absolute. As they continued walking, murmurs followed him. One word repeated constantly: swordsmanship. Han Julian's sharp vision narrowed, examining every detail. At last she challenged him, demanding to know where such expertise had been developed. The accuracy, the bursts of crimson light from his strikes, all of it surpassed human instruction. Carcerian remained composed, dismissing the necessity for such mastery in their so-called peaceful world. Yet Han Julian refused to yield. As an S-rank hero, she insisted she deserved the right to learn, her pride unwilling to accept his indifference. Their exchange created tension. Her frustration barely concealed. Jiang Inju quietly observed, recognizing the deeper significance behind Carcerian's words. While Han Julian's resolve burned, Carcerian's silence carried an authority she could not contest. Finally, their team leader commanded the group to retreat. A rift shimmered open, its dark energy twisting before them. Together, they stepped through, leaving the battleground behind. As the group prepared to exit the rift, relief spread among them. Thanks to Dojin, they had incurred no losses. His accuracy and power had reduced their time significantly, earning him silent respect. Yet calmness was brief. A sudden voice, sharp and furious, echoed through the air. A figure emerged from the shadows, declaring his intention to kill, his words filled with hostility. The others froze. Recognizing the tongue Japanese, the antagonistic presence became clearer. From the darkness emerged Ryoma Takashi, formerly a dreaded Yakuza, and now an S-rank hero, guildmaster of Togoku. His subordinates stood prepared, their weapons shining. He had arrived for Han Julian, and his interruption possessed the weight of arrogance. His voice roared, demanding Carcerian in Dojin's body to step aside or be crushed. The intensity increased rapidly. Han Julian looked uneasy, whispering to Carcerian about the Japanese phrases, only to learn he understood them. He explained briefly that the knowledge belonged to Dojin. The vessel he occupied, Ryoma's subordinates shouted insults, demanding respect for their leader. Yet Carcerian's expression never changed. He silenced them with cold dismissal, telling them simply to disappear. The stalemate worsened. The Taigoku Guild, notorious and ranked among Japan's strongest, stood facing Carcerian's group. Whispers spread. Ryoma Takashi's violent reputation was well known even among experienced hunters. Jiang Inju attempted to intervene, urging calm, but Ryoma's men responded with taunts, devaluing her as if her presence held no importance. Her patience lessened, but Carcerian's silence felt heavier than speech. The tension broke when Ryoma mocked both Korea's guilds and Jiang Inju herself, reducing her to nothing more than an irritation. Rage surged through the group, yet before anyone else could react, Carcerian stepped forward, his gaze locked on Ryoma, cold and absolute. He ordered everyone else to move aside. Han Julian stiffened at his tone. It wasn't Dojin's typical voice, but something darker, older, filled with dominance. Ryoma smirked, calling it business and making clear this confrontation had been deliberate. The guildmaster's arrogance radiated, but Carcerian accepted without hesitation. The ground shook as their fight began. Carcerian's figure moved like lightning, his strike tearing through the air with devastating force. Ryoma, caught unaware, was thrown back by the impact, crashing through the earth with a loud noise. The watching crowd gasped. Realizing this combat was far beyond a simple argument, Ryoma staggered back, fury igniting as his muscles swelled with might. His aura burned red, shaking the ground beneath him. The guild members tensed, but Carcerian's calm voice ordered them to stand down. Han Julian, watching intently, whispered for Dojin to only partially defeat their opponent. Carcerian stepped forward, expression cold, ready to end the match definitively. Carcerian's attack jarred the ground, his soul driving Ryoma into the earth with relentless might. The impact resonated like percussion, leaving even Ryoma's subordinates speechless. Han Julian and Jiang Inju observed in silence, their eyes showing a blend of awe and discomfort. None could dispute the sheer authority emanating from the man wearing SEO Dojin's face. Ryoma contested the force, his frame fracturing against the rock as he tried to stand. Yet Carcerian's actions gave him no respite. Every jump and strike pushed him further down, forcing the guild leader to acknowledge the vast disparity in capability. Onlookers whispered in disbelief, unable to grasp how one individual could overpower an S-rank hero so entirely. Desperation warped Ryoma's thoughts. This was not the feeble rival he had anticipated. Fear engulfed his expression as Carcerian's golden eyes fixed upon him. Every natural response screamed of danger. If the conflict persisted, doom was inevitable. Still, Ryoma roared and lunged forward, muscles straining in one final act of rebellion. Carcerian stood unmoved, his calm demeanor contrasting the frantic charge. Ryoma's blows became inconsistent, his confidence shattered. At last, his desperation flowed into pleading. But Carcerian, faithful to his essence, refused mercy, his decisive strike driving the enemy into silence. The dust settled as Carcerian stepped back, his opponent lying damaged on the ground. Han Juyin and Jiang Inju exchanged cautious glances, realizing the fight had been even more one-sided than expected. Ryoma's futile attempts to stand only highlighted his defeat, his strength completely dismantled before their eyes. The tension spread through the assembled group. Some feared Carcerian would cross the limit, his hits driving Ryoma closer to death with each blow. Jiang Inju held back, urging Han Juyin to intervene before the guildmaster was killed immediately. Han Juyin, however, stood undecided, aware that Dojin, though actually Carcerian, would not retreat so easily. Carcerian's icy statements silenced them all. He would accept the consequences. His words conveyed finality as if the result was already settled. Yet Han Juyin's objections and Jiang Inju's rationale reminded him that homicide would attract repercussions beyond the fighting zone. The beaten guild members, shaking, begged for clemency on behalf of their leader. Carcerian's golden eyes focused on them. He dismissed their cowardly kneeling as meaningless and demanded deeper submission. Heads pressed to the dirt under his direction, the once arrogant enemies groveled. Their shame intensified further as he compelled them to utter their disgrace aloud, destroying their dignity entirely while sparing their existence. For now, the humiliation reached completion when Ryoma's men, forced by Carcerian's instruction, declared themselves worthless. Their shattered pride hung heavy in the air, and even their guildmaster could only curse silently, powerless before the overwhelming strength that had destroyed him. Carcerian, calm and steady, stood tall while Han Juyin and Jiang Inju witnessed the aftermath with mixed emotions, relief, worry, and respect far away. In São Paulo, Brazil, news of the altercation spread. Reports reached the Global Guild Authority, causing disbelief among senior figures. An S-rank hero, Ryoma Takashi, had been defeated so thoroughly that he was almost disabled. Officials questioned the validity of the narrative. How could one man, supposedly just an ordinary hunter, reduce a guildmaster to such a condition? Even as skepticism grew, the facts were clear. Jiang Inju and Han Juyin's accounts validated the result, though they selected their phrasing carefully, minimizing Carcerian's true identity. Still, uncertainties lingered. If someone so formidable was operating covertly, what else was unknown? Meanwhile, Ryoma himself lay in a medical bed covered in bandages, his self-worth shattered. As he grappled with the memory of his downfall, the entry opened. Carcerian walked in silently, holding a bunch of flowers, his calm eyes fixed on the man he had utterly crushed. Carcerian stood over Ryoma's hospital bed, his voice composed yet dominant as he silenced the injured man. He claimed it was merely an official visit, but his gaze carried a warning sharper than any weapon. Ryoma trembled, realizing escape was impossible. Forced to admit the truth, Ryoma confessed his failure, designating himself as worthless. His dignity as a guild master was demolished, leaving him broken in both body and mind. Carcerian listened in silence, unaffected, then moved to depart. Before leaving, he issued a final verdict dismissing the Yakuza's influence as trivial. The words cut deeper than any injury alone in his shame. Ryoma repeated them, his voice quivering, accepting the reality that his power and his title meant nothing against Carcerian's superiority. News of the intense showdown between Korean and Japanese heroes spread swiftly, dominating front pages across multiple countries. Media outlets praised the might of SEO Dojin, whose decisive strike against Takashi elevated him to prominence. Papers and broadcasts were filled with speculation, while public approval for him grew exponentially. Within days, his name swept through every family, becoming a topic of admiration and disagreement alike. Na Taiwan and Min Hongyi observed the unfolding situation with prudence. Discussions revealed that even the Japanese Hero Association had silently terminated its inquiry, raising questions. Takashi himself had retracted claims, a development that puzzled many. Na Taiwan suspected that Japan was hiding something crucial, suggesting at greater risks that others preferred to avoid. His intuition told him that Dojin's ascent would soon disrupt the delicate stability of global heroes. As the military action to seal Brazil's rift zone drew near, excitement mounted. Heroes from Korea adjusted quickly to the new environment, Mixing with warriors arriving from all corners of the world, together, they trained, shared tactics, and prepared for the final conflict. Good relations deepened during joint meetings and a pre-battle assembly, where resolve pervaded the atmosphere. Among them all, one person stood out, Carcerian as Seo Dojin, the unquestionable star carrying the burden of countless hopes. At the social event, Carcerian, known there under the alias Castle, attracted constant interest. Murmurs filled the venue, circulating the narrative of how he had defeated Takashi with overwhelming power. His reputation had already traversed boundaries, transforming him into the focal point of every conversation. Within the crowd, Jiang Inju and Han Julian watched quietly. They noticed how everyone only spoke of his exploit, yet he himself exhibited no sign of vanity, carrying his presence with calm composure. While many admired him, Han Julian's attention sharpened. Surrounded by praise and jealousy, she measured the vast gulf between herself and Carcerian. In her thoughts, she evaluated her own skills, realizing how ordinary she felt when compared to his achievements. Jiang Injo noticed her silence and questioned the rigidity in her expression, but Han Julian's eyes remained fixed ahead. Then, another individual entered the area, Gloria Tyler, America's celebrated S-rank hero. Recognized globally for her strength and appearance, her arrival instantly shifted the room's mood. For a moment, even Han Julian hesitated, her self-assurance shaken in Gloria's shadow. Yet, as Gloria's gaze fell toward Castle, her casual words confirmed recognition. It became evident that Carcerian's secret identity was known to her, identifying him as someone far more important than the others understood. During the gathering, Han Julian discovered that Carcerian had previously utilized an alternate name, Castle. It was a name connected to his past before Seo Dojin's identity, a trace of the life he brought into this body. Her curiosity intensified, questioning why no such record existed when his history was investigated. The revelation suggested its secrets he had yet to reveal. Nearby, whispers began to surface among fellow heroes. Some mocked Ryoma's defeat, expressing contempt at how he had fallen so easily. One figure, hidden behind a drink, muttered his intent to personally interfere, hinting at hidden animosity. Even as he sneered, his warning reached Carcerian. Enemies were not always direct, and Takashi's allies would not remain quiet. Han Julian voiced her apprehension, aware that retaliation could come in deceitful ways. Yet Carcerian's expression did not change to him. Such rivals, those loud in false pride but empty in strength, were of no import. His gaze held assurance as he dismissed the threat, stating that such people were no true difficulty at all. Unseen, others watched closely, evaluating his every word and movement. The balance of partnerships at the assembly had started to change, but Carcerian stood unwavering, certain of his chosen route. Sinister intentions fermented in the banquet hall, Kang Youngpyo's eyes glowing red with homicidal fury fixed on Carcerian. The defeat of Ryoma had embarrassed many, and now one of Takashi's associates swore revenge. Kang Youngpyo's whispered promise to slay with his own hands carried venom, a clear sign that the political contest among heroes was about to turn brutal. That same evening, the setting moved to Santarfam in Brazil, where the rift zone awaited closure. Beneath the moonlight, its entry pulsed ominously with violet energy, a swirling void that radiated hazard. The assembled forces, confident in the presence of two S-rank heroes, pushed to advance rapidly. Commanders urged their teams forward, certain that superior numbers and strength would guarantee triumph. Yet disquiet remained. As the groups entered the distorted region, Carcerian sensed what others disregarded. His instincts, refined in a world already destroyed, whispered of something amiss. He inquired if the others felt it, but most only shook their heads, unaware of the subtle change in mana. Moments later, the reality revealed itself. The flow of energy surged violently, equipment shouting alarms as the mana concentration spiked to dangerous levels. What should have been a managed operation was now on the verge of descending into chaos. The heavy mana thickened, crushing weaker soldiers to their knees, stifling their breaths. Hidden in the darkness, a malicious figure mocked them as mere insects, indifferent to their suffering. Carcerian sensed the distinction immediately. The power was heavier, darker than any he had encountered. In the depths of a mysterious forest, an elite strike team gathered under a starlit sky, responding to a sudden spatial disturbance. Their leader assessed the unnatural pressure. It was heavier than expected, a clear sign the rift had intensified. Maintaining discipline, she assigned defensive roles to key members, preparing for potential ambushes as they moved deeper into hostile territory. With everyone briefed, two fighters agreed to protect the formation, while the others focused on navigation and observation. The mission's objective was simple: close the rift at all costs. Despite the unpredictability of such anomalies, the group showed no hesitation. Once orders were finalized, the team advanced in unison. The formation moved efficiently, a coordinated unit stepping into the uncertain rift. Ahead of them, the forest opened to reveal the rift, a glowing, unstable crack in space pulsing with corrupted energy. At that very moment, while Dojin's group entered the Santorum Rift, another front was active in Brazil. Halfway across the world, heroes from multiple nations had converged to address a separate rift zone emerging in Manaus. French, Korean, and Brazilian operatives formed an international team. Their mission echoed the same urgency: identify the cause and seal the dungeon. As the operation commenced, a horrifying ambush broke out. Chaos erupted instantly as monsters descended from above. Screams tore through the forest as several soldiers fell before they could respond, caught off guard by the speed and brutality of the attackers. Dozens of killer bee-type monsters emerged from the rift in a swarm. Their glowing red eyes and serrated limbs tore through the trees as they advanced, drawn to movement and sound like hunters to prey. The ambush overwhelmed the front line. Soldiers fought back but were quickly separated in the chaos. Cries of pain and confusion mixed with the buzz of wings and the clash of steel. There was no time for strategy, only survival. In the middle of the disorder, one soldier made a last stand, slicing through incoming enemies with sheer determination. Yet even his strength could only delay the inevitable, as exhaustion and injury began to take their toll. The leader of the monsters appeared, a monstrous creature with armor, like plating and a spear-shaped stinger. Though agile and trained, one man struggled to counter the creature's sheer speed and weight. His movements dulled by the rift's gravity, he dodged with difficulty, knowing full well that one mistake could be his last. Survivors began to flee as the tide turned against them. The initial confidence faded into dread. In that cursed place where power meant little and strategy failed, the question remained: how many would live to see tomorrow? A sudden swing cleaved through the air as one of the heroes launched a powerful counterattack. The force of the strike shattered the ground, scattering debris as the enemy was knocked back violently from the impact. Emerging from the shadows, a new group of enemies advanced. These were not like the insect creatures seen before. They were larger, humanoid, and carried brutal weapons. Observing their unnatural strength, one member voiced concern over the enemy's physical capabilities. Their appearance and power didn't match common classifications, suggesting that the rift's corruption had birthed something beyond expectation. The front line responded quickly. A swordsman charged forward with explosive speed, engaging one of the mutated enemy's head. Despite the clean strike, the enemy recovered almost instantly and counterattacked with deadly force. The group found themselves overwhelmed as each adversary displayed unpredictable reflexes and immense power even under damage. Before one of the attackers could land a fatal blow, a purple-haired warrior dashed in. With sharp instincts and swift movements, she intercepted the strike, protecting her comrade and shifting the battle's momentum. Once again, she stepped forward without hesitation, declaring that she would cover the front. Despite warnings not to act alone, she leaped into the battlefield, relying entirely on her own overwhelming force and skill. Launching from the ground, she propelled herself into the air above the enemies. Her body spun with precise control, and energy gathered around her weapon as she descended toward the cluster of enemies below. Landing with crushing impact, her attack sent waves of energy tearing through the battlefield. One of the enemies was caught directly in the blow and immediately neutralized, his body thrown back by the explosive force. Without resting, she continued her offensive, vaulting over another attacker and delivering a devastating mid-air strike. A second enemy tried to retaliate from the side, but she twisted in mid-air and avoided the strike. Using gravity and timing, she flipped behind the creature before it could fully track her movement. From above, she dropped with a spiraling blow that tore clean through the target's defenses. Her overwhelming speed and precision created fear among the remaining enemies, who now realized they faced a combatant unlike any other. Another enemy lunged forward, swinging with all its strength, but she sidestepped with grace and retaliated immediately. Her momentum didn't slow as she carved through the battlefield with sharp, calculated movement. As her blade cut down a third enemy, the remaining creatures began to hesitate. Panic replaced aggression, her assault left behind only silence and broken bodies. With the path cleared, she turned to regroup, her presence now the anchor of the entire team's morale. The tide of battle had shifted. The purple-haired warrior unleashed a devastating overhead strike, sending a powerful shockwave into the enemy below. The force shattered the ground and flung the massive creature backward in a heap of crushed muscle and broken armor. From a distance, the rest of the team watched in awe. They had expected a difficult battle, but the speed and precision of her attacks exceeded their expectations. Her presence gave them a renewed sense of hope. While the others admired the outcome, a much larger enemy emerged from the shadows. It had sharper fangs and glowing red eyes, signaling a higher level of threat. It charged in, unshaken by the fate of its fallen comrades. The group's leader assessed the situation with concern, for such strong enemies to appear so early near the rift's edge indicated abnormal instability. It meant this battle would only get harder the deeper they went. As the corpses of fallen monsters twitched unnaturally, one member noticed something odd. A black ripple pulsed briefly from the ground near the body, barely visible to the naked eye unless focused on carefully. He pointed it out to the others, confirming it wasn't a hallucination. The ripple moved unnaturally around the monster's remains, suggesting an unseen force was manipulating the battlefield in real time. One of the members realized the source of the problem. The ripple wasn't random. It was dark mana, the reason the monsters had grown so powerful and erratic. The appearance of dark mana within the Rift Zone defied known classifications. Something unknown was interfering, corrupting the balance and escalating the threat. The question now was why it was happening here. With the area momentarily cleared, the group paused to regroup. Their expressions turned grim as they prepared to delve further, knowing the true threat had only just begun to surface. Night settled over the dense forest, cloaking the landscape in shadows. Something stirred among the trees. Moving swiftly under the moonlight from the darkened forest, a monstrous creature emerged, grotesque in size and shape, with a glowing red eye fixed on a target. Its roar pierced the night, echoing like a warning through the still air. A young swordsman dashed forward, blade glowing with energy. Without hesitation, he struck at the beast with full force, driving his sword through its thick hide as the creature recoiled in alarm. The swordsman slid back, momentarily assessing the enemy. Despite the initial blow, the creature remained unyielding. Determined, he launched himself into the air, summoning a swirl of energy to reinforce his next attack. A powerful vortex spun around him as his blade carved through space. He drove the technique down upon the beast, aiming to finish the battle swiftly. Other fighters nearby watched in awe. The unexpected strength of the swordsman shocked them. They had underestimated the severity of the situation and began to realize they were facing something far beyond ordinary. The group was suddenly ambushed by additional monsters erupting from the ground. One attacker lunged toward them, forcing the swordsman to intercept mid-leap, striking down the threat in a single motion. The monsters surrounded the team, forcing them into a defensive stance. Despite the swordsman's agility, one managed to land a glancing blow. Realizing the enemies were stronger than expected, panic began to spread. The group's gear, meant to withstand powerful attacks, was now compromised. They began questioning what had triggered this abnormal escalation in monster strength. A monstrous claw narrowly missed another fighter, who stumbled backward in fear. The swordsman spun and slashed the enemy aside, buying time for his comrades to regroup and reposition. Out of nowhere, a blue-haired warrior dropped from above, slicing cleanly through a charging beast with overwhelming strength. Her entrance shifted the momentum, startling both monsters and allies alike. The new warrior pressed forward, her twin blades dancing under moonlight. Monsters fell before her fury, cut down before they could counter. Her presence reinforced the team, forcing the enemy to retreat slightly. The blue-haired woman observed the aftermath with narrowed eyes. She noted the strength of the swamp ghouls and began to speculate that the actual rift's core could be far more dangerous than anticipated. Her gaze shifted toward the forest's depths. Doubt surfaced: was the problem limited to this region, or did the rift's corruption extend beyond this one breach? She realized with grim certainty, if this outbreak was occurring here, then it might be happening across the globe. Rift zones in every region could be spawning threats of similar scale or worse. At the rift zone near Manaus, the sky churned with energy. Mist rolled over the cliffs as ominous power leaked from the rift's center. The disturbance warned of unnatural events brewing within. Dojin sprinted across the ground, cutting through the charged air. His expression was tense, his instincts screamed danger. The tremors beneath his feet only confirmed what he feared was ahead. As he ran, thoughts raced through his mind. Multiple high-ranked hunters were reported dead. Even Brazil's strongest had fallen, and Francis David, another S-rank, was confirmed among the casualties. The weight of the situation became clear. 2 top-tier hunters had been eliminated by a handful of monstrous beings called Vekara, their power unmatched. Dojin narrowed his focus in preparation. Visions of blood, red eyes, and twisted claws filled his thoughts. One of the fighters recalled the enemy's name with dread. It was no ordinary foe. The Vekara were evolving. A girl with long purple hair spoke with calm certainty amid the chaos. Dojin cut down enemies near her, and another fighter added that Vekara infected by dark mana were even more lethal. One of the soldiers pointed toward a black orb surrounded by a thick, dark aura. It pulsed violently as dark mana seeped into nearby creatures, corrupting them. This wasn't natural. Even the swamp ghouls now emitted the same dark energy. The corruption spread fast, amplifying the monsters' abilities. Their movements grew sharper, their strikes heavier as the aura merged into their bodies. A vortex of energy exploded outward from one infected monster. Dojin's allies stepped back in alarm. One explained that this dark mana wasn't magic, it was pure mana toxin. drilling into flesh and bone. The concept of mana itself became a point of confusion. One teammate struggled to grasp the idea, comparing it to what's seen in games. The purple-haired girl sighed, realizing how little some understood. She clarified that mana, when manipulated correctly, was a source of power. But the twisted form they now faced served only destruction. Suddenly, a beast lunged from the shadows, maw-wide. Dojin reacted instantly, slicing through it with clean precision. The creature exploded in mid-air, but its strength proved how unstable the rift had become. Dojin's mind wandered as he moved. He thought about the peaceful world that once knew nothing of mana. To most, it had been a distant myth. Now it shaped their fate. He acknowledged that the calm had lasted too long. This new threat would not allow the world to remain ignorant. The balance had tipped, and humanity stood at a precipice. Charging forward, Dojin's expression hardened. The sound of beasts echoed behind him, but his path was clear. Dojin leaped into the sky, piercing through a mass of black mist. The corrupted mana resisted his approach, wrapping around his arms and slowing his descent as if reacting to his presence. He smashed downward with sheer force, using his body weight to rip through the toxic energy cloud. The air split open around him, breaking the distorted field's hold over the space, landing in the midst of scattered debris and rising fog. Dojin remained unfazed. Dozens of corrupted monsters loomed nearby, but his focus stayed sharp as the darkness thickened with their advance. The impact from Dojin's entry left a cratered path, drawing attention from his allies nearby. They turned toward him as the dust settled, watching his expression for a signal. Two of his companions discussed the source of the threat, dark mana. The purple-haired girl confirmed that it was this specific type that made the monsters unnaturally strong. Comparing it to drugs, one member explained it boosted their power but destabilized them. When asked how Dojin knew so much, he simply noted that their ignorance was what stood out the most. Following Dojin's advice, the team avoided the most active territory. On their map, the marked danger zone showed where Vikara had last appeared. They adjusted their path to advance cautiously. Tension grew as they progressed. Every footstep was measured. When they finally halted, one scout announced a grim discovery in the shadows, dozens of grotesque pods hanging in silence. The team gathered quickly. Inside the pods were unmoving figures, creatures in the process of transformation. They were Vekaras feeding cocoons, and they were not dormant for much longer. Several of the pods had already begun to stir, misshapen heads and limbs pushed against the membranes. The team instinctively readied their weapons, believing the host must be nearby, but Dojin refuted their assumption. He declared that the real threat wasn't approaching, it was already there. Within the cocoons themselves, their emergence would trigger a full-scale outbreak. As he raised a glowing flame in his palm, allies stepped back. One questioned if he was a mage, surprised by the display. A surge of energy erupted from his hand, launching flames across the area. The cocoons ignited immediately, bursting into fire as screams echoed from within the writhing shells. Explosions tore through the clearing as corrupted bodies inside were annihilated. Dojin stepped forward, eyes locked on the fire, explaining that these cocoons were used to enslave corpses under Vekara's control. With the breeding zone destroyed, he turned away from the smoldering ruin. Only one objective remained. The source of the corruption, Vekara itself, had to be eliminated before the next wave began. Surrounded by a gathering of fellow guild members, Dojin stood quietly, his expression unreadable. Though this situation was unfamiliar to the others, he navigated it as if he had lived through it before, leaving his allies in awe. As they observed him, whispers of doubt turned into admiration. One girl watched him closely, trying to understand the unnatural confidence and instinct he exhibited. She realized his knowledge and actions defied normal experience. The more they saw, the more they questioned. His strength was impressive, but what made them uneasy was how unnatural it felt. When someone jokingly asked if he was living a second life, Dojin paused. The phrase struck a chord. Without confirming or denying, his silence left the idea lingering in their minds, fueling speculation. Dojin calmly picked up his sword, surrounded by a faint glow of power. His posture and aura gave off the impression of a man who had lived through countless battles, facing death more times than one could count. As they discussed the distance to their destination, Dojin listened patiently. When told they were only halfway, he nodded with quiet resolve and announced he intended to finish it all that day, catching everyone off guard with his certainty. Despite their willingness to follow, the guild members were exhausted. One stepped forward to explain that the previous swamp had drained most of their stamina. Dojin looked at them in silence, gauging their condition. He understood their limits, and instead of pushing them further, he made a quick decision that left them stunned. Telling the others to rest, Dojin volunteered to proceed alone. He would eliminate the threat ahead and return. His tone left no room for argument. In a burst of energy, Dojin launched himself forward with inhuman speed. the sound of wind tearing through the air trailing behind him. He moved with fluid grace, accelerating faster than the eye could follow. His body blurred like a streak of lightning, heading directly toward their objective without hesitation or pause. The remaining team members watched in stunned silence. One man voiced what they were all thinking: how could he still have so much strength left? Dojin's stamina and determination shattered every expectation they had. Deep within the dense jungle, Dojin raced forward, scanning his surroundings. The wind howled past him, but he remained focused. His eyes lit up with purpose as he locked onto his target, the source of the disturbance. A massive spider-like beast crouched in the distance, waiting in the shadows. Without slowing down, he surged forward with his blade raised, leaping into battle. No fear lingered in his gaze. As Dojin closed in, the massive spider, like Belkara, shrieked in fury and lunged. Without hesitation, he slashed through its outer shell with a swift arc of his sword, cutting deep into its defenses. The monster responded by spinning a vast web, hoping to trap him in a flurry of silk. But Dojin kept moving, his movements refined and untouched by fear, dodging each thread with deadly precision. Amid the creature's desperate attacks, Dojin countered with a flurry of strikes, glowing with mana. His blade carved through the air, breaking through the web wall and driving back the monster's advances. The Belkara rose again, towering over Dojin, its limbs flaring with dark energy. Undeterred, he planted his feet and readied his final attack. With one fluid strike, he cut across the beast's torso, sending it crashing to the ground. Its shriek faded as its body collapsed, motionless, defeated in a single decisive moment. Dojin exhaled calmly. He pondered how he could still fight without fatigue, suspecting it was due to the dark mana he had absorbed through his own unique mana technique. Back at the jungle's edge, the others waited anxiously. When Dojin returned unharmed, they were stunned. He had defeated the Belkara alone and didn't even look tired. One of the women stared at him in disbelief, still trying to process how he had done it. Another nodded in agreement, equally astonished by his unshaken appearance. Dojin quietly assessed the jungle. Sensing no more danger nearby, he advised everyone to rest while they could. His presence gave them a rare sense of safety, and they followed his lead. As the fire crackled, the group settled down to eat. Weapons laid aside, they finally relaxed, sharing a brief moment of peace around the campfire. Over the flames, a piece of meat roasted slowly on a skewer, its aroma drawing everyone's attention. Hunger overtook the weariness they had endured on the journey. A young woman hesitantly approached Dojin and asked to try the meat. He nodded silently and handed her a portion. Grateful, she accepted it with a quiet thanks. Another teammate, watching her curiously, questioned why she had suddenly decided to eat it. Jokingly, he suggested maybe the meat was the secret to Dojin's strength. Curious and unsure, the man considered trying it himself, wondering aloud if it might make him stronger too. Encouraged by the idea, he decided he had nothing to lose by eating it. Dojin overheard and calmly dispelled their hopes, stating the meat wouldn't offer them power, only a full stomach. Despite his words, the others couldn't help but wonder if there was more behind his endurance. Dojin noticed the eagerness in his teammates' eyes. Though the meat held no real power, he didn't reject the effort. He acknowledged their will to grow stronger and allowed them to continue. He considered their determination and offered a subtle gesture of encouragement. With a simple motion, he treated the moment as a small act of support, recognizing their desire to improve. As the roasted meat was passed around, one of them began to feel invigorated. The taste, while ordinary, made them believe it had renewed their energy, sparking curiosity among others nearby. Later that night, the group gathered around a map. The path ahead was marked leading directly to the rift core. One of them pointed it out as their next objective. Though the goal was close, their exhaustion was undeniable. Some suggested returning the next day, but Dojin insisted they finish the mission now while the chance remained. Despite her fatigue, one of the women agreed with Dojin's urgency. The presence of dark mana had increased the danger, and she understood that delay would only worsen the threat. Originally, the plan had been to delay closing the rift to gather rare materials. Certain ingredients could only be found in specific regions, making prolonged exposure to the zone necessary. However, the spread of dark mana had disrupted those calculations. Its corrupting influence affected the monsters, making them stronger and more erratic, forcing a shift in priorities. Dojin reflected on this unexpected development. The existence of dark mana felt unnatural, and its growing presence troubled him. Something about it seemed more dangerous than anticipated. Handing over supplies, Dojin instructed the others to return to the hotel. They were hesitant, but they understood he had a plan. As they watched him prepare, they saw his confidence. He would face the rift alone and promised to regroup after sealing it. His presence gave them reassurance. Dojin turned with a faint smile and walked toward the danger ahead. He was ready to act, even if it meant doing so alone. The ground trembled as monstrous beasts surged from the shadows, their grotesque forms howling in rage. Dojin, eyes narrowed, charged ahead without hesitation, his body moving faster than the monsters could react. As dark tendrils curled and snapped around him, Dojin twisted his body midair, evading their grasp. His expression remained composed even as new enemies emerged, twin maws gaping with unnatural hunger. Landing with controlled force, Dojin buried his foot into a creature's body and drove his sword forward. The energy release scattered the remaining foes, sending them crashing to the sides. Dojin pulled his foot free from the dissolved remains of a monster, his movements calm despite the destruction. Amid the carnage, a strange core emerged pulsing with red light and crackling energy. He reached for it, his hand steady and unflinching. The artifact shimmered in his grasp, radiating both danger and value. Its glow illuminated his bloodied hand, signifying the completion of his objective. In the distance, his comrades began to approach cautiously, unsure if the danger had truly passed. From below the tree line, a small group of warriors observed the aftermath. One of them, concerned, questioned the outcome of Dojin's battle. Two women stood slightly apart from the others, eyes fixed in the direction where Dojin had vanished. She acknowledged his strength, admitting he still had much power left. Yet, her expression betrayed a quiet unease. Attempting to deflect, the purple-haired woman denied being worried, but in her thoughts she questioned her own status compared to Dojin. Her strength felt insignificant. Meanwhile, Dojin remained focused in battle. His thoughts were clear. There was no one among the S ranks quite like him. Not for ego, but out of certainty built from countless battles. His grip tightened on his sword as another horde came into view. From a distance, a large beast raised its weapon, charging forward with brutal intent. Dojin didn't retreat. Instead, he leapt with speed unmatched, closing the gap before the creature could finish its swing. In a single motion, he passed through the enemy's guard. Blood sprayed behind him as the beast's massive form collapsed. Several more monsters emerged, their glowing red eyes filled with primal hatred. Dojin's sword swept down, cutting one down immediately. As the monsters roared and charged, the ground cracked beneath their weight. Dojin didn't move. He watched, calculating, waiting for the exact moment to act. Every motion had purpose. Every pause held lethal intent. Then, like thunder, he struck. With a burst of power, he met their advanced head. On dust and limbs flew. Torn by force and blade, Dojin stood alone, but not faltering, each movement a testament to why he was called the Sword God. Dojin summoned a torrent of blazing energy, his body cloaked in golden flames as he launched forward. The monstrous foe had no time to react. The firestorm surged, engulfing the creature in burning light. The enemy collapsed beneath the explosive force of the attack. Dojin didn't hesitate, following through with a crushing strike that shattered the beast's torso and sent debris flying from the shadows. Other creatures attempted to surround him, but he remained unfazed. Raising his hand, he activated the core's energy, and a brilliant reaction lit up the dark sky. Elsewhere, a different group advanced through the forest, their attention caught by the ominous red portal towering ahead. The purple-haired woman led the team with caution, aware that anything beyond the gate could be hostile. One of the men chuckled nervously, trying to lighten the mood, but no one replied. Their objective was clear, and fear lingered beneath their silence. They moved together, each step careful as they neared the rift pulsing with otherworldly energy. Suddenly, without warning, the portal released a violent burst. Tendrils of corrupted power shot outward, piercing the sky. A battle erupted near the rift. Dojin emerged, slicing through an attacking creature mid-lunge. The blade severed its limbs effortlessly. With swift movement, he reached down and ripped the creature's organ from its corpse, an essential part for his collection. The extraction was clean, methodical, and without hesitation. He sealed the organ in a jar alongside others. The glass reflected the sunlight, now filled with remnants of his foes. Each piece carried a purpose, proof of conquest and resource for what lay ahead. Another monster screamed as it died, its body crumpling to the ground. From the remains, crimson gemstones spilled out, glittering in the daylight. Dojin stepped forward, watching them scatter across the earth. The fragments continued to fall, each one perfect and refined. These cores were more than trophies, they were valuable resources. The collection grew quickly. The monster's final breath exchanged for wealth. Dojin calmly observed the increasing pile. The gems gleamed with potential, representing the spoils of victory. He noted the quantity per kill was unusually high, an advantage he would surely make use of in time. After storing the cores, Dojin departed alone through the dense forest. His steps were silent but steady, leaving behind the ruined battlefield without looking back. Trees closed in as he disappeared deeper into the woods. Light filtered through the leaves, but danger still lingered beneath the peaceful canopy elsewhere. Far away, the Brazil Hero Association's command center received signals. Inside the operations room, tension grew. Staff stared at their monitors as alarms blared. In the Brazil Hero Association's operations room, a map showed sudden disruption around Santa Fe. Red alerts pulsed as a mysterious anomaly vanished from radar. Their expressions shifted from confusion to shock. The rift, long monitored and considered active, had vanished entirely without warning. Suddenly, cheers erupted. Someone confirmed the rift had closed. The team celebrated the unexpected success. Questions followed quickly: who had done it, and how it had ended so fast without reports from the field. As excitement settled, the staff reviewed reports. A Korean guild had been assigned to that rift and had contacted headquarters just 10 minutes ago, claiming they were returning from the operation. The timing didn't make sense. The rift had only just closed and their report came before it. Uncertainty spread as they reviewed the transmission logs and confirmed its accuracy. The scene cut back 10 minutes earlier. Inside the rift, monstrous creatures surged forward, hulking beasts with twin heads and glowing red eyes. Their roar marked the start of a violent confrontation. Dojin stood alone, analyzing the monsters with a focused gaze. He identified them as creations linked to dark mana, a threat that needed immediate elimination. He approached without hesitation. With a swift leap, he closed the distance and prepared to strike. His target was the core dark energy pulsing beneath the creature's skin. Locating it would be the key to ending the battle quickly. Landing with precision, he readied his blade. The black aura surrounding the monster crackled as it sensed his intent. The enemy charged, but Dojin remained composed. He shifted into an offensive stance, narrowing the angle of his blade. Timing was everything against creatures driven by instinct. As the monster lunged, Dojin's sword glowed with golden energy. He unleashed the second form of the Vandayan sword style, slicing through the enemy's path with deadly precision. The technique forced the creature back as momentum shifted. The battle was far from over, but the initiative was his. Dojin advanced without hesitation, determined to close the rift before time ran out. Dojin activates Grammy Grimoire magic, drawing glowing lines across the air. The spell forms rapidly, encircling the enemy with radiant heat, creating a powerful magical field. The monster, a towering beast with black skin and glowing red eyes, snarls in warning as the power builds around it. Lightning, like energy, slams into the monster, searing its flesh. The lines burn into its body, locking its movements and forcing it to its knees. The earth beneath begins to tear from the force, showing the destructive nature of the magic deployed. As smoke rises from the ground, Dojin calmly approaches the wounded monster. Despite the attack, the creature growls defiantly. Dojin smirks, confident and composed as he prepares for the next phase of battle. Without hesitation, Dojin launches himself forward, spinning mid-air with remarkable agility. His blade gleams in the sunlight as he descends toward the enemy. The sword tears into the creature's torso, sending blood flying. The monster staggers but doesn't fall. It lashes out wildly with its claws, missing narrowly as Dojin ducks and retreats in a fluid motion. Dojin lands and sprints to reposition. The enemy, bloodied but enraged, follows without thinking. From a distance, Dojin narrows his eyes, signaling he's ready to push harder. Golden lines blaze outward again, forming a cage of sharp energy beams. They converge rapidly, boxing the monster into a tight space. The creature's eyes widen as it realizes the trap is closing in. The beams slice across its body repeatedly. Each slash echoes with explosive force, cutting through muscle and armor. A massive tree behind the creature is cleaved in half. Caught in the blast, dust erupts skyward as the area around the impact site collapses. In the clearing stands the stunned beast, panting and bleeding. Dojin darts in again, faster than before. His figure blurs past the weakened monster, drawing the creature's focus away from the battlefield. The monster jumps forward, trying to land a blow. Its muscles flex mid-air, aiming to crush Dojin beneath its weight. But Dojin sidesteps gracefully, countering with a deep slash across the enemy's torso. A final burst of golden lines erupts around Dojin as he delivers multiple strikes in rapid succession. The beast reels, unable to withstand the consecutive attacks. Its body is overwhelmed by the precise, coordinated strikes. The monster collapses backward, caught in a grid of golden lines. From above, Dojin watches silently. His stance remains calm as the energy bars shimmer around the fallen enemy. Suddenly, the ground beneath trembles. A new figure approaches from the forest, casting a shadow across the field. A surge of purple energy bursts into view. A portal opens wide in front of Dojin, revealing a massive clawed figure emerging from its core. Dojin approaches the rift zone with caution. Despite its intensity, the dark mana levels remain strangely stable. He notes that the area surrounding the portal shows no natural mana increase, defying usual patterns. As he observes further, he considers that the mana isn't flowing from the rift itself. This suggests the corruption might originate from an external source rather than the dimensional gate directly. Dojin concludes someone is manipulating this mana. For the area to be this saturated, it must have been artificially filled with dark energy, possibly indicating the hand of a powerful being behind the distortion. His mind flashes to terrifying possibilities: undead overlords or imperial leashes, the only beings capable of generating such mana density. Such entities are catastrophic, able to plunge entire continents into darkness. He reasons that if one had truly descended here, the entire region would already be overrun by the undead. Cities would have fallen, and nature itself would have decayed under their presence. Though no concrete conclusion is formed. Dojin admits the situation is unusual. Closing the rift may not be a permanent solution if something else is continuously feeding the dark mana from outside. Dojin takes action and strikes at the unstable rift with his sword. Purple energy erupts violently, resisting his attempt to neutralize the flow. The surge momentarily distorts the surroundings with chaotic pulses. The spell backlash expands, swirling outward in jagged currents of light and shadow. Despite the overwhelming reaction, Dojin stands his ground, carefully analyzing the pattern of energy being released. As the disturbance settles, Dojin narrows his eyes. The strange mana pattern confirms his theory this was no natural rift. He'll need to investigate further to uncover the origin of the interference. Meanwhile, at the Brazil Hero headquarters, leaders review recent incident reports. The findings are troubling. Multiple sources confirm severe casualties from rift encounters across several countries. Our representative explains that a joint international team had been sent into one zone. Of all the elite forces, only one S-rank hero survived the mission. The loss was nearly absolute. The senior officer is visibly shaken. The surviving hero's report described a power unlike anything previously documented. Whatever they faced, it exceeded standard dimensional threats by a wide margin elsewhere. Another team investigating a separate rift encounter reports success. Though the fight was intense, all members returned alive. The commanding officer highlights their coordination and adaptability. Still, discrepancies trouble the authorities. Reports from different regions show wildly inconsistent outcomes. Some teams are decimated while others survive with no casualties, making the threat level unpredictable. One commander suggests there may be a hidden variable influencing survival, perhaps a specific person or unknown factor affecting each mission's outcome. The rift was confirmed closed shortly after the investigation team withdrew. This fact raises suspicion among the headquarters commanders, who question how such closure could occur without direct intervention. Startled by the revelation, the commander demands to know the whereabouts of the S-rank hero Hun Ji. Yan, her connection to the event becomes a point of urgency as they await her arrival. Realizing the anomaly must be addressed quickly, the official slams his desk, ordering an immediate meeting with Hun Jian to uncover what truly transpired inside the rift. While headquarters processed the exit of the previous team, Dojin had already moved ahead alone, entering the second rift without delay. The time difference between events was only about an hour. By the time the others reported back, Dojin had closed the first rift entirely and stepped into the next. His actions were precise, leaving no time wasted between transitions. Inside the second rift, Dojin discovers its core lies underwater. Without hesitation, he dives in, continuing his mission silently as the outside world remains unaware of his exact movements. Inside a tense meeting room, a high-ranking official questioned the reliability of an unbelievable report. The claim was hard to accept. A single hero allegedly closed a whole rift zone by himself. The woman across from him, calm and firm, confirmed the possibility. She knew the capabilities of the person involved and didn't hesitate. Shocked, the man leaned forward, repeating the hero's name. SEO Dojin closing a rift zone solo was beyond protocol. Still, she replied with confidence, probably. Yes, the room fell into silence as he processed the magnitude. He lowered his voice, admitting the matter was classified. Even S-rank heroes had perished in other rift zones. She explained that if it weren't for SEO Dojin, she might have died in the incident. His presence had been the only reason the disaster didn't claim more lives. The man folded his hands, still in disbelief. He acknowledged SEO Dojin's skills were beyond standard ranks, even S-class. Then reports confirmed southern rifts had closed. Perhaps they hadn't fully grasped his true power yet. The woman warned him sternly. No one could afford to lower their guard. The current rift danger level far surpassed anything seen before, and the protocols might no longer be sufficient. Acknowledging her concern, he confirmed that the rift's entrance color had changed, an unusual phenomenon. That minor detail could be the only clue in identifying unstable or high-risk zones. Holding up his device, he issued an immediate order to verify every rift entrance in Brazil. If the entrance color differed from the norm, it must be flagged and investigated urgently. The woman exited the office, her expression serious. Urgency filled the air as the man behind her began coordinating internal response measures. She remained composed but walked briskly with determination. Outside, she placed a call, connecting with another key figure. Her message was short and direct. This situation was escalating faster than expected. A firm response would be required. The screen revealed Chairman Na Taiwang, calm, composed, and already aware of the context. He responded with a brief but meaningful indicating he understood the gravity of her contact. Taiwang confirmed the obvious. The situation now unfolding was directly tied to dark mana. This wasn't an isolated rift anomaly, something larger was in motion, hidden beneath the surface. She asked whether any changes had occurred in Korea. He reported no noticeable shifts yet. Even for S-rankers, the danger was escalating. If a god-class monster had emerged, fueled by dark mana, they would need every piece of intelligence and coordination possible to prepare for the coming threat. Dojin stepped into the shimmering lake, fully aware of the dangers that lurked beneath the surface. Rift zones embedded in aquatic environments were some of the most perilous locations known to mankind. Rifts with underwater cores posed severe disadvantages. Humans couldn't breathe underwater, making it impossible to sustain combat without specific adaptations. Only a small number of heroes could operate effectively in such terrain. Dojin knew that in this environment, raw strength alone wouldn't guarantee survival. Ivan Looper, New Zealand's national hero, was known as the world's foremost underwater combatant. His rank specialization allowed him to handle what most couldn't due to his unique ability, underwater breathing. Ivan became the primary choice for aquatic rift operations, but his services came at an immense cost. Dojin sensed something was off. As he observed the lake, he could feel the dark mana within was denser than any he had encountered before. Without hesitation, Dojin dove into the water, initiating his descent. He had no special breathing trait, but his confidence remained unshaken. The deeper he went, the more he noticed the darkness closing in. Visibility dropped rapidly as the surrounding waters grew thick with energy. An ominous vortex appeared below. Its presence hinted at a concentrated source of dark mana, likely the rift's core or its guardian. Dojin stabilized himself mid-water, adjusting his balance and preparing to navigate the heavy pressure surrounding him. The first step was regaining full control. Next, he calibrated his resistance, using internal mana flow to adapt his body to the changing environment. Every movement had to be efficient. He reached the lakebed with steady footing. The dark glow of surrounding sea creatures confirmed he had entered the rift's inner region. Suddenly, a gigantic monster emerged from the shadows, its body blending with the murky depths. Dojin readied his sword instinctively. A powerful current surged toward him as the creature charged. He recognized its form, an abyssal-type beast known as an enrollment. Unlike surface monsters, this one used water resistance and pressure as natural weapons. Dojin unleashed his aura to counter the overwhelming force. As Dojin faced the depths, mutated piranha-like creatures surrounded him. They swarmed with sharp teeth and bloodlust, drawn by his movement in the dark waters. He narrowed his eyes, unfazed by the monstrous fish. Their presence confirmed how corrupted the rift zone had become. The creatures charged in clusters, snapping violently, but their attacks were deflected with ease, unable to reach him through the aura barrier he maintained. If Ivan Looper, the world-renowned underwater expert, had witnessed this scene, even he would have hesitated. The sheer number and aggression of the monsters were overwhelming, but Dojin stood calmly among them, fists clenched, posture unwavering. He moved with practiced rhythm, adjusting his stance precisely. While others floated or drifted in confusion, he anchored himself to the lakebed, allowing him full control of his movements in any direction. With firm footing, Dojin launched rapid strikes. Each punch pierced through water as if he were on solid ground. Sharks and larger aquatic beasts were knocked aside. The water parted around him with each impact, unable to suppress his force. Even in an environment that hindered most, Dojin made quick work of his enemies. None could match his balance or control. He accelerated forward, propelling through the mass of enemies. The current spiraled behind him as he surged deeper toward the core. Suddenly, a shift occurred. His eyes caught a strange shape, large and motionless, hiding in the shadows ahead. The eerie glow of a single massive eye appeared from the darkness. Dojin halted mid-motion. He had found something unnatural. Underwater, Dojin narrows his eyes, struggling against the intense magical feedback surging through his body. His arm extends toward Akramos, mana swirling around his fingertips. A blinding aura forms in his hand as he channels raw mana into Akramos' body. The beast's resistance intensifies, but Dojin's energy begins to pierce its defenses. The swirling pressure between them threatens to collapse both bodies. Akramos' body begins to vibrate as the foreign energy takes root. Dojin stabilizes his stance, using forceful willpower to hold his arm in place. His teeth grit as he pours more mana into the beast's core to break through. The creature convulses as Dojin's aura coils tighter, binding its limbs and senses. The water surrounding them glows orange from his mana saturation, making escape impossible. Its primal instincts scream. But it is no longer in control for a moment. Everything stills. Dojin's mana reaches the core and starts to overwrite the beast's consciousness. A sudden vortex forms around Dojin, sucking in surrounding water. He closes his eyes, feeling his energy stabilize within Akramos. A violent explosion bursts from beneath the river. A towering column of water shoots high into the sky, reaching the clouds. From the heart of the geyser, Akramos' enormous body bursts forth. No longer feral in movement, Dojin hovers above the water, arm extended, floating midair with steady balance. His mana pulses in sync with the beast below. With a sharp twist of his wrist, Dojin extracts a condensed orb of energy from Akramos' body. The black tendrils that once resisted him now retract inward. The impact from the release hurls both Dojin and the subdued creature toward the riverbank. Dojin crashes into shallow water, skidding to a stop. Akramos lands farther ahead with a loud thud, its body limp and unresponsive. Water erupts one last time as energy discharges from both figures. Then silence. The once chaotic river returns to its natural flow. From a distant viewpoint, the village observes the calm river. No monster, no battle, no disaster, only a faint ripple remains where a titanic clash had just occurred. The threat is gone without warning. Far from the river, in a lush and open field, birds glide peacefully under the quiet morning sky, mountains surround the area, and the land appears untouched by any recent chaos or magic. Dojin lies unconscious in the tall grass carried far from the battlefield. A flock of curious birds peck at his motionless body, drawn by the lingering mana on his skin. One lands on his forehead. With a sudden sneeze, Dojin jolts awake. The birds scatter, flapping wildly as he sits up groggily. Dojin narrows his focus, ignoring the pain in his arm as he forces his mana outward. The resistance from Akramos is immense, but he doesn't stop. His goal is clear, and retreat is no longer an option. With his palm aimed at the beast's core, a massive surge of energy explodes through the water. Dojin pushes forward with everything he has, diving deeper. The power buildup inside Akramos grows unstable. He's not just forcing mana into it, he's taking control. Suddenly, the sea glows gold as the backlash of energy erupts outward. His control stabilizes. He senses a shift. Akramos' core begins to respond, not with rejection, but with submission. His eyes sharpen. The moment he has waited for is here. Now that the creature's will is weakened, Dojin starts compressing the absorbed mana within himself. Surrounded by swirling currents, he makes his final descent. The underwater vortex begins to collapse inward. At the center, Dojin, now wrapped in glowing light, prepares to unleash his final move and finish the suppression. The surface of the river detonates upward as a column of light breaks through the sky. The shockwave sends nearby wildlife fleeing while villagers on shore stare in disbelief at the sudden eruption. Akramos, partially bound by magic, launches from the river. Dojin follows midair, now holding the beast's core in his grip. Landing on the riverbank, Dojin swings his arm, dragging the last strands of energy out of the beast. With one final pull, he yanks the source from Akramos' body. Dojin and the lifeless body of Akramos crash onto dry ground. The nearby town watches as the ripples fade and water returns to calm. A geyser bursts behind them one last time before settling. The battle is over. Nothing remains of the chaos except for the crater left in the river and a faint lingering glow over the battlefield. From above, the entire river winds quietly again. The people of the nearby town witness the stillness and know the threat has been removed. Akramos, once an unstoppable force, is no longer a danger. Far away from the river, in a green meadow beneath the morning sky, birds soar peacefully in the tall grass. Dojin lies unconscious. A group of curious birds peck at his face and clothes, drawn by his presence. One bird lands on his head while others gather around him in confusion. Dojin suddenly sneezes, sending the birds flapping away in surprise. He wakes up groggy, disoriented, but alive. Sitting up slowly, he blinks at the sky, unsure how he ended up here after the intense underwater battle. As the sun rises over the field, birds fly calmly overhead. The peaceful sky contrasts the intensity of the battle just ended. Nature returns to its rhythm, unaffected by the chaos that had occurred nearby. Dojin's eyes flutter open, his face showing fatigue. The sky above him blurs as his senses return slowly. He realizes he's lying on the riverbank, displaced by the explosion of mana during his clash with Akramos. Beside him, his weapon lies partially submerged in water. He sits up, groaning, and acknowledges he must have lost consciousness. The last thing he remembers is unleashing his final surge of power to suppress the beast. Raising his hand, Dojin channels energy and senses the change within. His mana now feels significantly denser and stronger than before. The fight, though exhausting, resulted in clear growth. He inspects his palm, noting the clear enhancement. The risk had been great, but the reward proves it was worthwhile. He doesn't regret taking the opportunity when he saw Akramos underwater. Suddenly, he activates the subspace. A swirling void materializes in front of him. This newly gained control over the dimensional space becomes the most valuable benefit of the encounter. Far more than just mana growth, stretching his arms with a loud exhale, Dojin feels the tension leave his body. The field is silent, and he confirms that his objectives in the rift are complete. He concludes that there's no reason to stay. Everything he aimed for has been accomplished. The battle, the power gain, and the subspace are secured. As the sun sets over the calm landscape, Dojin decides to close the rift and return to the lodge. His silhouette fades into the distance as birds soar above the flowing river. At the Korea Hero Association headquarters, tension lingered in the air as grave news was exchanged behind closed doors. The once bustling cityscape outside the tall building now stood in stark contrast to the quiet panic within. Inside a formal meeting room, two senior officials discussed the confirmed deaths of multiple heroes. Though not yet publicly announced, their internal reports painted a grim picture. One of the men expressed bitter frustration. These weren't just any heroes, they were irreplaceable assets. The death toll emerged from specific rift zones, which raised concerns about the nature and sudden emergence of these localized disasters. Despite the chaos, they acknowledged that hero Seo Dojun had succeeded in closing the unstable zones. His performance had surpassed all expectations, proving instrumental in minimizing broader catastrophe. They referenced the Takia incident, which had already caused international alarm. Yet this new development threatened to escalate matters even further. The political fallout, especially with countries like Brazil involved, would be massive and hard to control. Comparisons were drawn to past events involving high-profile heroes. Even the once dominant Hunjung couldn't match Dojin's sudden rise in notoriety. The discussion shifted to domestic rifts so far stable, but doubts lingered whether Korea could remain unaffected much longer. By the time Brazil issued a request for reinforcements, Dojin had already neutralized the core threat. Their delay had only worsened the situation. Frustrated, one man mocked Brazil's dependence, noting how they couldn't even secure cooperation from Dojin. His decision to act independently, despite being overseas, made him unpredictable, but also undeniably effective. Their doubts turned to laughter. The room's tone shifted slightly, acknowledging what made Dojin exceptional. He wasn't a typical hero. They couldn't command or contain him. His strength and mindset placed him beyond conventional authority elsewhere. A negotiation was unfolding under more strained circumstances. A Brazilian official sat across from Dojun, and his group visibly sweating. He found Dojin's terms unreasonable, but knew they lacked the leverage to refuse him outright. Dojin's demeanor remained cold and composed. The accusation of excessive demands didn't faze him. To him, results mattered more than diplomacy. Declaring the meeting over, Dojin stood to leave without hesitation. The room's power dynamics had flipped. As Dojin walked away, the Brazilian official panicked and called out, urging him to reconsider. He appealed to Dojin's sense of duty, invoking national safety and his rank title as justification to stay. Dojin stopped momentarily. The word duty seemed meaningless to him now. He had already done more than enough close two rifts alone. With piercing words, he challenged the official's plea. If duty was the measure, Brazil's own heroes had failed first. Faced with resistance, Dojin questioned the sincerity of Brazil's request. If the situation were reversed, he doubted they'd send help to Korea. Officials attempted to explain their desperation. Rift zones had become increasingly unstable, forming inaccessible regions within seconds. The abnormal expansion of danger zones left them helpless against the monsters that emerged, with urgency building. One official admitted that if Brazil suffered another similar incident, the country would collapse. A purple-haired woman among Dojin's group finally spoke up. Her calm tone cut through the tension. She argued that the official's explanations made Dojin's terms even more reasonable. She pointed out that Dojin's demands, in comparison to the national threat, were far from excessive. Meeting them was a small price to prevent total destruction. Her logic left the chairman visibly conflicted. Eventually, the Brazilian side gave in. They agreed to Dojin's terms, $50 million per closed rift zone. For them, survival outweighed pride. The decision was made with reluctance, but no better alternative. Dojin accepted the deal with a smirk. His only complaint was that it hadn't been offered earlier. His attitude remained firm. Results came first, and negotiations came second. Raising two fingers, he reminded them of the rifts he'd already closed. He wasn't going to let them forget. The price was clear: $100 million needed to be paid up front. The purple-haired woman silently noted the consequences if the deal leaked. Public perception could turn against them, labeling Dojin as greedy. Still, she knew the Brazilian Association wouldn't risk their pride by exposing the deal. Afterward, she glanced at Dojin, her expression unreadable. His actions always seemed calculated, yet never dishonest. There was a silent understanding between them. His strength justified his confidence. From behind, another member of the group watched curiously, not fully grasping the conversation. But to those who knew Dojin, his character needed no defense. She thought to herself that even if the payment agreement became public, it wouldn't bother him. Dojin wasn't someone concerned with image, he did what had to be done. That was who SEO Dojin was. In a symbolic space between realities, Dojin stood face to face with a fallen figure from his past. The sky stretched endlessly above and below, as though the world itself waited for closure. A quiet voice echoed in his mind, recalling a promise once made to create the safest home. The riches he'd earned weren't for luxury, but for a future built on security and stability. Dojin smiled with calm determination. He had kept his word, built the haven, and safeguarded those left behind. Now, as he looked upward, he asked a silent question: had it all been enough? Despite their reluctance, the Brazilian government yielded to Dojin's terms. Behind the scenes, leaders debated fiercely, but they ultimately prioritized survival. The public would never know how close they were to losing everything. To protect their national reputation, they were the first to request a non-disclosure agreement. Dojin's actions would stay hidden, and the transaction would never reach public scrutiny. Elsewhere, Brazil's injured heroes, once confident in their strength now, recovered quietly in the shadows. The contrast between past pride and present dependence on one man became painfully clear. A funeral ceremony took place for the fallen heroes. Rows of caskets lined the runway as soldiers and civilians stood in silence. The loss was immense, and the weight of their sacrifice was heavy. Survivors, including Dojin and others, paid their respects. Grief filled the atmosphere, but beneath it was a renewed resolve to prevent such losses from happening again. After the ceremony, they returned to the hotel in silence. Mourning time had passed. Now action awaited. Dojin, still unreadable, carried the responsibility forward with the same cold resolve. The next morning, as they shared breakfast, a teammate asked Dojin if he would join the next rift operation. His presence made a difference, and everyone knew it. Dojin, however, remained indifferent. He admitted he was simply evaluating what option gave him better returns, fighting or resting. His practical mindset left them slightly confused. He explained further: while he closed one rift, others progressed to the next. Strategy and positioning made more difference than raw power alone. His movements were always calculated for efficiency. As understanding dawned on the team, they proposed a chain plan, clearing rifts in rotation. Dojin would start solo, then assist in a joint battle, and finally move ahead while others finished. Everyone quickly caught on. By rotating effort, they could clear up to 3 rifts daily. It wasn't just practical, it maximized their reward and minimized risk. One member even offered to share part of his reward with Dojin for joint missions. The morale shifted, and the once grim team now brimmed with optimism and a plan. As the team finalized their strategy, Dojin reminded the purple-haired woman not to push herself too hard. Instead, he asked her to focus on protecting the others, something more valuable than attacking. Surprised by his rare concern, she acknowledged her responsibility. Her resolve strengthened, reassured by his faith in her abilities. She was an S rank too, and now she'd prove it. Around them, others noticed the exchange and quietly whispered. They assumed something romantic was happening, but in truth it was mutual respect between warriors. The atmosphere relaxed again, and the team prepared to deploy. Under the bright sky and rustling trees, Dojin advanced cautiously through the open field. His senses stayed alert, aware of what could emerge from any direction. The calm was soon broken by distant, rhythmic thuds. Dojin paused, already predicting the scale of what was approaching from the tremors in the ground. Suddenly, a massive red-eyed creature leapt from behind a cliff. A lesser cyclops, large and hostile, stood before him, ready to attack without hesitation. Dojin quickly assessed the situation. A swarm of similar monsters was likely nearby. He stayed calm and shifted into combat stance without delay. Without waiting for the enemy to strike first, he charged forward, outpacing the creature's reaction time. His sudden movement left the cyclops momentarily stunned. Launching a powerful blow, Dojin took initiative. For him, this was another routine job, just another fight, and a way to earn money while eliminating threats. A peaceful forest under a bright sky hides the lurking danger. Birds take flight in sudden panic. Dojin emerges from the trees at high speed, alert to the disruption around him. He lands swiftly on open ground, scanning his surroundings. His instincts sharpen as he senses an approaching threat without hesitation. His focus narrows on the incoming beast. A grotesque creature breaks through the clearing, its twisted form sprinting toward Dojin, muscles tense and eyes wild. it charges with no hesitation or strategy. Dojin evaluates the enemy with a sharp glance. He recognizes its type built for endurance, not speed. Calm and composed, he prepares to test a different tactic against it. The monster roars and rushes forward again, unrelenting in its pursuit. Its movements lack coordination, but carry destructive force. The ground shakes with each step. Dojin slides back, narrowly dodging the initial strike. Dust and force blast outward from the impact site. Despite its brute strength, the creature's attacks remain unrefined. Exploiting the beast's lack of precision, Dojin shifts sideways and strikes with a precise blow. The creature stumbles, momentarily stunned. Its body twists, reacting instinctively rather than tactically. The enemy growls in frustration. Black veins pulse under its skin as it turns its massive frame. Dojin advances again, watching closely for weaknesses exposed during the turn. Suddenly, the creature spins and releases a loud shriek. Its muscle mass surges unnaturally, causing its skin to tear. Its back arches in agony as its strength increases. Dojin raises his hand, conjuring energy into his palm. A faint dark light forms, pulsing with unstable power. His stance remains steady, maintaining control of the gathering force. He lunges forward as the monster charges again. Their movements intersect mid-air. The energy in Dojin's palm flares as he releases it directly at the monster's chest. The impact hits squarely. The creature's body trembles, and it is forced back several steps. Dojin observes its reaction, though damaged. The technique proves too slow for live combat. Far away, in a command center, a red dot vanishes from the map. Alarms confirm the sudden closure of the Maru Southern Rift Zone, an event far ahead of schedule. Inside the operations room, analysts stare at the screen in disbelief. A man in a dark suit leans forward, clearly focused. He mutters a short command to proceed. A subordinate confirms the instruction. Without delay, she initiates a transaction through her device. The screen displays a large sum, confirming payment to a specified account. Concerns rise within the operations team about their funding strategy. One agent worries the payout to Dojin may rapidly drain resources. His analysis shows the financial burn rate accelerating beyond control. He suggests halting or delaying further payments. The room falls silent, but tension builds as the implications of his idea set in. A delay could risk losing Dojin's cooperation altogether. A senior member reacts with anger. The proposal is risky, and if Dojin pulls out, they lose their best closer. He demands a better solution, unwilling to jeopardize progress. The team leader acts swiftly, calling for elite hunters to be deployed. A special task force is to be formed immediately, given full backing and resources. Their mission is clear: compete directly with Dojin in closing rifts. The stakes are high, and the team is promised a $10 million reward for outperforming him. With the plan set, the organization commits fully. The stage is now a global contest between Dojin and the International Hero Alliance. Both sides rush to close as many rifts as possible. Meanwhile, news reaches another group. A man receives a message on his device from Chairman Lopez. He recognizes this as confirmation that leadership has finally made a move. Rumors had circulated about heavy hero losses, causing fear and doubt. Now, with the decision public, new plans must be formed quickly. The tension is felt in every corner of the room. They assess the prize value and manpower commitment. Though $10 million is significant, the workload is deemed reasonable. The group prepares for what they expect to be easier combat scenarios. Young Man questions the deployment method. He confirms all heroes will be sent as a single coordinated team. It's a bold move, but one meant to boost efficiency. However, upon reviewing the mission list, a major anomaly appears. Dojin's name is missing. Several other powerful individuals are also excluded. The discrepancy raises concerns. It seems the decision to withhold certain names was intentional. Confusion builds as they try to understand what the leadership is planning behind the scenes. Elsewhere, Dojin walks calmly through a forested area. He receives a notification, but shows no sign of surprise. He continues moving, his expression neutral. His companions inquire about payments. They suspect the association might be withholding money due to Dojin's high earnings. Their conversation hints at strategic budget decisions. Dojin quickly understands the association's approach. He realizes the leadership is using an indirect method to reduce his influence by pooling resources into a separate team. He remains composed despite the move. Dojin silently acknowledged the restored funds promised to him. The association had followed through at last. However, the financial reward no longer held importance for him. He shifted his focus inward. The missions ahead demanded something greater than personal gain. No amount of money could outweigh the duty now resting on his shoulders. Just as the Brazilian Association intended, the rivalry intensified. Both teams accelerated their pace, clearing rifts in different regions. The competition pushed progress forward with urgency. At headquarters, operators logged each closure. Rift A035 was reported sealed at 15 o'clock. The success was credited to Dojin and the Silkflower Guild. 2 hours later, Rift CO12 was closed by the Hero Alliance team. Analysts tracked the time difference between completions closely. Rivalry now drove their every move. Injuries soon followed. One rank and multiple A ranks from the Alliance were wounded. 2 members suffered serious trauma, prompting immediate medical deployment. Near midnight, another rift was reported closed A037. The agent paused before identifying the contributor. Surprise hung in the silence until the team name was released. The rift had been closed by Dojin alone. No support team, no allies. His unmatched skill allowed him to complete the task solo without hesitation. His silhouette stood firm amidst the battlefield. The monstrous corpse behind him confirmed the scale of the threat. Yet Dojin appeared calm, ready for the next objective. Several days passed. Inside the operations room, exhaustion was evident. Agents remained at their desks, fueled by caffeine and adrenaline. Sleep was a rare luxury. Colleagues exchanged quick updates, noting heavy workloads and endless shifts. Despite the strain, no one stepped away. Too much depended on the ongoing mission. While dark mana rifts were being sealed quickly, others were ignored. Monitoring systems ran non-stop, but fewer personnel were available to respond to all zones. Suddenly, alerts flashed across the map interface. Staff members snapped to attention as multiple regions lit up. The timing was unexpected, throwing the room into motion. The visual feed confirmed it. Rift energy readings began dropping in succession. The combined efforts of both Dojin and the Alliance were producing visible impact. Then came the turning point. Cheers echoed in the command room. The final active rift on the board dimmed. For the first time in days, the board went quiet. Dojin and the heroes had finally succeeded. A sudden announcement declared that Rift Zone BO41 had been successfully closed. Echoing through the control center, the atmosphere shifted instantly as the final confirmation spread across every screen in the room. Inside the command center, employees burst into cheers, unable to contain their excitement. Tension gave way to joy as they realized the immediate threat had passed. One agent sprinted through the corridors, urgency in every step. Reaching the operations office, she reported directly to the chairman that all rifts within a 500 kilometers radius of Santar Fem had been closed, her voice sharp with triumph. In his office, the chairman exhaled deeply, the stress on his face slowly lifting. His assistant confirmed that all rifts with dark mana had been closed. It marked a major victory in the global effort to control the ever-expanding dimensional tiers. The chairman acknowledged the success, commending the dedication of every unit involved. However, a lingering doubt crept into his thoughts. Though major rifts had been closed, minor ones still remained. He asked if they could afford to pause, to which the assistant hesitantly suggested that one day should be fine. That night, a grand celebration was organized to honor the agents and heroes. The lights of the city tower gleamed beneath the moon, symbolizing hope after chaos. The smell of grilled meat filled the air as food was served in abundance. Tables were stacked with fresh dishes, laughter surrounded the flames, and for a moment, under the warm night sky, guests in formal suits mingled freely. Conversations flowed as live music played in the distance. Drinks were shared and the mood remained festive, though a few remained quiet, lost in reflection. Dojin and his team approached the chairman, announcing their intent to return home. Having completed their duty in Santar Fem, they felt it was time to part ways with the operation. The chairman greeted them with respect. Surprised, the chairman questioned the early departure. Dojin explained that while rifts still existed, their team's designated area had been secured, though concerned. The chairman understood. Their team had done what was asked of them. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that more challenges awaited, and perhaps more help would still be needed soon. As they prepared to leave, one of the female agents hesitated. She suggested that at least one person, Dojin, should stay a bit longer. Another agent teased Dojin, suggesting he simply didn't want to part ways. The group grew quiet as they awaited his response, away from the others. The chairman questioned whether Dojin truly wished to leave. With ample rewards already earned and more heroes arriving, the chairman suspected something else kept Dojin conflicted. Dojin continued speaking with the chairman under the warm lights of the party. A female agent standing nearby observed quietly, her expression unreadable. Another guest commented that Dojin's departure would surely please her, though she gave no clear answer. Her eyes followed Dojin as he walked away. Despite what others assumed, she wasn't sure how she felt. A sudden shout broke her thoughts, drawing attention to another arrival. A woman in a red dress confidently walking toward Dojin. The other women urged one of their friends to move quickly. They insisted she should investigate what private conversation was unfolding between Dojin and the elegant newcomer, clearly hinting at concern or jealousy. Confused, the girl questioned their motives. Surrounded by party guests, she doubted any private moment could be significant. But the purple-haired woman scolded her, accusing her of being clueless and missing the obvious situation unfolding before them. She stressed that if the girl truly cared, she should act before it was too late. Her stern words cut through hesitation, pressing the urgency of the moment. While the others remained frozen in place, the purple-haired woman took a step forward and turned back to give one last push. Still unsure, the girl stood silently, pondering the meaning of those words. Her thoughts drifted to earlier memories, moments she had shared with Dojin, faint but warm recollections that now felt uncertain. Scenes from a shared meal flashed through her mind. Sitting together casually had once felt natural, but now everything felt distant. As he responded with a neutral tone, the woman smiled, her beauty undeniable. Watching from a distance, the girl couldn't help but feel the gap widening between them. Her mind wrestled with thoughts she didn't want to admit. Dojin approached the woman again with a request of his own. He asked for help securing an invitation to the upcoming gold market, an elite auction held annually in Las Vegas. She agreed without hesitation. Nearby, the purple-haired woman overheard their conversation. She wondered why Dojin would want to attend such a high-end event. With a sly smile, the woman accepted Dojin's request, but with one condition: she invited him to visit her private residence a week before the event. The purple-haired woman's mind spiraled into confusion and embarrassment. Vivid imaginary scenes flooded her head as she overreacted to the woman's bold condition from afar. She stared at the two standing close together, still locked in discussion. Jealousy stirred as she imagined what the woman truly meant by her invitation, and what Dojin might decide. The camera panned to each of the observing women. None of them said a word, but their eyes revealed deep curiosity, apprehension, and silent conflict. The red-dressed woman's eyes sparkled as she looked at Dojin, her intentions now obvious. From a distance, one of the women observing trembled with nervous anticipation, uncertain how to interpret what she was witnessing. Dojin continued listening as the woman encouraged him to accept her invitation. Though she told him to take his time deciding, her words and body language made it clear she wanted his answer to be yes. To further persuade him, she offered a special ticket, one with VIP access to the gold market. Dojin received it silently, noting its significance, while the purple-haired woman, still watching, questioned how this connection had formed so quickly. Nearby, the chairman approached and noted aloud how Dojin stood between two renowned beauties. He commented on how well the scene fit, his tone light but filled with an undertone of curiosity and envy. Other agents chuckled and remarked how powerful Dojin must feel in that moment. Meanwhile, Dojin sensed tension. His gaze narrowed as he noticed someone approaching with a smirk that didn't match the festive mood. Recognizing the man as Kang Young Pyo, Dojin immediately grew cautious. The woman beside him also reacted, suspecting that Young Pyo's arrival would stir conflict rather than peace. His reputation preceded him. Young Pyo dismissed concerns and claimed he meant no harm, only wishing to introduce someone. His casual tone did little to hide the suspicion behind his smirk, drawing wary glances from nearby guests. His words took a sudden turn, implying familiarity. A strange aura enveloped him as he mentioned a mutual acquaintance. The atmosphere around him shifted as tension built. One name was uttered: Takashi. Everyone's attention snapped toward Young Pyo. The air froze as the name stirred immediate and serious reactions. Takashi appeared, walking calmly through the gathering, drawing everyone's attention. His sudden presence disrupted the party's mood as whispers spread through the crowd. Dojin and others watched silently, tension quickly rising. One of the women grew uneasy upon recognizing Takashi. She was surprised to see him recovered and walking freely. Her inner concern revealed that she had deliberately kept him away to avoid conflict. The chairman silently observed the situation, realizing the potential consequences. He regretted the timing, knowing the reunion between Dojin and Takashi was unavoidable and possibly dangerous. Dojin and Takashi exchanged tense glances. Their unspoken history created an immediate barrier between them. Both men remained still, the weight of a previous conflict hanging in the air. Dojin acknowledged Takashi's recovery with a calm remark. Takashi, standing firmly, responded with underlying resentment, noting that the incident had taught him a harsh but memorable lesson. The chairman stepped forward to ease the mood, praising Takashi's recovery. He admitted not inviting him for health concerns, but was now reassured seeing him in strong condition. To de-escalate the situation, the chairman guided Takashi to a quieter space nearby. He suggested continuing the conversation in comfort, attempting to separate him from the center of attention. As they walked away, Takashi's expression hardened, He grumbled under his breath, frustrated that the chairman had interfered and disrupted a plan he had carefully put into motion. Despite the forced change of setting, other staff encouraged Takashi to rest. They subtly supported the chairman's move, hoping to avoid escalation in public view. In private, Takashi was reminded of his injuries. The chairman pressed the issue, subtly provoking him by bringing up the attack from Dojin and whether any apology had been made. The provocation was deliberate. He questioned whether Takashi had received justice or acknowledgement for being harmed. Takashi said nothing, but his tightly clenched fist revealed his inner turmoil nearby. Two women noticed the tension building again. They exchanged glances, sensing the risk of another confrontation. Neither of them seemed confident that the situation would remain under control. Dojin stepped forward, addressing Takashi directly. His approach was casual but deliberate, eyes locked on the man who once stood against him. The atmosphere shifted as all eyes turned to them. Without hesitation, Dojin delivered a sharp statement. His words were blunt, targeting Takashi's affiliation and beliefs. There was no attempt to soften the blow, just a direct confrontation. Takashi was stunned. His expression shifted in disbelief, and the crowd froze. The two watching women reacted immediately, shocked by Dojin's boldness. What had begun as a peaceful celebration now teetered on the edge of chaos. He froze, struggling to believe what he had just heard. His expression twisted with disbelief and rising anger. Dojin's words had clearly struck a nerve. As Dojin confidently repeated his stance, his tone grew sharper. Takashi's posture tense while bystanders held their breath. The insult was now public and intentional. Takashi demanded clarification, unsure if he had truly heard such disrespect. Dojin responded calmly, reiterating that those with Takashi's background were a burden to society. The woman watching from behind recognized the situation. It mirrored a moment from their past, an incident that had spiraled out of control before. Takashi's companion reached out, trying to de-escalate. But the pressure mounted. Takashi's hand moved toward his pocket, the atmosphere darkening around him. With a grim look, Takashi revealed a recording. His fingers hovered over the device, hinting at blackmail or exposure as a way to turn the tables. The recording began playing aloud, reminding everyone of Takashi's past failures. Footage of Dojin's earlier retaliation echoed across the venue, pulling in the attention of everyone nearby. The clip replayed the damage Takashi had caused before and how Dojin had stopped him. Observers murmured in recognition of the footage, their eyes narrowing toward Takashi. Even officials now identified Takashi's affiliation and prior misconduct. The recording backfired, solidifying his guilt instead of gaining support. The woman next to him turned pale, realizing the trap had failed. Takashi forced a grin and tried to exit the scene with a sarcastic farewell. But his opponent's gaze followed closely, sensing that the situation wasn't over yet. Dojin's inner thoughts revealed he had used a hidden ability to trigger Takashi's breakdown. Lynx's eye, a power used for psychological exposure, had worked perfectly. His eyes glowed red as he fixated on Kang Young-pyo. Now aware of the manipulation behind Takashi's arrival, Dojin considered his next target in this web of schemes. Young-pyo sensed the shift in power. Surrounded by dark silhouettes symbolizing guilt and threat, his confidence began to unravel. The consequences of his plot had turned against him. Sweat formed on his brow as ominous eyes seemed to watch from every direction. The once smug strategist now stood in silence, cornered without allies. He forced a nervous grin, trying to regain composure. Internally, he cursed Takashi, blaming him for ruining everything. In the background, Dojin stood calm, unshaken, and fully in control. Young-pyo stood in silence, trying to process the complete collapse of his plans. His ally attempted to maintain composure, but the tension between them grew thick in the aftermath of exposure. Internally, Young-pyo accepted that things were already out of control. Still, he decided to act, believing that removing one person might salvage some power or fear. Without warning, he lunged forward and stabbed his partner in the abdomen. Blood sprayed outward as the man collapsed in shock and agony, unable to defend himself. Young-pyo broke into a sprint, fleeing the scene with frantic urgency. Chaos erupted among the crowd, security shouting in all directions as they scrambled to respond. The chairman yelled for someone to catch the attacker, commanding his men to intercept Young-pyo before he escaped into the night. Others joined the pursuit, but Young-pyo had already gained distance. Observers turned to Dojin, expecting him to lead the chase. The purple-haired woman called out in frustration, demanding they stop him. Dojin remained still, watching silently as Young-pyo disappeared into the distance. Despite his power and speed, he made no attempt to give chase. Others questioned his inaction, confused why someone as capable as Dojin had let the attacker go. They knew he could have stopped it with ease. The woman approached and confronted him directly, but he gave no explanation. His expression revealed neither regret nor urgency, only silence. Under the moonlit sky, the world began reacting to the incident. News of the attack and its broadcast footage spread globally within hours, sparking an uproar. Media outlets detailed the event, naming all involved and releasing footage of Yang Pyo and Takashi's past crimes. The headlines reached both Korea and Japan, shaking both nations' administrations, governments, and hero associations went quiet, avoiding statements. Journalists swarmed for answers, and public trust faltered as daily reports unearthed scandal after scandal. Inside a private room, a man smashed dishes in rage. The media's portrayal of him had turned from praise to disgrace, igniting his uncontrollable fury. His shouting echoed through the space, condemning everyone involved in the leak. He couldn't contain his frustration at being exposed and humiliated so openly. Meanwhile, a new figure emerged, her expression cold and her presence intense. Eyes glowing with fury, she silently vowed retribution for the damage done. Ready to intervene, a man in a suit crashed through the upper glass, descending with force into the building's lobby. His landing shattered nearby windows and sent fragments of glass flying in every direction. Without hesitation, he pulled a broom from the wreckage and hurled it like a weapon. The handle rotated midair with precision, its trajectory aimed toward an unseen point ahead. The force of the throw echoed like thunder as the broom struck, kicking up clouds of dust and shaking the hallway. Despite the violent outburst, a bald man stood calmly at the end of the corridor. Amid the debris and destruction, the suited man stood upright, surrounded by a ruined reception area with slow, deliberate movements. He assessed the scene, ignoring the mess he caused. Seated on a couch amid the wreckage, he inquired about the status of a man named Kang Young Pyo. The bald man, Director Lee, entered the scene and responded with unease, stating that multiple international agencies were pursuing Kang. The man's posture stiffened, and his expression turned cold. The mention of Kang's name triggered visible disdain, though he remained seated. The tension in the air intensified. Still seated, the man shifted the topic to internal operations. Specifically, their accounts. Director Lee gave a formal report confirming that they had cleaned up all financial traces. Lee detailed further measures, including the dismantling of communication networks and security systems. He assured that no electronic surveillance or physical logs remained. All equipment and personnel linked to the case had either vanished or been silenced completely. Despite the assurances, the man seemed unconvinced. His gaze turned toward Lee, evaluating him closely. Lee noticed the skepticism and nervously asked if something still felt off. Suddenly, Director Lee received a notification from an unfamiliar device. As he examined the item, he realized it wasn't his. The phone appeared to belong to someone else, one not connected to any of their operational lines or internal systems. The man confirmed it was his personal phone, kept entirely off the grid. He emphasized that only his immediate family knew the number. Without further delay, he ordered Lee to check the phone. His tone was calm but heavy with implications. Whatever was on the screen could not be ignored. Lee scanned the contents, stunned to see a direct message from an unknown sender. The message didn't reveal a name, but its text offered cooperation and proposed a meeting. The timestamp was recent, sent just minutes ago. Lee lowered the phone, clearly disturbed. He asked if the sender could be Kang Young Pyo. The man remained silent, but his stare confirmed the suspicion. The man snapped in anger. He declared that any contact with Kang was dangerous, regardless of the content. Director Lee fled down the hallway, panic tightening his expression. The pressure from earlier events had left him shaken. Desperately trying to survive, he sought an escape or solution that could protect him. His steps faltered when he sensed another presence approaching, one carrying a greater authority than the man he just left. A tall figure appeared, casting a long shadow. His face was stern and aged, but his eyes glowed with something unnatural. This was SCO Jiang Chul, the chairman of GT Group, and the father-in-law of the man in charge earlier. Lee froze at the chairman's arrival, overwhelmed by fear. His earlier arrogance disappeared entirely, replaced by trembling deference. He knew that this man's influence reached far beyond the company's hierarchy. Without saying a word, Lee bowed and retreated. The chairman's mere presence silenced the room. As the chairman entered the room, his son-in-law greeted him with hesitation. Before any further words could be exchanged, the chairman launched forward and struck him, sending him crashing across the room. The younger man stood up slowly, dazed by the unexpected attack. He attempted to respond but was interrupted by the chairman's rising fury. Stepping closer, the chairman asked if he looked like a weak old man. The son-in-law backed off and tried to deflect, but the tension only grew. His attempt to explain fell short. The chairman accused him of conspiring with Kang Young Pyo and ordering the murder of Jang Dojin. The son-in-law was speechless, realizing that his secrets were no longer safe. The chairman's voice thundered as he condemned the betrayal. The man was stunned. his eye widening as the weight of his mistake became clear. His confidence from before had vanished. His attempt to control the narrative had failed. The chairman sneered, claiming he had never respected the influence of rival factions like P Group. Yet despite the chaos, he declared that fate still favored him and his position remained strong. Looking down at the trembling man, the chairman asserted that judgment must be passed first. There would be no moving forward until consequences for past decisions were addressed. The son-in-law remained kneeling, sweat dripping down his face. Elsewhere, events beyond their control continued to unfold while chaos engulfed Kang. Young Pyo and his allies, another group, moved quietly through the skies above. Dojin and his team had completed their mission and were returning to Korea aboard a private aircraft, reflecting on the outcome. Dojin considered the expedition a success. They had acquired valuable sword materials and secured significant financial gain, making the operation worth the effort despite looming threats back home. During the return flight, one of the team members questioned Dojin. Her tone was curious but serious. She asked if he had intentionally let Kang Youngpyo escape during the earlier mission. Dojin didn't deny it. Instead, he allowed a silence to fill the cabin before acknowledging her observation with a slight expression. His body remained relaxed, confident in his decisions. He turned to face the window, quietly explaining that certain events had to unfold as part of a larger plan. Releasing Kang wasn't a failure, it was a calculated step toward the next stage. Back in South Korea, the city's skyline gleamed beneath a clear sky. Life in Seoul continued normally, unaware of the battles and plots occurring in the background. The atmosphere was peaceful. At a small burger restaurant, a young girl devoured her food enthusiastically. She had been waiting for this moment, enjoying the comfort of a regular meal shared with family. Across the table sat a man in a hooded jacket. He watched her eat with a soft expression. Despite the casual setting, his eyes stayed alert, always scanning for danger while trying to enjoy the moment. Later that evening, Dojin stood outside his home, eyes narrowed in concern. Returning after a long journey, he sensed something wasn't right. The mood in the house felt different. Inside, he reunited with his family, only to discover his grandmother had fallen seriously ill. Her condition had worsened while he was away, and it caught him completely off guard. Seeing her weakened state, Dojin questioned his younger sister in frustration. He demanded to know why no one had taken her to the hospital or informed him about her health. The guilt began to sink in. Young, his younger sister, tried to explain. She had refused to spend the money Dojin sent home because it was earned through dangerous means. She wanted to honor his efforts. Dojin listened, but his anger and sadness were visible. To him, risking his life wasn't a reason to withhold medical care. He reminded them that he had secured enough funds abroad to cover any cost in a heartfelt moment. His grandmother spoke up. She insisted they no longer hold back. From now on, she wanted them to prioritize their lives and health over fear of spending money. Her words settled the room. Moved by her plea, Dojin acted immediately. He admitted his grandmother to one of the best hospitals in the country, making sure she would receive the highest level of care available. He and Young visited her every day, never missing a check-in. These visits became part of their daily life, creating a new rhythm for the family amid the uncertainty of their situation. Alongside the hospital routine, their bonding deepened over simple meals. Eating burgers together became their tradition, a small ritual of normalcy in a world constantly shifting around them.
At the Gasan Hero residential complex, SEO Dojin arrived with a clear purpose. The tall building gleamed under the morning sun as he stepped through the entryway. He made his way to a local weaponsmith shop, a place discreet in appearance but known among select circles for crafting exceptional gear. The shopkeeper, a seasoned blacksmith, examined the contents Dojin laid out. Holding the blue Croco heart in his hand, the blacksmith admired its purity and power. It was a rare material, nearly impossible to find in such pristine condition. He acknowledged that the quality would allow him to forge a sword far superior to what he had originally anticipated. The blacksmith estimated the process would take about 3 weeks and committed to begin the work without delay. Dojin nodded, satisfied with the time frame. But he wasn't finished with his requests. Dojin revealed that he had another commission in mind. The blacksmith listened with interest as Dojin pulled out a second package. The request wasn't just for a weapon, something else was needed. As the blacksmith unwrapped the materials, his eyes widened. He immediately recognized the high-grade items, expertly preserved and obviously rare. Dojin listed the contents: Velcro silk and a venom sac pouch, components taken from dangerous creatures. The materials hinted at a purpose beyond defense, something protective in nature. The blacksmith assumed the request was for armor and asked if it should be tailored to Dojin's size. But Dojin shook his head without hesitation. Calmly, he clarified it wasn't for himself, it was for his younger sister. His tone carried a firm resolve, revealing a deeper motive behind his actions and the care he placed in her protection. The blacksmith explained that armor made from Velcro silk offered incredibly high defense and was highly sought after by many heroes. He questioned if Seo Dojin's sister was also a hero. Dojin responded with a quiet laugh and showed a photo of himself, with a smiling young girl. It was clear she wasn't a hero, just a child. Seeing the cheerful expression of the girl, the blacksmith acknowledged her innocence. Dojin requested the armor to resemble regular clothing, rather than combat gear, so it would suit her everyday life. The blacksmith voiced a concern: children grow quickly. Even if he crafted the armor perfectly now, it might not fit her within a year or two. The value of such materials would be wasted if not adaptable. Dojin pulled out a vial containing a green liquid and presented it as a solution. The blacksmith examined it curiously, asking what it was. Dojin revealed it was talapu extract. When added to fabric, it significantly increased elasticity, ensuring the armor would remain wearable even as his sister grew. Although talapu was considered a low-grade plant-type monster, the extract's properties had unique benefits. Few knew how to utilize it effectively for crafting. Dojin, confident and composed, confirmed the commission. The blacksmith, still processing the depth of knowledge shown, asked how he came by such obscure information. With a slight smile, Dojin answered plainly, this was his second life. His calm words hinted at a past filled with battles, knowledge, and experience that reached far beyond his current appearance. In the heart of the city, a man in a brown suit moved with intent. His pace was steady, and his expression calm as he passed through the bustling streets, focused on his destination. He approached a quieter area, eyes scanning ahead, until he found a small stairwell leading below ground. Without hesitation, he descended the dim staircase, the city's noise fading behind him. He arrived at a modest door labeled Paradise Cafe. The name was unassuming, but he knew this place was no ordinary meeting spot. Inside the cozy cafe, the suited man was greeted politely. The quiet atmosphere contrasted the busy city above. He noted the unique choice of location and silently acknowledged the owner's taste. The man took a seat, appreciating the peace offered by the underground cafe. This environment was ideal for the confidential meeting he had arranged. Sitting across from him was a hooded figure, calm, quiet, and composed. The man recognized that this setup wasn't just for comfort, but also for discretion. His thoughts confirmed, he could speak to this person without interruption. Introducing himself formally, the suited man identified himself as Park Sungwook, the one who received the message. His tone was professional, hiding any curiosity he might have held. The hooded figure responded. It was Seo Dojin. His name had recently made waves in the news, known for events that raised both interest and concern. Park Sungwook, curious and cautious, asked what the meeting was truly about. Across the table, Seo Dojin sat silently, about to reveal a purpose deeper than just introductions. The quiet cafe now held the weight of something far more significant. Seo Dojin explained he had been referred by Hun Juyin, someone who trusted Park Sungwook's ability to handle discreet matters for powerful individuals, especially heroes or the wealthy. Park Sungwook confirmed his willingness to assist, so long as the task wasn't illegal. His tone remained calm, yet curious about what Dojin might request. Dojin's reply was unexpected. He wasn't seeking information or assistance with people. He was looking to build a house. Park Sungwook, puzzled by the simplicity of the request, asked for clarification. Park Sungwook quickly caught on that this wasn't an ordinary project. If Dojin was coming to him rather than a construction firm, the job likely required special discretion or unconventional design. Dojin confirmed his intention. He wanted to construct the safest house in the world, something more akin to a private fortress than a typical residence. When Park Sungwook inquired about location and budget, Dojin casually answered, Seoul if possible, and a budget around 500 billion won. The sheer figure caused Park to nearly spit out his drink in shock. Still recovering, Park Sungwook asked if this was Dojin's first time handling a massive budget. Dojin awkwardly denied it, flustered by the assumption, but failed to conceal his inexperience. Park Sungwook noted that with a budget that size, it wasn't just a house, they were essentially building a castle. The idea made both of them pause and reflect. Dojin didn't reject the idea. In fact, he acknowledged that a castle might actually be a better fit for his goals. With that, Park Sungwook began mentally recalculating, already considering what a secure castle-like structure would truly require. Park Sungwook leaned back and considered the scale of Dojin's request. He asked if 1 trillion won would be sufficient for what Seo Dojin had in mind. Without waiting for an answer, he posed another question. Did Dojin know what was currently considered the safest home in Korea? It was a relevant benchmark for such an ambitious project. Dojin responded confidently. Chairman Oh Young-gun's residence in Gangnam. Park confirmed that was correct, establishing the standard against which all other homes were measured for security. Park Sung-wook explained that Chairman Oh's home had a market value of 110 billion won, but if land and construction costs alone were considered, the real figure was closer to 80 billion. He clarified that with Dojin's available budget, it was entirely possible to construct something far more secure and advanced than that mansion, at least from a technical perspective. However, Park Sung-wook warned that building in Gangnam was another issue altogether. The land there was practically unobtainable. No rifts had ever appeared in the district, making it uniquely valuable and fiercely protected. Summing it up, Park Sung-wook stated clearly, they could absolutely build the best house, but finding a location that met the security standards Dojin wanted would be the real challenge. He left the decision to Dojin. The question hung in the air: what did he truly prioritize, the building or the ground it stood on? After a pause, Dojin gave his answer. The safest place wasn't Gangnam. The district's reputation was an illusion, a belief held by those with wealth, not wisdom. He would look elsewhere, guided by his deeper understanding of danger. Park Sung-wook calmly questioned whether their efforts were anything more than hope in a collapsing world. The calmness of his demeanor contrasted with the growing unrest outside. Seo Dojin's eyes scanned the skyline, knowing the peace in Gangnam was a fragile illusion. Despite the media's reassurances, he understood that the region's calm was not security, it was chance. Suddenly, rifts surged open across the globe. Glowing purple tears shattered the skies, spreading panic. It didn't matter how advanced or wealthy a region was. These invaders came without warning. As in the ruined world Dojin once knew, the pattern of destruction had merely changed its sequence. Park Sung-wook asked Dojin if he had a location in mind. Dojin answered without hesitation. Guro District. Park was stunned, pointing out its history of rifts and its proximity to recent disasters. Dojin, however, was unmoved. To him, the logic was simple. If danger was spreading, then choosing a place that had already survived one incident might offer temporary safety. When asked why he specifically chose Guro, Dojin's answer was unexpectedly practical. There was no hidden strategy or grand purpose. He chose it because it was close enough to act quickly when needed. In a forest clearing, a fiery red rift split open the sky. Jagged energy crackled as the tear widened. The earth trembled. From within, a monstrous claw emerged. The ground quaked under its massive steps as the creature's towering form revealed itself, muscular and reptilian. Its eyes glowed fiercely. As it let out a thunderous roar, the forest echoed with a sound that signaled the arrival of a new threat, one not bound by the world's past rules. The battle escalated as Seo Dojin launched himself forward, narrowly dodging the monstrous claw of the beast. Using the creature's momentum, he twisted mid-air, eyes fixed with lethal focus. He landed swiftly, his body low and balanced. The hooded warrior's gaze narrowed as he gauged the impact of the recent strike. In his hand gleamed a newly forged blade, crafted to his specifications. It radiated power. The quality of the sword surpassed his expectations. Its weight, balance, and aura were near perfect. The blacksmith stood proudly in his workshop, beaming at his creation. He had poured his skill into every fold of metal, declaring it the pinnacle of his career without hesitation. When Dojin offered payment, the blacksmith was visibly surprised. He insisted the sword was a gift, made entirely from the materials provided by Dojin himself. No payment was necessary in his eyes, but Dojin had already transferred a staggering sum, 1 billion won. The blacksmith was stunned. Dojin, unfazed, explained that he simply disliked owing anyone, even for craftsmanship of this level. In the field, the new sword cleaved through monsters with overwhelming precision. Each swing was faster, sharper, and more efficient than before. Dojin adapted to it instantly. Facing another towering beast, Dojin noted that the sword's value extended beyond material wealth. Its power gave him unmatched advantage. Rift hunting would now be significantly less dangerous. After finalizing plans to build a home with Park Sung-wook, Dojin dedicated the following weeks to clearing rifts. With his new weapon, every hunt pushed him further ahead in this chaotic world. To secure 10,000 pyong of land in Guro District, Seo Dojin needed an enormous amount of money, up to 500 billion won, and even then, he had to contend with stubborn landowners who refused to sell easily. While Park Sung-wook advised lowering the land size to reduce costs, Dojin had no intention of compromising. He didn't hesitate. His determination was firm. With unwavering eyes and sword in hand, Dojin struck down a charging monster. The act wasn't just survival, it was his declaration. He'd earn the money himself. Later that night, Dojin walked the quiet streets with Yuniang on his back. The peaceful moment was rare, their surroundings illuminated only by the night sky. Yuniang chatted cheerfully about their grandmother's upcoming hospital discharge. Her smile was bright, and for a moment, the burdens Dojin carried felt lighter. But beneath his calm smile, Dojin held a deeper resolve. As she rested her head on his shoulder, he silently promised to take full responsibility for her future. Their moment was interrupted by a stranger in a suit approaching them. The man called out Seo Dojin's name, prompting a cautious reaction. The man introduced himself as an agent sent by Chairman Seo Jiangshil. He invited Dojin to come with him, assuring that he had been instructed to treat him respectfully. Before leaving, Dojin gently asked Yuniang to step aside. She complied, without hesitation. As she closed her eyes, unaware of what would happen next, Dojin prepared to face another unknown path. With a burst of force, Seo Dojin leapt into the air and slammed down onto the hood of the luxury car, cracking it under the impact. His stance was not of a guest, but a warning. The man in the suit stammered, clearly intimidated. His attempt at polite recruitment had failed. He realized too late that Dojin was not someone who could be pressured or lured. With a sharp glare, Dojin told him to leave and never return. His voice was low, but resolute. The message was final. There would be no second approach. Afterward, Dojin gently explained to Yuniang that someone tried to separate them, and he stopped them. He kept his words light, but his tone serious. Yuniang, ever playful, asked if she could scold anyone who tried to take Dojin away from her. She smiled innocently, unaware of the gravity beneath the situation. Lifting her onto his shoulders, Dojin carried her through the night-lit streets. His inner thoughts turned dark. If anyone truly meant to harm their bond, he would eliminate them without hesitation. Elsewhere, a dinner table buzzed with gossip. The guild leader expressed disbelief upon hearing that Dojin was purchasing property in Guro district. Hun Julian explained it was through a connection she had introduced. When asked what her own plans were, the guild leader grinned with anticipation. Her answer was bold. She planned to move in next door. Hun Julian was stunned, but she insisted that living close was strategic. Her ambition was clear. She wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. Seo Dojin stood silently as a mysterious presence made its way into the room. Her expression remained unreadable, but tension filled the air. He could feel the eyes of her rival pressing into her back, yet she refused to react. A woman with pink hair approached Seo Dojin from behind, her posture confident and smooth. Pink-haired woman confessed her desire to be closer to Seo Dojin. Zhang Inju, seated beside Hun Julian, erupted with exaggerated emotion. Yet beneath the outburst was sharp observation. She knew Julian's calm exterior concealed discomfort. Julian quietly ate, trying to maintain composure, but her eyes drifted toward her friend, who had grown oddly contemplative. The two sat in silence for a moment, each processing the earlier scene in their own way. Breaking the silence, Jiang Inju made a bold remark, suggesting she should move closer to Du Jun as well. The word struck Julian hard, not because of the implication, but because the idea made unexpected sense. Laughing softly, Jiang Inju teased Julian's flustered reaction, but quickly clarified that the thought wasn't romantic. Her intention was strategic, tied to something deeper than emotions. Julian looked away, slightly embarrassed but intrigued by the suggestion. Jiang Inju raised a glass, recalling her confidence back in Brazil. She emphasized how important strong support was for the guild wherever they relocated. She hinted that aligning with someone powerful, like Du Jun, could offer that advantage. Julian questioned the metaphor, but Jiang Inju didn't hesitate. She praised Du Jun's unmatched strength, placing him above all other S-rank hunters. For the guild's future, he was the right choice. With a smirk, Jiang Inju revealed she planned to build a new guild office near Du Jun. Lifting her glass, she toasted with Julian, urging her to act soon. Julian hesitated, then agreed. From the towering headquarters, the chairman addressed Seo Dojin directly. Recognizing the young hero's recent activity, he remarked on Dojin's rapid work rate, closing 9 rifts in just 2 weeks. Standing in front of his superior, Dojin remained silent, holding his device. The chairman acknowledged the massive payouts involved and revealed the true reason for summoning him. He wanted to understand the motivation behind Dojin's sudden intensity. The chairman speculated that Dojin's urgency might stem from fear, perhaps anticipating that Korea could soon mirror Brazil's chaos. Without offering a direct answer, Dojin checked his phone, confirming a large deposit had been made, over 45 billion won. The number meant little to him emotionally. When asked again if everything was truly fine, Dojin gave a short, dismissive reply. The chairman didn't buy it and pushed further, questioning why Dojin kept throwing himself into danger if he believed things were stable. The chairman's words revealed real worry. He couldn't understand why someone would risk so much in such a short time without a deeper reason. His voice held pressure, hoping to get through to the young hunter's guarded thoughts. Dojin remained calm, then casually admitted his reasoning. It wasn't about fear or duty, it was simple. He needed money. The chairman was stunned by the blunt response, taken off guard by the ordinary motivation. The reason, Dojin continued, was to build a house. A personal goal amidst all the chaos. His clarity and simplicity caught the older man off balance. Finishing his statement, Dojin added that he needed to consult the chairman about the construction. His gaze was steady, and his intent clear, not reckless, just purposeful. Following Dojin's sudden investment activity, land transactions surged in the same zones he had targeted, unknown to the public. His movements quietly reshaped regional interest. Rumors began to spread, and opportunists started paying attention. Hyunjuan and Jeong Inju were the first to act, purchasing nearby land under the assumption that Dojin's decisions weren't made lightly. Their actions drew curiosity from guilds and corporate investors alike. Na Taiwang and other members of the Silk Fragrance Flower Guild soon followed. As the pattern grew noticeable, even real estate speculators and minor heroes began moving funds into the same areas, convinced something big was coming. A powerful man laughed uncontrollably upon hearing the news. His instincts confirmed what he long suspected. Dojin's talent wasn't limited to combat, but extended into land strategy as well. Proud and confident, the man ordered his subordinates to uncover every detail about Dojin's land purchases. He believed understanding those moves could give him a decisive edge. As whispers spread through Korea's real estate and guild circles, investors and outsiders alike rushed to secure nearby property. The area saw a real estate boom, and Guro's land prices soared within days. But amid the chaos, Dojin had already secured a staggering 10,000 pyong of land before prices surged. He sat calmly with documents in hand, watching others react to moves he'd already completed. As blueprints were laid out on the table, confusion arose. The vast space he'd secured appeared to be used for something incredibly minimal, an unexpectedly small construction plan. A simple 150 pyong house was all that had been drafted. Observers were stunned. For such massive land ownership, the plan seemed almost wasteful. Dojin's intention remained a mystery, one only he understood. The companion asked Dojin how he intended to use the remaining land. With only a small portion planned for a house, the rest of the space raised questions. Dojin answered simply, safety was the priority. When pressed further, Dojin revealed his idea, a rounded outer wall, enclosing the house entirely. The builder hesitated, puzzled. Constructing something like that felt excessive, like building fortress walls. Dojin remained focused. He clarified that the simple shape required no interior design, making it fast to build, but when asked about its purpose, needed for the district's usage approval, he offered only a quiet answer. Someone else would handle that. The mention of Chairman Na Taiwang stunned the companion. He couldn't imagine what kind of project required the direct involvement of the Hero Association's top figure. Then the truth became clear. The land wasn't ordinary. It was located near a rift zone, a dangerously unstable area where monsters could emerge at any time. Dojin had chosen it on purpose. Dojin's intent wasn't just residential. He had already made a request regarding the zone. A representative approached the Hero Association to confirm the unusual demand. The topic was beyond normal construction matters. Chairman Na Taiwang confirmed that Dojin's request was indeed bold. Sitting at his desk, he acknowledged it with a calm but intrigued expression. Far away, in the forest near the rift zone, Dojin was already putting the plan into action. His movements were swift as he faced the wilderness ahead. The truth shocked the officials. Dojin intended to tame monsters. It was a plan few would dare to imagine, let alone attempt. The chairman chuckled, admitting that even he was surprised when he first heard it. As flames flickered in the distance, Dojin walked toward the heart of the forest. Talks of monster taming had already begun circulating, and officials were baffled. The idea seemed impossible. No one had ever dared such a thing. Unshaken, Dojin ventured deeper, his destination set. The dense trees parted to reveal a cave surrounded by quiet tension. He entered alone, knowing what awaited inside was beyond ordinary comprehension. Meanwhile, the chairman relayed the shocking detail. Dojin had officially requested legal permission to raise monsters on his land. It wasn't a theory or side project. He was fully committed. Inside the cave, eerie echoes surrounded Dojin. Growls and scraping claws marked the presence of something ancient. Unseen observers wondered if anyone knew the truth behind the creature he sought. A government official, confused by the mystery, questioned what kind of monster Dojin was targeting. The answer came swiftly, followed by a name spoken with weight: Kazarian. As the massive creature emerged from the shadows, its towering form dominated the cavern. Kazarian, a serpent of colossal scale and lethal presence, locked eyes with Dojin. The hunter stood ready, blade drawn. He spoke with chilling resolve. Without warning, Caesarion lunged. Its tail swept the ground violently, cracking the earth and sending debris flying. The beast's speed defied its size. Dojin narrowly avoided the crushing impact. He repositioned instantly, sword flashing through the dark. The monster responded with raw force, relentless and chaotic. As the clash continued, Caesarion reared back, shrieking with fury. From a distance, the sight was surreal, a single man challenging a nightmare born of rifts. And yet, Dojin remained calm, showing no signs of hesitation. 1 week later, the volcano near the rift zone simmered under a calm sky. Deep beneath it, Dojin returned to the cave where Caesarion resided. Their last clash had ended, but not in destruction. Caesarion lowered its head, breathing heavily, but no longer in aggression. Dojin stood before the beast without drawing his weapon, his presence now familiar. He crouched beside the massive creature and whispered a quiet farewell, promising to return. As he walked away, the monster stirred slightly, its eye following him. The ground shifted with a low rumble, hinting that the bond between them had begun. At 4:18 a.m., Hun Yunyan's phone rang unexpectedly, slicing through the silence. Her hand sluggishly reached for the device, clearly roused from deep sleep. She stared at the caller ID without surprise. She answered groggily, sitting up as SEO Dojin's voice filled her ear. He wasted no time and asked if a dealer named Stoneman handled powdered magic stones. Julian frowned, clearly confused by the strange question. Julian stood and questioned the logic behind such a request. Turning magic stones into powder diminished their value. She mentioned the loss of energy and expressed concern about the urgency behind SEO Dojin's inquiry. Elsewhere, SEO Dojin sat before a large tree pulsing with unnatural red veins. His tone was firm as he muttered about needing the powder. The magical energy surrounding the tree hinted at dangerous intent. His silence persisted when Julian asked for clarification. Her curiosity was met with dismissal. She ended the call abruptly, stepping into her bathroom while shaking her head. His sudden obsession with such a rare material made little sense. Pausing in front of her mirror, Julian questioned if he had gone mad. She muttered about him making nonsense calls in the morning. Meanwhile, SEO Dojin standing up with determination as the ground trembled faintly. A city administrator explained that the outer wall was the first and most vital defense when building any new settlement. Behind him, construction workers continued assembling infrastructure, reflecting the growing tension of an incoming threat. Drone, like sentries, hovered nearby, acting as automated defenders. The administrator emphasized their role in deterring magical attacks. SEO Dojin stared at the barrier with intensity. As a giant creature burst through with a roar, his body tensed. He knew only those prepared for destruction could survive what was coming. SEO Dojin faced the giant monster with unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, he declared that he needed its magic stone powder. He dashed forward, dodging the incoming attack and closing the distance in an instant. With agile footwork, SEO Dojin launched himself under the monster's swing. The sheer force of his movement tore through the air, narrowly avoiding being struck as the creature retaliated with a massive blow. The two clashed head-on. SEO Dojin slipped past its guard and aimed for the core. As they spun and collided mid-air, the monster's strength pushed back. But SEO Dojin's focus never faltered. As the battle intensified, SEO Dojin's hand reached toward the monster's chest, where a dark gravitational force began forming. A vortex spun within the creature's core, resonating with magical energy as he drew power from it. With that energy now responding to his will, SEO Dojin summoned his blade. The weapon appeared, glowing with dense mana, and he took a stance above the battlefield. He gripped the sword tightly and activated the Vandine family's sword technique. His form stabilized, muscles tense, and magic flowing through every movement. With sharp concentration, he transitioned into the third form. The third form ignited, and his sword became engulfed in burning spirals. This technique, Spirok Frahero Calistal, lit up the sky with raw power. The creature below braced as SEO Dojin descended. Blazing trails of energy followed his blade as it tore through the air. The red vortexes swirled downward, forming a path of annihilation locked on target. The monster could only watch as the strike approached. The attack unleashed a devastating spiral of red energy. Each rotation carried layers of destruction, and the force expanded across the field. SEO Dojin's technique, both elegant and lethal, dominated the battlefield. The monster's wide eyes reflected the spiraling inferno rushing toward it. Before it could react, the spirals engulfed its body completely. The technique detonated on impact, fire and pressure exploding outward in a fiery storm. Its body twisted violently, limbs flailing as the spirals shredded its defenses. It let out a stunned gasp, unable to comprehend the attack. The flames tore through it from all sides, burning through flesh and energy alike. The battle came to a thunderous end. As the shock wave faded, the field grew still. From the scattered embers, Seo Dojin emerged, battered but composed, his gaze locked on the fading remains of his fallen opponent. Seo Dojin retrieved a glowing purple stone from the monster's body. Holding it with care, he examined the rare crystal. Without hesitation, he crushed it with a firm grip, reducing it to shimmering powder. The particles floated in the air before settling into a container. He observed the result carefully, the substance glowing faintly. His mind raced through possibilities, thinking beyond immediate use. Seo Dojin speculated about its potential. If the powder could suppress external shocks, maybe it could help stabilize rifts as well. As he looked down at the monster's corpse, he murmured that such a result would be useful for everyone. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, the world buzzed with news. Cameras flashed and reporters gathered. Seo Dojin remained unaware that his personal life had just become public knowledge. A major headline revealed that Seo Dojin was the grandson of the powerful group chairman. The revelation shook media circles and drew nationwide attention. Somewhere in a high-rise office, an older man chuckled smugly with a glass of wine. He noted how surprised Seo Dojin must be, watching a press conference be staged without his consent. From a darkened office, the chairman smirked with satisfaction. His manipulation was complete. Now that the rumor was out, Seo Dojin's true efforts would be hidden beneath a fabricated identity he never asked for. The press room buzzed with speculation. Reporters and viewers no longer cared about Seo Dojin's achievements. All eyes now saw only the chairman's grandson, as if his worth stemmed solely from that title. Across the city, people murmured with suspicion. Some questioned his rank status, assuming the corporation funded it. Others casually dismissed his skill, calling him privileged without proof. The news spread rapidly, fueled by envy and doubt. As reporters filled the room, cameras focused on Seo Dojin. One voice declared they would closely watch his response. The tension was palpable. Everyone anticipated either a denial or a scripted excuse. Seo Dojin approached the podium in silence. His expression was unreadable as flashes lit up the room. In that moment, he carried more than words. He carried his truth. He began by admitting he was born as an illegitimate child. His voice was steady. He revealed he had been abandoned early in life, with no one to rely on. The audience, expecting avoidance, was struck silent by his honesty. Gasps erupted from around the room. Even those watching remotely, including Julian, looked stunned. The reveal shattered assumptions and forced everyone to see him differently. Seo Dojin didn't falter. He shared his story without exaggeration or appeal for sympathy. He laid bare the experiences that shaped him, exposing hardship and resilience. As cameras rolled, he calmly explained his path. Not the story the world created, but the one Seo Dojin actually lived. Each word cut through the noise, clear, raw, and unshakably real. Even critics of Seo Dojin's honesty were silenced when testimonials surfaced. Posts from former classmates confirmed his hardships and quiet perseverance. Interviews with former part-time job bosses on television painted a picture of sincerity and struggle. Online comments began shifting in tone. Sympathy replaced suspicion. Praise poured in, with some admiring his resilience, others expressing admiration and affection. Ironically, the effect rippled beyond public opinion. T Group, having tried to leverage his name for image gain, faced backlash. As support for Seo Dojin rose, trust in the chairman dropped. Within moments, the company's stock plummeted 30%, leaving the chairman in disbelief, clutching his head in frustration. A young man stands beneath the bright sky, holding his chest as he reflects on his deepest wish. His thoughts focus on his grandmother and Yun Yang, hoping they can live their entire lives without fear. Night suddenly replaces the calm scene as a violent impact explodes across the ground. He faces a powerful force, enduring the shock while realizing safety cannot be gained without strength. Under the dark sky, he lies still yet determined. Absolute protection becomes his ultimate objective, something he decides to secure by his own hands. Memories surface of past dangers, including ruthless debt collectors and a group that targeted him after he suffered losses. Each incident reinforces the need for stronger defenses. A detailed blueprint of a large house appears, showing reinforced walls and a structured layout. Special precautions are designed to counter unexpected rifts. Construction advances steadily as workers follow strict instructions. The nearly completed building is meant to endure even sudden dimensional threats. At the site, the supervisor proudly declares the house worthy of the greatest hero. Determination fills the atmosphere as quality is emphasized. With increased payment promised, the completion date is shortened to 10 days. urgency drives the pace of the project. The young man listens calmly, preparing to implement the final measure himself. As night falls over the city skyline, he orders that no one enter the property. His footsteps echo across the empty ground while he walks alone. Standing in the field, he resolves to use every magic stone he gathered. A glowing purple gem floats above his hand. Colored stones align within a radiant magic circle around him. Energy erupts outward, sealing the house with overwhelming power. A high-grade magic stone flashes with intense red light as it activates within the prepared structure. Layers of intricate symbols rotate and align, stabilizing the formation. The system responds smoothly, confirming that the top-grade stones have been installed correctly. Observing the stable flow of power, he releases magic stone powder to suppress any remaining fluctuations. Fragments of light scatter across the ground beneath his feet, signaling the completion of the base. Inside a dim parking structure, tension rises as a confrontation begins. Accusations are exchanged regarding hidden identities and shifting blame tied to Kang Young. P.O. The argument intensifies when threats are directed toward SEO Do Jun. Anger fills the space as one man demands decisive action and control. A hooded figure listens calmly, his gaze sharp beneath the shadow of his cap. He reflects on past betrayals and the pressure forced upon him by family conflicts. Standing near a parked car, he admits that he has already dealt with those responsible for his situation. His focus now narrows solely to SEO Do Jun, opposite him. The blonde man trembles yet continues provoking, questioning whether fear has taken hold. The hooded man steps closer and orders silence, asserting dominance. His tone hardens as he explains the ruthless reality of high-rank battles. Cold logic shapes his strategy, suggesting the use of hostages to force a conclusion. He makes clear that SEO Do Jun will not abandon his family. Sweat runs down the blonde man's face as he realizes the seriousness of the threat. The hooded figure rejects any claim of fear, his pride tied to his S-rank status. Suddenly, he seizes the blonde man by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. With chilling confidence, he declares that once SEO Do Jun falters, his entire family will become prey. The hooded man's eyes glow red as he tightens his grip, warning that silence is the only safe choice. His teeth clench in a twisted smile, revealing obsession rather than doubt. Determination hardens into a vow that nothing will stop him from finishing what he started. Far away, lightning flashes above a towering structure as a gate opens. Within an enormous hall, only Death Knights stand guard. Inside the grand corridor, armored figures, with horned helmets, watch the entrance. They acknowledge the presence of intruders, but remain calm. Red energy forms cross-shaped marks above them as they prepare for combat. Their nature makes them difficult opponents, as they possess no true physical bodies and feel no pain. Steel clashes violently when one knight attacks, yet ordinary strikes fail to bring it down. Only by destroying the core of their soul can they be defeated. A young swordsman advances confidently, blades colliding in rapid succession. Each swing carries the precision of a refined sword style, learned through relentless training. He recognizes the knight's human-like skills but refuses to retreat. Facing them head-on proves his confidence in pure swordsmanship. With a swift motion, he cuts through an incoming strike, shifting the momentum in his favor. Spinning through the air, he delivers a wide slash that forces the knights backward. Their counterattack crashes down, yet he meets it directly, blade against blade. A faint smile appears as he admits his preference for sword fights. He recalls holding a sword since early childhood, treating it as a natural extension of himself. The secret techniques of his family surface through disciplined movements. Relying solely on his blade, he declares the hall will be cleared without any other martial arts. The swordsman stands calmly inside the grand hall, admitting to himself that limiting his own abilities makes the battle more enjoyable. Ahead of him, a single armored knight remains, gripping its blade while red energy flickers around its frame. Turning slightly, he evaluates the last enemy and notes the absence of any exceptional presence among them. Disappointment crosses his face as he prepares to end the fight. A faint shift in the air draws his attention, and he senses a stronger presence approaching from behind the corridor. An elite knight steps forward, distinguished by a sharper aura and refined armor. The atmosphere tightens as its power surpasses the earlier opponents. The swordsman acknowledges the arrival with steady eyes, having expected a superior guard to appear at this stage. Without hesitation, the elite knight lunges first, releasing a swift, heavy strike aimed at his center. He counters immediately, intercepting the attack with precise timing and forcing the knight backward through clean blade control. Their weapons collide repeatedly, sending shockwaves across the ornate hall as both maintain relentless pressure. A powerful exchange fills the chamber, but the swordsman maintains balance and reads the knight's movements. After deflecting a solid strike, he drives forward with sharper intent, gradually overpowering the elite guard. With the outcome decided, he spares the final blow and instead claims the defeated knight as his subordinate.